Chapter 896. Sword unsheathed, fleeting beauty, I will win, boundless demon eye! Exclamation point. At this moment, a determined roar shook the heavens and earth. In the sky, a pair of mysterious eyes seemed to appear, looking down at the world. The entire sky stopped. The wind stopped, the clouds stopped moving, and the rain stopped falling. It was as if time had stopped. Shio. A figure shot forward like a shooting star under countless gazes. Sword unsheathed, fleeting beauty. Profound meaning of flame. Exclamation point. The rain in the sky was split apart. A sword came from the void, spewing flames. What? The rain has stopped. The second dream's beautiful eyes widened. However, a sword appeared in front of her eyes. It was the most powerful sword she had ever seen in her life. She muttered to herself, he actually merged the true meaning of fire and the true meaning of sword. This is a genius! Exclamation point. The sword passed with the will to conquer the heavens. It split the heavens and the earth, killing everything. It was unbelievably fast. A sword stabbed into Second Dream's chest, and a slender figure appeared in front of him. His face was sharp and angular, and his eyes were cold and indifferent. I'm an ant, and you're a goddess. But you've lost the second battle of vengeance! Exclamation point. An endless stream of spiritual energy and energy was absorbed by the sword. The second dream's face turned pale. The power of the moon god disappeared quietly. She looked at Lin Ling, speechless. Lin Ling had crippled her with a single sword. Why? Exclamation point. The second dream fell on Lin Ling's body. Her body was still pierced by the sword. You have to pay the price for your wrongdoings. That's all. Exclamation point. Lin Ling's eyes were cold as he replied indifferently. Then he pulled out his sword. The second dream's delicate body fell from the sky. Everything was just like in the past. The second dream fell from the altar. In the sky, a man and a sword floated quietly, looking down on the heroes. On the ground below, countless gazes were fixed on that proud figure. They were so shocked that they couldn't say a single word. They even felt like they were in a dream. That handsome figure, that delicate young man with blood at the corner of his mouth, had he won? Many people shook their heads, but when they saw the second dream being crippled, they finally awoke from their reverie. Lin Ling had won. He had defeated the second dream, which possessed the desolate race's bloodline. The champion of the Rainforest Holy Lands semifinals, Lin Ling. What kind of strength did he display just now? Why do I feel as if time has been frozen? Among the 4 desolate races, the ancient experts were shocked. The most frightening thing is that he actually fused the 2 great true intents of martial together to form the most frightening sword. The true intents of martial are originally very difficult to comprehend, but he actually fused them together. This is a true genius. The various palace lords of the various martial hall exclaimed. Lin Ling did not have the terrifying talent of the second dream, but he had a perception that exceeded the second dream. Such a genius was even more monstrous. The perfect blessed daughter of heaven had met the perfect monstrous genius of heaven, but Lin Ling was even more monstrous. It was no wonder that Lin Ling could defeat the second dream. After all, the fusion of 2 great true intents of martial at their peak state was something that even they could not do. It's the talent that sister left for him. Animo looked at the slender figure floating in the sky. She was extremely excited. Everyone here thought that the second dream had the bloodline of God, but who knew that this youth was even more noble and divine than the second dream? Following that, she laughed. She was happy for Lin Ling. She was extremely happy. At this moment, the ultimate glory belonged to her family. Lin Ling has won. After a short moment of silence, the Fire Ancient clan erupted into cheers. Everyone was excited, proud, and even felt honored. Their banner had won once again. Especially Elder Jian. His old eyes were filled with tears. The first battle of the D family's counterattack had been won. Di Wuji had taken in a good disciple. This guy sure is terrifying. It seems like he is constantly growing in the semi-finals. Yang Gan looked at the figure in the sky in shock. His heart was pounding. Not long ago, when they met at the Dragon Tower, Lin Ling was still very weak to him. He was only ranked in the top 100 on the proud children of heaven. However, in this short period of time, Lin Ling had grown. Furthermore, he had soared to the heavens and defeated the second dream, who even he feared. His strength was probably above his. To him, this was a true genius. Yeah, I knew he would win. Beside him, Heavenly Concubine was waving her tiny fists. Her face revealed a smile that could topple kingdoms. She knew that Lin Ling would win. The former Heaven Mystic's kingdom was now the sacred land of the rainforest. Lin Ling would definitely not lose. And now Lin Ling had finally stood at the #1 elite through his own hard work. He was the center of attention. This moment belonged to Lin Ling. He won. Far away, the pure and holy lotus-like girl also laughed. Her beautiful eyes were moist and filled with excitement. This made the desolate race youth beside her frown. Lin Ling had won. This result had exceeded his expectations. Princess Yu seemed to have known that Lin Ling would win. Of course, it was not only him. Everyone felt that it had exceeded their expectations. Ever since the semifinals began, they had guessed the second dream, young Master Tang, and even Yu Fanzi. However, they had never guessed Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling was only at the mid-stages of the royal spirit realm. He did not have the qualifications to compete for first place. However, no one knew that the final glory belonged to Lin Ling. Even the desolate race's bloodline, the second dream, who was at the early stages of the saint spirit realm, could not withstand Lin Ling's peak strike. Lin Ling, Lin Ling. Cheers soared into the sky. All of Lin Ling's acquaintances were happy for Lin Ling. As for those who had a grudge against Lin Ling, all of them had ugly expressions on their faces. They felt extremely uncomfortable in their hearts, especially Manor Lord Skylin. His face was ashen. Lin Ling had won. This feeling was even worse than killing him. Lin Ling had won today. Soon he would represent Di Wuji to challenge him. He was getting closer and closer, and the disciple he was most proud of had been utterly defeated in the battle with Di Wuji's disciple. This was a great humiliation for him. I won. Win. Floating in the air, Lin Ling enjoyed the cool breeze that did not come easily. He looked into the distance, looking at the mountains and rivers. A sense of heroism rose in his heart, causing him to reveal a brilliant smile. It was so clean, so pure, and so confident. He had finally risen in the rainforest's sacred land. As for the second dream, she had succeeded in the second step of her revenge. Not only had the second dream lost everything, but her spiritual energy and essence had also been absorbed by the tyrannical singing sword. At this moment, she had become a cripple. Indeed, on the ground, the second dream stared at Lin Ling with her beautiful eyes. Lin Ling had said that he would not kill her. Now, he had indeed not killed her. However, he had crippled her, just like how she had crippled Di Shirtian. She had fallen from the spiritual pedestal. She was no longer a genius and was even more useless. This situation was indeed worse than killing her. She was used to the feeling of being the center of attention, but now that she had become a cripple, the second dream's days would be like years. My goal is getting farther and farther away. The second dream muttered to herself. She had a huge ambition and a lofty goal, but now it had been stopped. All of this was because of Lin Ling. At this moment, she was filled with regret. She regretted that she had provoked this seemingly ordinary young man because the price she had to pay was terrifying. Even if she was the goddess of the 9 heavens, that young man would still come for revenge and kill her. Chapter 897. The 4 great desolate races. The cheers continued to rise and fall, but there was no longer any meaning to the rest of the competition. That was because the second dream had been defeated, and the first place of the semifinals had been confirmed. It was Lin Ling. This competition had lasted for a long time, and the Bodhi Saint Palace had taken notice of him, causing the semifinals to become the finals. This also meant that Lin Ling had become the #1 genius of the 7 halls. Lin Ling has obtained a chance to cultivate in the Bodhi Saint Palace. In the sky, Old Mother Deer rode on a huge deer and slowly floated down. She looked at the arrogant youth and smiled. Congratulations, Lin Ling. Thank you, Senior. Lin Ling bowed, causing Old Mother Earth Deer to be stunned for a moment. She even laughed. This young man had obtained first place, and in her imagination, he should be proud and arrogant. However, this young man still maintained a low profile and was only happy in his heart. He didn't reveal an arrogant attitude. This attitude was very good, very good. Moreover, she saw a trace of determination in the youth's eyes. It was very pure and clean, causing her to have a good impression of him. The number one genius before the age of 20, this youth was not bad. I'm so envious. Lin Ling had the chance to go to the Bodhi Saint Palace again. The last time he went there, Lin Ling's strength had increased by leaps and bounds. The next time he went there, his strength would increase by leaps and bounds. Now, it would be even more difficult for those top geniuses to surpass Lin Ling. The top 3 geniuses will obtain the Bodhi elixir. Old Mother Deer said again, causing more people to be envious. The semifinals have ended. Finally, Old Mother Deer smiled. The semifinals? Is that still the semifinals? It's the strongest battle below the Saint Spirit realm. Many people shook their heads helplessly. This was not the semifinals but the strongest battle in the Emperor's Spirit realm. However, no matter what, Lin Ling had left a deep impression in their hearts. They were looking forward to hearing Lin Ling's voice in the rainforest's sacred land in the future. Moreover, many people noticed that the current Lin Ling was not even 20 years old. The competition is over. I wonder if the geniuses from the competition are interested in joining us? At this moment, the clouds in the sky rolled and a large number of people wearing strange clothes slowly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. That powerful aura caused many people's eyes to narrow. Who are these people? We have the bloodline of the Wind Clan. As if he had sensed the doubts in everyone's hearts, the old man in the lead spoke indifferently. His expression was indescribably proud. Wind Clan? Many people were puzzled as they had never heard of it before. However, some of the top experts felt their hearts tremble. One of the 4 great desolate races, the Wind Race. What? The 4 desolate races. Many people suddenly understood, and their hearts were shaken. The 4 desolate races seemed to want to recruit the elites today. These elites sure were lucky. After all, the desolate race was the royal family of the rainforest sacred land. If they were to become one of them, they would be able to do whatever they wanted in the rainforest sacred land. Even the 5 great ancient countries and the various large factions would not dare to provoke them. They did not know that the 4 desolate races were actually watching the competition. After all, today's competition was different from the past. It was even more powerful. Lin Ling, your attainments in the Sword Dao are not bad. If you join my Wind Clan, you can gain insights into the Sword Dao. The old man looked at Lin Ling and said proudly, "Me." Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He never expected that the Wind Clan would be interested in him first. As for the crowd, they were extremely envious. Lin Ling was the champion of the competition, so he was indeed the center of attention. The Wind Clan is just a clan that hides deep in the mountains. They are shameful. Lin Ling, join my Sparrow Clan. Boom! Right at this moment, a domineering voice resounded as a young man around the age of 20 slowly walked out with a large group of people behind him. This young man possessed the aura of a king, and his strength was actually at the Saint Spirit realm. Such strength had simply surpassed all the geniuses of the 7 great martial techniques. As for the Sparrow Clan, another one of the 4 desolate races had come to recruit Lin Ling. The crowd was stirred. 2 members of the desolate race, which was rarely seen in the past, had appeared today. Following that, they looked around and realized that it was not just 2. On the other side, a woman had come with a large number of people. She was dressed in a black gauze dress, and she had the same aura as the second dream. Clearly, she was from the Yi clan. They did not recruit Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling had previously defeated their bloodline, the second dream. It even made them feel humiliated. Lin Ling, how about it? Give me an answer. Answer. The people from the Wind Clan and the Sparrow Clan looked at Lin Ling. Although they were recruiting him, their attitude was extremely arrogant. Although Lin Ling was the champion of the competition, they had the bloodline of the desolate race, so how could they recruit Lin Ling in such a humble manner? Lin Ling frowned and did not answer immediately. Lin Ling is one of mine. He will never be recruited by you. Clear. At this moment, a clear voice sounded. It made the two desolate race members look over. They knew this person. She was the Rain Clan's Emo Nianyue. They never expected her to fancy Lin Ling. Emo Nianyue, what's the meaning of this? Lin Ling hasn't even said a word, and you want to act so domineeringly? Lin Ling, you are a fire elemental warrior. The Sparrow clan has large amounts of fire elemental martial arts and profundities. If you were to join the Sparrow clan, I can guarantee that your strength will be twice as strong as it is now. And if you were to reject us, it would be equivalent to rejecting our powerful Sparrow clan. The youth from the Sparrow clan said coldly. He was using both hard and soft tactics. The other elder frowned as he looked at Lin Ling. Although he did not say a word, his expression said it all. Anti-Emo? Lin Ling looked at Emo Nianyue in surprise. He never expected the owner of Dragon Manor, Anti-Emo, to be from one of the 4 desolate races. However, he was indebted to Anti-Emo, so he did not hesitate to nod at her. Anti-Emo, I'll join you. Yes. That's good. Anti-Emo, Emo Nianyue felt relieved. If Lin Ling were to join another desolate race, it would be ironic. Hence, she had to help Lin Ling become one of them no matter what. The two from the Sparrow clan and Wind clan snorted coldly, as though they were blaming Lin Ling for not appreciating their kindness. They looked at the other elites. The second dream had the bloodline of the Yi clan, so it was naturally impossible to recruit her. As for Tang Tanshu, he was from the Great Tang ancient country and had the backing of the Sparrow clan, so there was no need to recruit him. Yufanzi, join my Wind clan. Your Door of Seals is not bad. My clan has martial arts that are suitable for you to cultivate. Today, Lin Ling is stronger than you, but I can guarantee that in less than half a year, you will surpass him. The elder immediately said. And because Lin Ling had rejected them, the elder had made a promise. I'm so envious. Anti-Emo, many elites felt their hearts skip a beat. They were indeed from the desolate race. They were domineering enough to surpass Lin Ling in half a year. With such a huge improvement, which elite wouldn't want to join? I'll join. Yes. Indeed, Yufanzi immediately nodded. His eyes were filled with fighting spirit as he looked at Lin Ling. Would he be able to surpass Lin Ling in half a year? Duan Wuji, you have the bloodline of the Justice Duan family. You are weaker, but I can guarantee that in a year, you will surpass Lin Ling. The youth from the Sparrow clan also said. I'll join. Yes. One elite after another were recruited, and all of them had the goal of surpassing Lin Ling. Lin Ling, I'll let you be smug for half a year. In half a year, I will defeat you. A few elites said as they looked at Lin Ling. However, they did not dare to be too arrogant. After all, Lin Ling was currently ranked first. They were no match for him. You're just trash. I'll wait for you for half a year. Yes. Chapter 898. Profound meaning. Small world. These proud sons of heaven had joined the desolate race and were trained. They thought that they could surpass him, but they had forgotten that he was about to enter the Bodhi Saint Palace to cultivate again. Did they have the chance to surpass him? However, Lin Ling had to admit that the desolate race was truly terrifying. Anyone that came to the 7 profound martial house would be a saint spirit realm existence. This was extremely rare in the rainforest Holy Land. With the strength of the desolate race, if they sent out 10 people, they would be able to destroy one of the 5 great ancient countries. And the Saint Palace above the desolate race was even more enormous. It had to be said that although he was the strongest proud son of heaven in the martial hall, he still had a long road ahead of him. Proud sons of heaven were recruited one by one. Even Ruby had been recruited by Emo Nianyue to become a member of the Rain clan. Perhaps the 4 desolate races knew that these proud sons of heaven had received guidance from the Bodhi Saint Palace and had extraordinary potential, so they did not miss out on these proud sons of heaven. At present, Lin Ling has become the strongest semi-finalist. I propose that he become a student of the 7 profound martial house. At this moment, Elder Sword's voice sounded out, causing martial house Master Skyland's pupils to constrict. All the proud sons of heaven's faces stiffened. Lin Ling would become a student? The youngest student of the 7 Profound Martial House, and even the youngest student of the Rainforest Holy Land. No, the position of a student is highly respected. It is of great importance. Lin Ling still lacks a background. Martial House Master Skylin angrily shouted. Lin Ling had become a student today, and tomorrow he might become Elder Xian. The next step would be to challenge the Martial House Master. This was not something he wanted to see. Then what background does Lin Ling lack? Sword Elder looked at Mansion Master Tian Lin and said, making Mansion Master Tian Lin speechless. Lin Ling lacked a background? He was the strongest semi-finalist, invincible in the Emperor Spirit Realm, and even had the strength to cut down a Saint Spirit Realm powerhouse. What background did he lack? Skylin, the truth is that you are afraid that Lin Ling will surpass you, so you are suppressing him. The Sword Elder coldly said a sentence. You. Martial House Master Skylin's complexion turned ugly. The entire square was filled with discussion. Through the previous competition, many people knew of the grudge between Lin Ling and the Martial House Master. If the Martial House Master didn't allow Lin Ling to become an apprentice, then perhaps he really was suppressing Lin Ling, fearing that Lin Ling would surpass him. You're the Palace Lord, and you have the #1 genius in the Rainforest's Holy Land in the Martial Arts Hall. Yet, instead of focusing on nurturing him, you're even suppressing him. Lin, are you doing a good job as the Palace Lord? The Sword Elder shouted again. Lin Ling has become a student of the 7 Profound Martial House. Mansion Master Skylin's complexion constantly changed. Finally, he clenched his teeth and announced Lin Ling's identity. He had no choice but to announce that Lin Ling had blossomed with dazzling brilliance today and his name had shaken the entire Rainforest Holy Land. If he were to say that Lin Ling didn't have the qualifications to become an apprentice, then he would only be mocked by others. Therefore, he could only admit it. However, he was even more upset. Lin Ling was only missing Elder Xian's status as the prefecture master. Lin Ling has become a scholar. Wow! Many people looked at the delicate youth, and their hearts fiercely trembled. This was the youngest scholar in the history of the Rainforest Holy Land. Lin Ling had seized endless glory today. As for Lin Ling, he faintly smiled, his heart filled with pride. Soon after, the crowd began to disperse. Today's semifinals had finally come to an end. Lin Ling's name had shaken the entire Rainforest Holy Land, and he had become the #1 genius. At night, in the mountain valley, everyone had gathered. The heavenly concubine had come, Yu had also come, and all of his relatives were present. They all congratulated Lin Ling, causing everyone in the Fire Ancient clan to be overjoyed. As they looked at the youth that was surrounded by countless people, their hearts were filled with pride. Lin Ling, a youth that came from the tiny cloud domain, had grown up step by step. In the heart of the 100 domains, the Rainforest Holy Land, he had made a name for himself. In the Rainforest Holy Land where powerhouses were as common as clouds, he had also established himself. This was not something that anyone could do. Only their Fire Ancient clan's pride, Lin Ling, had managed to do it. Other than the Fire Ancient clan members, there were also many figures from the Rainforest Holy Land's major factions that had come. As for Lin Ling, he was feeling helpless. It was rare for him to meet Yu, and he wanted to have a long chat with Yu. However, he was unable to leave, and Yu had left shortly after arriving. This made Lin Ling extremely depressed. Lin Ling, come here. I have something to say to you. Auntie Mo was also in the crowd. She looked at Lin Ling and said with a smile. With her speaking, the others naturally did not dare to occupy Lin Ling. They smiled and gave up space. After all, although they did not know Auntie Mo, they knew that this woman was from the desolate race, and they could not afford to offend her. Auntie Mo, thank you. Lin Ling followed Auntie Mo. He was extremely grateful towards her. You child. Auntie Mo had drunk some wine, and her feminine face was flushed red. She exuded a faint allure, and her beautiful eyes looked at Lin Ling with deep meaning swirling in them. The two of them looked at each other in silence, making Lin Ling feel a little awkward. Do you want to know where your mother is? Yes. Finally, Auntie Mo said softly. Yes. Yes. Lin Ling's pupils constricted, and he subconsciously nodded. All right, when you return from your cultivation in the Bodhi Sacred Palace, I'll bring you to see her. Auntie Mo said with a smile, making Lin Ling's expression change. Auntie Mo knew where his mother was? For now, it's best you don't ask anything. When you return from the Bodhi Sacred Palace, come to the Dragon Tower to find me. I'll tell you everything you want to know. Auntie Mo said once again. Lin Ling could only nod. He had searched for so many years, so a short period of time wouldn't make a difference. He still had the soil from his father's grave in his azure ring, and he wanted to personally hand it to his mother. Lin Ling, you're currently at the late stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm, but you're already unrivaled in the Emperor Spirit Realm. Your potential is terrifying, but it's time to start preparing for the Saint Spirit Realm. After all, only Saint Spirit Realm cultivators have the qualifications to step into the upper world of the rainforest. Auntie Mo looked at Lin Ling carefully, and said with a smile. Lin Ling's talent was not bad. In the future, he would definitely have the opportunity to become one of the top cultivators in the rainforest. Is it difficult to enter the Saint Spirit Realm? Lin Ling asked curiously. When you enter the Saint Spirit Realm, you can communicate with the other side and borrow the power of heaven and earth. When you fought the second dream, you saw her strength. She borrowed the power of the moon to change the world and become a saint. Auntie Mo explained. When you enter the Saint Spirit Realm, you can communicate with the power of heaven and earth and form your own small world of profound. Every one of you is a king above tens of thousands. Entering the Saint Spirit Realm is indeed difficult. If you have a king body or king body, then you have a 70% chance. But if you have a king body, then you only have a 40% chance. Yes. 40%. Yes. Lin Ling muttered to himself. As expected, talent was the key to a cultivator's strength. With great talent, one could achieve twice the results with half the effort. But without it, one would have to put in twice the effort compared to others. Look at these and you'll understand. Yes. Auntie Mo stood up and tapped Lin Ling's forehead with her right hand. A ray of light enveloped Lin Ling, and many things appeared in his mind. It was profound. If a king body cultivator wanted to enter the Saint Spirit Realm, other than using pills to squeeze out their potential, it depended on their comprehension of profound. Chapter 899. Inside the Mountain Valley Profound. In a small world, for example, if the sword intent became a profound, then Lin Ling would be able to kill all enemies within a 100-meter radius. Similarly, if the fire intent became a profound, then the opponent would enter Lin Ling's world of fire. Profound, how mysterious. Profound. Lin Ling muttered to himself. Currently, he had a 10th grade king physique and it would be difficult for him to improve it. However, the sword intent and fire intent could be improved and become profound. Thus, he would have the qualifications to step into the Saint Spirit Realm. According to Aunt Mo, once Lin Ling had the qualifications to step into the Saint Spirit Realm, she would bring Lin Ling to find his mother. Time quietly passed. 3 days had passed. In these 3 days, Lin Ling's cultivation realm did not increase, but it became more stable. His 2 martial intents had reached the peak state and his overall strength had increased by a small step. His body leaned against the spiritual root in the mountain valley. Streams of spiritual energy circled around Lin Ling like dragons and disappeared into his limbs and bones. After a long time, Lin Ling opened his eyes and looked at the blue sky. There, white clouds floated leisurely and a gentle breeze blew. I wonder if the weather in my hometown is as beautiful as this. Lin Ling said with a smile. It had been a few years since he came to this world. Sometimes, he felt that he was a person of this world, and that the previous world was just a dream. When he woke up, he would be back here. However, regardless of whether the original world was a dream or this world was a dream, Lin Ling was already standing in the holy land of the rain and he could not be underestimated. This was enough. Holding the world's power when awake, lying on the lap of a beauty when drunk. Why should a person pursue origin? Only by living a free and easy life would one not have wasted their time. Standing up, Lin Ling waved his right hand and 2 sparkling jade bottles appeared. Inside the bottles were 2 drops of emerald green liquid. It was the Bodhi liquid that Old Mother Lu rewarded him. Lin Ling planned on using the Bodhi liquid to increase the strength of the Fire Ancient clan. After all, there were too many experts in the rainforest sacred land. In front of him were the 5 great ancient countries, and behind him were the 4 great desolate races. His strength alone was limited, so he might as well let his family and friends become stronger. The Bodhi liquid contained boundless vitality. It was the essence of the Bodhi ancient tree. Lin Ling gently dripped a drop of the Bodhi liquid onto the spiritual root. The spirit root was the root of the Bodhi ancient tree. However, the Bodhi ancient tree was gigantic and had countless roots. If one allowed the vitality to fall on the root would naturally grow. If one had to make an example, it would be the Bodhi ancient tree using the vitality to nourish the root. Something mysterious happened. That ancient tree root seemed to have come to life like a dragon, and a small green bud grew out. It slowly grew, and an even richer life force filled the air. Success! Lin Ling's handsome face lit up with a smile. Using the Bodhi liquid to cultivate the root was the same as cultivating a new Bodhi ancient tree. It had to be known that the Bodhi sacred palace was located within the ancient tree, and the powerhouses there were all exceedingly strong. If the mountain valley had a new Bodhi ancient tree, then the cultivation effect would be 100 times more effective. A rich spiritual energy gradually spread out. In the mountain valley, everyone was aware of it. Even many people from the 7 profound martial house were aware of it. Shio! A massive number of people flew towards the mountain valley. Spiritual root. This place actually has the spiritual root of the Bodhi ancient tree. This is an excellent place for cultivation. In the skies above the mountain valley, the top proud children of heaven on the proud son of heaven list had excited looks in their eyes. They wished they could take the mountain valley for themselves. This place, I want it. One of the proud children of heaven, Su Mu, who was ranked 9th on the proud son of heaven list, confidently shouted and then rushed down the mountain valley. The other proud children of heaven's eyes flashed, but they weren't so impulsive. This was because some of them knew that the mountain valley was Lin Ling's territory. But Su Mu was a top proud child of heaven. How could he know about such trivial matters? If he went to steal Lin Ling's territory, then something was bound to happen. Of course, they weren't sure, so they were waiting for the situation to change. People of this valley, get out. A loud shout spread through the mountain valley, shaking the earth. Long Xiaochen, Ouyang Fiang, and the others' complexions changed. What a powerful aura. Could it be a peak emperor spirit powerhouse? A figure loftily appeared in the mountain valley, looking down at everyone. Moreover, in order to let everyone know his strength, his massive aura billowed out like the waves of the sea. People of this valley, get out. Su Mu shouted again, his heart filled with excitement. He had been at the 7 profound martial house for so many years, and yet he hadn't discovered such a treasure. This was simply a waste of heaven's gifts, but it wasn't too late to discover it now. Someone come, get out. However, at this time, an icy cold voice sounded out in the mountain valley, causing Su Mu to be stunned. Someone wanted him to get out? The person who spoke, do you want to die? Su Mu's pupils turned icy cold. He was the 9th ranked proud child of heaven on the 7 profound proud list. There were very few people in the 7 profound martial house that he feared. Shua! At this moment, sword energy gushed out, splitting the heavens and earth, cutting straight towards Su Mu. So fast! Su Mu's pupils shrank. He wanted to resist, but it was already too late. His right arm was cut off by the sword, causing his face to turn incomparably pale. Just who was hiding in the mountain valley? Who are you? Su Mu looked down with dread, his complexion ugly. Lin Ling. A slender figure slowly appeared in his line of sight, causing Su Mu's heart to fiercely tremble. Lin Ling, the number 1 proud son of heaven of the 7 major martial halls? The mountain valley is your territory? Su Mu said with difficulty. He simply didn't know this. After all, the 7 profound martial house was so large, it was impossible for him to know who each place belonged to. Not to mention, with his status, he wouldn't care about such trivial matters. Who knew that this place belonged to Lin Ling? No wonder all those proud sons of heaven were silent before, they all knew. You know this is my territory, yet you still dare to behave atrociously. Do you want to die? On the ground, Lin Ling looked up at Su Mu, his icy cold voice sounding out. Sorry, I didn't know this was your territory. However, you didn't even say anything and cut off my right arm. You are too savage. Su Mu clenched his teeth and said, although he dreaded Lin Ling had seriously injured him without saying anything. How could he be reconciled? If you say another word, I will make sure you never leave the mountain valley. Lin Ling's pupils were even colder. The other party had come uninvited and tyrannically wanted to seize the mountain valley. Now that he had been injured, he actually had the nerve to say that he was savage. If his strength was inferior to his opponent's, then he would be the one injured. At that time, would Su Mu think he was savage? You! Su Mu's pupils shrank. Lin Ling was too arrogant. To make sure he never left the mountain valley, did he want to kill him? Outside, many people were also watching. They were similarly shocked by Lin Ling's frivolity. I am currently a scholar. You tell me, do I dare or not? Chapter 900. Endless Glory. I'm sorry I was wrong. Su Mu quickly flew down and knelt down on one knee, his expression sincere. At this moment he was afraid. Because if he continued to be arrogant, Lin Ling would really kill him. Get out. An indifferent voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. Su Mu quickly nodded. Where was his frivolous appearance from before? He fled in panic. Lin Ling has risen. Even the 9th-ranked genius on the Proud Son of Heaven list doesn't dare to provoke him. Outside, many people shook their heads as they saw this scene. Just from this matter alone, Lin Ling had become an existence that could not be provoked in the 7 profound martial house. Not only was his strength incomparably terrifying, but his status was also incomparably terrifying. Su Mu wanted to dominate the mountain valley. This was simply asking for humiliation. The mountain valley is my, Lin Ling's, territory. If there are any trespassers, I will kill them without mercy. Lin Ling's overbearing voice floated out from the mountain valley, causing many people to hold their breaths. They no longer dared to approach the mountain valley. Lin Ling. In the mountain valley, everyone looked at that imposing figure, their hearts filled with excitement. This was the Fire Ancient Clan's heavens, forever shielding them from the wind and rain, giving them a stable home. Everyone follow me. Lin Ling looked at the people of the Fire Ancient Clan. His indifferent face revealed a warm smile. Only in front of his loved ones would he transform from a god of death into an ordinary person. Currently, the mountain valley has been nourished by the Bodhi liquid and is full of vitality. Everyone's strength can increase. Moreover, I will take out a massive number of emperor-level martial arts. As long as your strength reaches the standard, you can practice them. You only have one goal, and that is to reach the Emperor Spirit Realm as soon as possible. Lin Ling smiled again, causing everyone's hearts to stir. As for those outside the mountain valley that hadn't left, they were incomparably envious. The Bodhi liquid was a reward given to Lin Ling by the Saint Palace. Lin Ling was actually using it to cultivate his friends and family. This was just too enviable. The next day, Lin Ling left the mountain river valley and handed over all matters to Qin Xiaolan. He believed that it wouldn't be long before the Fire Ancient Clan's strength greatly increased, and they would become an existence that couldn't be underestimated in the rainforest Holy Land. At this moment, the 7 profound martial house was still bustling with noise and excitement. All of the disciples were talking about the recent tournament. Lin Ling has only been a Heaven's Chosen for a year, but he's already the number 1 Heaven's Chosen. Moreover, he's the number 1 Heaven's Chosen of the 7 major martial arts halls. How powerful! Yeah, I was watching that battle too. Lin Ling defeated the second dream. At that time, I was extremely excited. That figure in the blue and white robe was really handsome. Xiao Yun, you're being love-struck again. In the vast square, many young girls were chatting non-stop. It seemed that Lin Ling had become their idol. The second dream has the bloodline of the desolate race, but it has lost to Lin Ling. The noble the second dream is no longer noble. The second dream has already left the 7 profound martial house. It seems that she has returned to the ancient Night Clan. But she doesn't have the face to appear in the 7 profound martial house. At this moment, Lin Ling was walking down the cobblestone path. As he heard these words, his eyes flashed. The second dream had left? In the peak battle, Lin Ling's tyrannical song sword had absorbed everything from the second dream. That massive amount of spiritual energy had nearly allowed him to break through to the next realm, but the second dream had also become a cripple. No wonder she didn't have the face to appear in the 7 profound martial house. However, the second dream had succeeded in taking revenge. The second dream's ending would be left to Big Brother. Nonsense. In the final battle, Lin Ling's sword was caught off guard. The second dream wasn't able to react in time. If it weren't for that, then Lin Ling would have been defeated. Lin Ling is just a lucky piece of trash. In the midst of these worshipful voices, a young man was leading a large number of people through the square. Then he stopped and coldly shouted. Now, the entire 7 profound martial house had taken Lin Ling as their idol. This situation made the young man extremely unhappy. Lin Ling, how could he obtain such honor? A win is a win, and a loss is a loss. Why are there so many excuses? Just as the young man's words fell, many people voiced their dissatisfaction. In that peak battle, that handsome figure in blue and white robes had left a heavy shadow in their hearts. No matter where it was in this world, strength reigned supreme. As long as one was strong, and also young and handsome, they would naturally be the idol of the younger generation. Many people spoke up for Lin Ling. You're talking to me. The young man's face was ice cold. He coldly looked at the person who spoke. That person was a 19-year-old girl. Her strength was only at the early Emperor Spirit realm, and yet she dared to refute him. Little Yun, be careful. Someone beside the girl whispered. Many people here knew that this young man was a top genius ranked in the top 100 on the Proud Son of Heaven list, Long Aoxiang from the Heavenly Dragon Empire. I'm telling the truth. However, the young girl stubbornly said, causing Long Aoxiang's face to become even colder. That's right. This great competition has shaken the entire rainforest Holy Land. This is a matter that everyone has witnessed. Lin Ling has won. How can it be changed just because of your words? If you're so fierce, why don't you challenge Lin Ling? As the others saw the young girl's stubborn words, they began to support her. The dazzling battle was obvious to all. This was an indelible fact. Long Aoxiang must have said this because he was jealous. Long Aoxiang's complexion became even uglier. It was fine if one person opposed him, but everyone opposed him. Lin Ling had obtained endless glory, and even the disciples of the 7 profound martial house worshipped him. But this glory had not fallen on Long Aoxiang's body. This made him jealous. Lin Ling, he was just lucky. If I had also participated in the semifinals, then I would have absolutely let everyone know that Lin Ling is nothing but trash. Long Aoxiang clenched his teeth as he spoke. A massive aura erupted from him, as if he wanted to know who would dare to refute him. The crowd fell silent. Long Aoxiang was overbearing. Because he was jealous, he didn't allow everyone to worship Lin Ling. If anyone opposed him, then Long Aoxiang would use his strength to crush them all. Good, then I'll give you a chance. At this moment, a soft voice sounded out, causing everyone's eyes to turn. They saw a 20-year-old youth slowly walk over from a small path in the distance. He wore a blue and white robe and had a great sword. His long hair was tied behind his head, and he had a handsome face and deep eyes. He was like a divine jade, free and uninhibited. This youth was too familiar. It was Lin Ling. Many people's pupils shrank, especially the young girls. At this moment, their hearts were beating wildly. Many of them had been admirers of Lin Ling, but after Lin Ling's meteoric rise, their admiration had quietly shifted. Looking at him up close, he's even more handsome. Xiao Yun's beautiful face flushed red, her heart thumping wildly. As for Long Aoxiang, his pupils shrank. Lin Ling had come. You said that I relied on luck. Then I'll give you a chance to show yourself. Defeat me and you will obtain everything, becoming the #1 proud son of heaven in the 7 martial halls. Lin Ling didn't know what everyone was thinking, nor did he have the time to care. He only faintly looked at Long Aoxiang. Chapter 901. Bodhi Palace. Previously, he only said that because he was unhappy in his heart. Now that Lin Ling had given him a chance, he didn't dare to challenge him at all. Let's fight. Looking at the silent Long Aoxiang, Lin Ling took a step forward and spoke in a cold voice. As for Long Aoxiang, he took a step back. His mind was filled with memories of that peak battle and the splendor of that sword strike. He began to hesitate. He had a feeling that if he dared to fight, Lin Ling would dare to kill him. Therefore, he didn't dare to do it. Clang. At this moment, a cold gleaming sword appeared in Lin Ling's hand. Sword finger, soaring dragon. Let's fight. It was still the same sentence, still frivolous and unrestrained. You can't accept me, but I'll give you a chance to fight me. Plop. The moment the sword struck out, a majestic sword intent burst forth. It was even more domineering than the sword strike during the pinnacle battle. Long Aoxiang's legs went soft and he fell to the ground. Lin Ling's strength seemed to have increased from the peak battle. That sword strike faintly contained the aura of sword profound. Is this the luck you speak of? Lin Ling smiled contemptuously. He slowly sheathed his sword and turned to leave. At the same time, his soft voice floated out. You only know how to talk big. You're just a piece of trash. The crowd looked at the free and unrestrained figure, and their hearts beat violently. This was Lin Ling. Long Aoxiang's body was trembling. He had the noble bloodline of the Heavenly Dragon Empire while Lin Ling was nothing. Lin Ling was only the champion of the semifinals, but he didn't dare to say anything. He had lost all his face. He struggled to get up several times to fight Lin Ling, but in the end, reason prevailed over his anger. Shameful. The crowd glanced at Long Aoxiang. Previously, Long Aoxiang had bragged about how powerful he was and how Lin Ling had gotten first place by luck. However, the moment Lin Ling drew his sword, Long Aoxiang did not dare to fight. He was so scared that his legs went soft and he fell to the ground. Was this a top genius on the prodigy list? He was like a stray dog. As expected of the #1 genius of the 7 major martial arts palaces. So cool. As Xiao Yun looked at the departing figure, her heart jumped even more. The disciple beside her had an envious look on his face as he said, "When will I have his strength? At that time, no matter how big the world is, I will be able to do whatever I want." Dream on. However, the other geniuses struck a blow at him. Lin Ling was the #1 monstrous genius of the 7 great martial arts halls. Could others possibly surpass him? At this moment, Lin Ling had left the 7 profound martial house and was heading towards the Bodhi ancient tree. Although he was the #1 proud son of heaven in the 7 major martial halls, he did not have any arrogance. This was because he knew that there was always someone better than him, and there was always a sky beyond a sky. Not to mention anything else, but just the 4 desolate races, there were bound to be many powerful bloodlines. And there were definitely many top geniuses in the Bodhi sacred palace. In addition, the heavenly fall era was about to arrive. Old Mother Benlu had said that that would be the era of geniuses. Therefore, what Lin Ling needed to do now was to not be mercilessly eliminated by the era. The 7 great martial arts halls are places where geniuses are trained. Currently, I am already standing at the peak of geniuses, but there is an even greater world waiting for me. As he walked forwards, it wasn't long before the ancient tree appeared in front of him. The area around the giant tree seemed to be a forbidden zone, without a single person in sight. It was clear that the Bodhi sacred palace was a mysterious place that not just anyone could approach. Is that Lin Ling? Beneath the ancient tree, an old man was sitting cross-legged. After seeing Lin Ling, his eyes opened and a sharp light flowed out. So strong. Lin Ling felt as if his entire body had been seen through. This old man should be someone from the Bodhi sacred palace, but his strength had reached a level that transcended the heavens. I've been waiting for you here for several days. Come with me. The old man said indifferently. His eyes were calm, but there was a trace of astonishment in the depths of his eyes. He hadn't watched the semifinals not long ago. In fact, With his strength, he wouldn't have watched the Heaven's Pride competition of the 7 great martial arts halls. However, he later found out that the winner of the semifinals was a young man who wasn't even 20 years old yet had the strength to shake the early stage of the Saint Spirit realm. Now that he saw him today, that young man was indeed extraordinary. A leaf floated down from the ancient tree. The old man stepped on it and said indifferently, "Come up, follow me to the Bodhi sacred palace." Lin Ling also stepped on the leaf. The leaf slowly flew into the sky. Geniuses of the 7 great martial arts halls, even if they have cultivated successfully and left the martial arts hall, very few have been able to enter the Bodhi sacred palace. You are the 3rd person in history. The old man said, looking into the distance. The 3rd person? Yes. Lin Ling was shocked. After so many years, only 3 people from the 7 great martial arts halls had been to the Bodhi sacred palace? There were so many geniuses in the 7 great martial arts halls, but none of them met the requirements? The Bodhi sacred palace nurtures perfect geniuses, and they must be under 20 years old. Therefore, although some geniuses are very strong, their age has already exceeded the requirement, so there isn't much value in nurturing them. The old man said indifferently, "Of course, that was in the past. Now that the Heavenly Fall era has arrived, the Bodhi sacred palace will lower its requirements." What is the Heavenly Fall era? Lin Ling asked curiously. The geniuses of the 6 great sacred grounds will clash, and foreign gods and demons will arrive. The old man pondered for a moment, then said deeply. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. The geniuses of the 6 great sacred grounds will clash? He couldn't wait to see. "We're here." At this time, the old man walked out from the ancient leaf, and Lin Ling followed closely behind. Only then did he realize that they had almost reached the top of the Bodhi ancient tree. Looking from here, there was a misty mist and a sea of clouds, as if it was a world of clouds. And in the middle of the sea of clouds, an ancient palace sat there, so sacred and inviolable. The Bodhi sacred palace. The sacred palace was entwined with a large number of vines. It was ancient and mysterious, and there were many spirit beasts flying around the sacred palace, as if it was an immortal palace from a mythical world. Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. What a majestic sacred palace! The old man led Lin Ling forward, entering the sacred palace and arriving on a giant platform. This place was like the peak of the clouds, and one could touch the sky with one's hand. This was the core of the rainforest sacred ground. At this time, there were a large number of youths on this ancient stone platform, and they were looking at Lin Ling with some surprise, as if they were surprised that Lin Ling was not a chosen of the sacred palace, but he was able to appear here. "Lin Ling, congratulations." A woman in a red robe smiled at Lin Ling, causing Lin Ling to smile awkwardly. He didn't know this woman, but he still nodded. "I underestimated you." Another cold woman, like a fairy in the moonlight, also looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling had seen this woman before. She was the martial arts fanatic who had asked him about the martial path. He didn't expect that she would also appear here. "Lin Ling, you're really late. Everyone is waiting for you." Another voice sounded, and it was a familiar voice. Lin Ling looked over and he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This person was actually Yang Gan. Why was he here? Chapter 902. Holy Son, I'm a member of the Bodhi Saint Palace. Yang Gan knew what Lin Ling was thinking and smiled. This made Lin Ling shake his head helplessly. If Yang Gan was a member of the Bodhi Saint Palace, could he also be a powerful Holy Son? Silence. At this moment, a solemn voice rang out from the stone platform. Everyone quieted down. Then, the old man who brought Lin Ling up walked out and sat down cross-legged. "You are all geniuses with the most potential in the rainforest, so the Bodhi Saint Palace will focus on nurturing you. You are all holy sons of the Bodhi Saint Palace." The old man said indifferently. His eyes swept across the crowd, but most of them landed on Lin Ling. Some of the others were already holy sons, but Lin Ling was not, so the old man's words were actually directed at Lin Ling. "Holy son?" Lin Ling's eyes narrowed, but he remained silent. Were all the youths around him holy sons? However, they were all very strong, and their origins were mysterious. They didn't seem to be from the martial arts hall, but they also seemed to be from the rainforest. They indeed had the qualifications to become holy sons. In short, those who could appear here were all people with extraordinary potential. What is the path of martial arts? The old man was incomparably solemn as he spoke again. Many people's eyes flickered, but no one spoke. A solemn atmosphere pervaded the air. In the most sacred and dignified Bodhi Saint Palace, they didn't dare to act recklessly or speak carelessly. The path of martial arts. First, borrow the power of heaven and earth to strengthen your body and be reborn. Second, communicate with the power of heaven and earth, comprehend the concept and momentum, and borrow the power of heaven and earth for your own use. Third, control the power of heaven and earth. The old man's voice seemed to have a magical power that made many geniuses understand. The first step was the beginning of martial arts, borrowing the power of heaven and earth to be reborn. This was already a concept that everyone knew. The second step should be the concept, momentum, and true intent. For example, the true intent of the sword was to borrow the power of heaven and earth to strengthen one's body, increasing one's terrifying attack power. The third step was no longer borrowing power, but controlling the power of heaven and earth. This was a realm that everyone was exploring. This was also the requirement to reach the Holy Spirit realm. Some of you are very talented. You can control the power of wind, fire, thunder, and lightning. This is the talent of a king body. The more pure the power you can control, the more it is called a king body. This kind of talent will allow a martial artist to smoothly step into a new domain. The old man said again, "This world seemed fair, but in reality, it wasn't fair at all. Some people were born with a silver spoon in their mouths. Coupled with the enormous amount of cultivation resources, their cultivation speed was 100 times, or even 1,000 times faster than normal people. With good talent, there was no doubt that they could achieve twice the results with half the effort. This was also the reason why people with the talent of emperor physique could easily step into the Holy Spirit realm." Lin Ling's eyes flashed. Auntie Mo had said before that he only had the king body. If he wanted to step into the Holy Spirit realm, he would have to master the ultimacy. Heaven and earth are merciless. They treat all living things like dogs. There is no such thing as fairness in heaven and earth. However, not everything is absolute. Even if you don't have a strong innate talent, if you have a strong perception and can control the power of heaven and earth, you can still be very strong," said the old man again. His meaning was the same as Aunt Mo's, to control the profound. In general, some of you have powerful innate talents and some of you have ordinary innate talents. However, since you are able to appear here, you naturally have your own powerful trump cards," said the old man meaningfully. Everyone looked at each other. Between them, there was a powerful domain. Therefore, their eyes were shining with pride. Being a king body is not absolute. For example, if you can cultivate 2 true essences to the pinnacle level and even fuse them together, you can also become a holy son," said the old man again. Everyone's pupils constricted. Cultivating 2 true essences to the pinnacle level and fusing them together. What a terrifying perception. Who could it be? Only the old man looked deeply at Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling's face was still as calm as before. He was not moved at all. It's him. Many people quietly looked at Lin Ling. Although Lin Ling was the champion of the semifinals, they obviously didn't know that. After all, these people were not the Heaven's Pride disciples of the martial arts palace. They were holy sons. They didn't care about the martial arts palace's affairs. But now, Lin Ling had unexpectedly received a special reward from the old man. This made them feel somewhat unhappy. "I have said what needs to be said. Fellow holy sons, follow me," said the old man. He stood up and led Lin Ling and the rest to a higher place in the palace. The other holy sons' hearts surged. Were they going to that place? "Yanggan, where are we going now?" It was Lin Ling's first time here. Therefore he asked curiously. "Last time, you were lucky enough to experience the tempering of the moon essence. This time, it is the tempering of the sun essence. Lin Ling, you are very lucky. Both times you came to the Bodhi ancient tree, You encountered great opportunities. Lin Ling didn't speak. Instead, the fairy-like woman beside him coldly said. From their previous conversation, he knew that this woman was called Shizhueyue. She grew up in the Bodhi ancient palace and was also one of the holy sons. This is the reward for the champion of the semi-finals? Lin Ling's eyes flickered with anticipation. The absorption of the essence of the sun and moon was something that could only be encountered by chance. He had indeed come at the right time. The essence of the sun is the life force and spiritual energy of the Bodhi ancient tree. However, it is overbearing and hot, not as gentle as the essence of the moon. You all must act according to your capabilities. After a while, the old man brought everyone to a stop in front of a huge stone door. It was obvious that this wasn't the first time that all the holy sons had come here. They all nodded, but their expressions were somewhat solemn. The essence of the sun was the essence of the sun. It was usually absorbed by the Bodhi ancient tree, allowing it to have a lifespan of tens of millions of years. Now, they had to borrow the essence of the sun to cultivate and comprehend their own martial arts. The process was naturally not easy. In this world, there are some people who can reach the Emperor Spirit realm from birth. That is because they have the talent of a god. Coupled with the tempering of the essence of heaven and earth, they have surpassed ordinary people from a young age. They are the children of the heavens. Although the Bodhi ancient palace cannot be compared to those demon god families, it still has some foundation. At the very least, it can allow you to refine the essence of the sun. The old man said indifferently, causing Lin Ling's eyes to narrow. Born in the Emperor Spirit realm, what terrifying talent. The world you see is not as small as you think. The old man seemed to know the shock in Lin Ling's heart and explained indifferently, outside the rainforest's sacred ground, there are all kinds of demon god bodies. They are the true geniuses, and you all are merely Hotian geniuses. The other holy sons nodded, not surprised. Only Lin Ling was still shocked. His expression was seen by the other holy sons, and they all laughed disdainfully in their hearts. This unfamiliar youth's vision was so narrow. If you have the chance, leave the rainforest's sacred ground and walk around. You will know how powerful the outside world is. One of the holy sons looked at Lin Ling and said indifferently. This caused Lin Ling to frown, but he did not say anything. The other party seemed to be proud in front of him. However, the other party's background was mysterious. He was a holy son, so Lin Ling did not compare with him. Chapter 903. Essence of the Sun. Then try starting from the lowest starting point and see if you can reach the Bodhi Saint Palace. Lin Ling was silent. Beside him, Moonchaser indifferently said, causing the chosen to narrow his eyes. Moonchaser was speaking to this unfamiliar youth? Don't talk like it's easy. You might not be able to catch up to him even if you start at the same level. Yang Gan also indifferently said. That chosen frowned, feeling displeased. But at this moment, a cold shout rang out. The Bodhi Saint Palace is a sacred place. All of you, shut up. All the chosen's faces changed, not daring to say anything. The chosen who was dissatisfied with Lin Ling glared at Lin Ling with resentment, but in the end he also fell silent. Lin Ling lightly smiled, not minding at all. These chosen were very noble. They had grown up in the Bodhi Saint Palace since they were young, then left the rainforest's sacred land to see the outside world. Therefore, they looked down on the geniuses of the martial arts hall. But now, he had just stepped into a higher realm. If given some time, Lin Ling was confident that he could surpass these chosen. Rumble! The giant stone door opened, revealing a world of clouds. It was a vast expanse of white, as if they had arrived at a heavenly paradise. In the sky, the sun slowly rose. Purple chi came from the east, full of vitality. As the light shone down, it seemed to have been changed by the array in the Bodhi Saint Palace. Not only was the light more condensed, it also brought with it an endless stream of spiritual energy. If the sunlight outside is 1, then the sunlight here is 10,000. So, cultivate according to your ability. If you feel that you can't hold on, leave by yourself. The old man exhorted and then left the giant stone door. The saints entered the giant door one after another and arrived above the sea of clouds. 10,000. Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. This meant that if the sunlight outside represented 1, then the sunlight here represented 10,000. Its power was greater, and its vitality was richer. The sun shone on all things. It was the mother of all things. Without the sun, there was no vitality in this world. It was very difficult for ordinary people to absorb the essence of the sun. Even if they could, the effect would be weak. But if the sunlight was collected, that power could be reborn and become a saint in a single step. Brat, take a good look at yourself. Not everyone can absorb the sunlight. The crowd entered one after another. The saint from before looked at Lin Ling and said indifferently, his words filled with mockery. Before this, he had also heard that this strange youth Lin Ling only had a king body talent, while they were all existences with emperor bodies. In terms of talent, Lin Ling simply couldn't compare with them. But now that he was about to absorb the essence of the sun, talent would decide everything. You're crazy, Lin Ling replied softly, causing the holy sun to stop in his tracks. His face was filled with anger. Lin Ling actually dared to say that he was sick. If this wasn't the holy palace, he would have taught this lowly young man a lesson. Ignore him. That person is called Wang Zijia. He is used to being arrogant. When you surpass him in the future, he won't be able to be arrogant anymore. Yang Gan whispered to Lin Ling, causing Lin Ling to nod. Lin Ling didn't care to begin with. His goal this time was to grasp this opportunity in the Bodhi Saint Palace and increase his strength once again. Then Lin Ling and the others also entered. Above the sea of white clouds, they sat down cross-legged. The sky was filled with endless light. At first, they didn't feel anything, but gradually, it became a little hot. What a rich energy! Lin Ling was shocked. At the same time, Little Flame, who had been sleeping on his shoulder, also opened its eyes. A human-like smile appeared on its face. It seemed to know that the sunlight in the sky had changed. You've finally woken up. Lin Ling helplessly smiled. During the semifinals, this little fellow had been sleeping the entire time. It was simply a puppet. GG. Little Flame scratched the back of its head and then jumped off Lin Ling's shoulder. Its body also grew larger. It opened its mouth, and like a black hole, it began to crazily absorb the light in the sky. This fellow. Lin Ling's mouth twitched. One must know that that was the essence of the sun, and Little Flame had actually absorbed it all. This beast is a little mysterious. In the distance, several figures were watching the saints cultivate. Among them, the old man from before said faintly, "Don't worry." Should we stop it? Mother Benlu asked. Currently, that monkey had used some kind of mystique to absorb the essence of the sun. In this way, the other geniuses would find it difficult to absorb the essence of the sun. No need. That's a Zhuyan. Its bloodline is very orthodox and its future is limitless. Let it absorb it. The old man smiled and said. Then he looked at Lin Ling. This little fellow is really lucky. Zhuyan has always been violent and crazy. It won't submit to anyone. He actually managed to subdue it. In the future, he will have a good helper. Zhuyan. Mother Benlu's eyes narrowed. Obviously, she had heard of this beast before. At this moment, above the clouds, the light had dimmed quite a bit. A large amount of the essence of the sun was being absorbed by Little Flame, causing its body to constantly transform. This is too much. The other saints also noticed the abnormality and their eyes narrowed. Absorbing the essence of the sun wasn't something that could be encountered often. It had to be at the right time, place, and people. Now that they had encountered it, how could they not be angry that the essence of the sun was being absorbed by a monkey? Didn't you say that not everyone can absorb the light of the sun? Now, my brother is absorbing it, but you don't seem to be happy. Lin Ling looked into the distance and shrugged at the saints. The saints' faces darkened. Lin Ling was being smug in front of them? Be careful not to overestimate yourself and be burned to death by the sun. One of the saints said coldly. Although he was unhappy with Lin Ling, this was the Bodhi Sacred Palace. He didn't dare to act recklessly. You don't have to worry. Lin Ling replied indifferently. He looked at Little Flame and said, Little Flame, absorb it with all your might. Refining the essence of the sun was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Lin Ling wasn't stupid. Naturally, he wouldn't miss the opportunity. Little Flame let out a low roar in response to Lin Ling. Moreover, it sensed that Lin Ling was also cultivating. It instantly absorbed half of the light in the sky, and then let the light shine on Lin Ling's body. It seemed to have the ability to swallow the sun and moon, so it could control the essence of the sun. In this way, Lin Ling obtained a large amount of the essence of the sun to cultivate. The saints' faces darkened. This newcomer was too overbearing. That demonic beast has some background. In addition, demonic beasts are born with superior physiques. It can withstand the essence of the sun, but that young man can't. He's only a king physique, so he'll definitely be injured by the essence of the sun. One of the saints said coldly, and the other saints nodded coldly. If he wanted to seize their cultivation resources, then it would depend on whether he had the strength to swallow those cultivation resources. Chapter 904. Awakened talent. Endless rays of light enveloped Lin Ling, bathing him in the sun. The dense spiritual energy seemed like it could allow Lin Ling to break through at any moment. Awakening a small world. Lin Ling was ecstatic. He circulated his innate qi and crazily absorbed the essence of the sun, gradually awakening 30,000 small worlds in his body. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Lin Ling would not miss it. Courting death, he is not even in the saint spirit realm, yet he dares to absorb the essence of the sun without restraint. He will return to his original form sooner or later. The other saints stared coldly at Lin Ling. The sun was the spirit of all living things. Under the sun's rays, any evil spirit would return to their original form. Hence, there was a saying in ancient times that if one hung a mirror in one's home, they could borrow the sun's rays to deter evil spirits from approaching. Although Lin Ling was not an evil spirit, if he was exposed to the sun for too long, he would return to his original form. Unless Lin Ling's innate talent was very strong. Boom. However, at this moment, an explosion sounded in front of them. They saw Lin Ling's body emitting a golden light, bathing in the sunlight, filled with a holy aura. He is still fine. The other saints' faces turned ugly. This child has a fire innate body and is a martial artist who cultivates his body. He is using the essence of the sun to temper himself. Far away, Old Mother Deer exclaimed in shock. The other ancient expert's eyes also flickered. This Lin Ling's potential was not bad, as expected of a saint. When things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction. Although the essence of the sun can be tempered, it exceeds Lin Ling's limit. He will not be able to withstand the heat. The old man from before said indifferently, absorbing the essence of the sun was good, but there must be a limit. Otherwise, things will move in the opposite direction. Wait, he is actually looking at the sun. At this moment, Old Mother Deer exclaimed, causing the others' faces to stiffen. Blazing sun. At this moment, Lin Ling had entered a mysterious state. It was as if he was one with the heavens. Amidst the endless light, he looked up at the blazing sun in the sky. He could faintly see the formation and fall of the sun. It was as if he could see the trajectory of the world. Looking directly at the sun, especially under the essence of the sun, an ordinary person would have been blinded long ago. However, Lin Ling wasn't. At this moment, his pupils were completely black, like the eyes of a demon god. The sun is fire, fire is also fire, the sun is the source of all fire. Lin Ling muttered to himself. The flames on the surface of his body became even hotter, faintly carrying a noble golden color. Rumble. The cloud world surged, and all the saints' sons felt their hearts tremble. They could feel a terrifying flame aura erupting. Small world. It was as if Lin Ling was surrounded by a small world of flames. If they rashly approached, even they would be injured. After all, Lin Ling was only at the late stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm while most of them were at the Saint Spirit Realm. Profound, this kid has comprehended the profound of fire with the help of the sun. All the ancient experts of the Saint Palace felt their hearts tremble. Comprehending profound in the Emperor Spirit Realm was too terrifying. Once the profound was revealed, a small world would be formed, and enemies of the same cultivation level would be easily killed. This was because it was the power of heaven and earth, not borrowing it. This also meant that Lin Ling's true intent of fire had transformed and entered the first level of the profound of fire. It could be said that if Lin Ling went all out, it wouldn't be difficult for him to kill an ordinary Saint Spirit Realm expert. His invincible status in the Emperor Spirit Realm had also become more stable. This kid's talent is ordinary, but his comprehension is terrifying. He seems to be able to see the trajectory of the sun through his eyes. An ancient elder said, "Amazing!" The elder who had brought Lin Ling up was also gaping at this moment. In fact, he hadn't paid much attention to Lin Ling because Lin Ling's talent was too ordinary. But now, he finally understood why this kid could become a saint's son. The clouds have also melted. Mother Deer looked ahead and saw that the area around Lin Ling was melting. It wasn't burned, but turned into nothingness. The profound of fire was even more destructive. However, more of the sun's essence is rushing towards Lin Ling Zhijian. Should we stop Lin Ling? Mother Deer said worriedly. Everyone's eyes flickered. Lin Ling was a good seedling, and they couldn't bear to see Lin Ling fall here. These people were the most ancient cultivators of the rainforest Holy Land, and they were called Saint Palace Heavenly Kings. The elder who had brought Lin Ling here was called Zhijian. He was hesitant, but in the end he nodded. He also knew that some geniuses would be unable to suppress the greed in their hearts after being tempered by the sun for the first time. They would crazily absorb the sun's essence, and in the end, they would be turned into trash. Then, Zhijian took a step forward, but when he was about to take a second step, he stopped abruptly. A shocked voice came from his mouth. "What kind of talent is that?" Everyone's faces froze. Rumble. The light of the sun shrouded Lin Ling, but behind Lin Ling, a pair of ancient eyes appeared, staring at the sun in the sky indifferently. They were actually on par with the sun. That pair of eyes was emotionless and cold, as if they could see through the river of time. This. All the saints stood up. Lin Ling was going against the sun? One had to know that in order to absorb more sun's essence, one had to have a powerful talent. Lin Ling didn't have that, so everyone thought that Lin Ling wouldn't be able to hold on for long. But who knew that after Lin Ling was forced into a desperate situation, he seemed to have awakened some kind of talent. Eyes, what kind of talent is that? Is it an emperor physique? What a terrifying aura. It's not afraid of the sun. I'm afraid it's an existence that surpasses the emperor physique. Who is this kid? All the heavenly kings' hearts trembled. Lin Ling, not only was his perception terrifying, but his talent was also terrifying. They had all missed it before. This talent is very mysterious. He can't control it now, so it hasn't been awakened. But today, under the sun's pressure, a part of its power has been reflected. This kid must be protected. At this moment, a majestic voice sounded in all the heavenly kings' ears, causing them to tremble. The holy king was speaking. "Let him go to the ancient tomb with us." Then, the majestic voice sounded again. The ancient tomb. Old Mother Benlu and the others nodded, but they were even more shocked. Today, Lin Ling had actually attracted the attention of the holy king. At this moment, Lin Ling didn't know any of this. He was bathing in the sun, and at first, he felt his whole body was burning, and it was difficult to resist. But when he looked at the sun in the sky, the pressure disappeared, and he felt that his eyes seemed to have changed. It was as if he could see through something. Yes, it was the soul. He could see through the soul, and it was as if he could easily make others listen to him. "The eyes my mother left for me." Lin Ling was shocked. He finally felt that his eyes were beginning to transform, displaying a terrifying power. Were the eyes a king physique? Chapter 905. Xianxia time passed quietly, and the purple clouds gradually disappeared. The sun returned to normal, and the essence of the sun also disappeared. Lin Ling was still sitting cross-legged, and his heart was wild with joy. With the rare tempering of the sun essence, not only did he awaken part of the eye's ability, but he also awakened 30,000 small worlds in his body. At the same time, he felt that his true meaning of fire had transformed. Fire had become a small world. It felt like he could control the changes around his body, and he could produce flames at any time. This was the profound meaning. Although it was Lin Ling's first time coming into contact with profound meaning, he already knew a thing or two from Aunt Mo's explanation. The sun essence was indeed a rare phenomenon, and it actually allowed Lin Ling to awaken the profound meaning of fire. After a long time, Lin Ling slowly stood up, and all the saints looked at Lin Ling in fear. Before, they thought that Lin Ling would be beaten back to his original state and become a cripple, but who knew that Lin Ling seemed to have become stronger? What talent is that? The saints were puzzled, but they didn't ask. They all had their own secrets and powerful methods, so they naturally wouldn't ask about Lin Ling's secrets. And Lin Ling had displayed a terrifying talent today, so they tacitly approved of Lin Ling's identity as a saint. Sorry, I made you guys come here for nothing. Lin Ling looked at the saints and smiled, making them feel awkward. Lin Ling alone had absorbed all the sun essence today, and they indeed came for nothing. But they couldn't blame Lin Ling. After all, the Bodhi Saint Palace was also a place where the strong were respected. Lin Ling had the ability to absorb the sun essence, and that was Lin Ling's ability. If they were unhappy, they could also crazily absorb the sun essence like Lin Ling. Unfortunately, they couldn't. Their talents weren't as mysterious as Lin Ling's. He didn't absorb it alone, there's also that monkey. Some saints looked at Little Flame and said, Little Flame seemed to be drunk at this moment. He climbed up onto Lin Ling's shoulder and fell asleep again. Lin Ling sensed that Little Flame had become even stronger. The sun essence has ended. Everyone, disperse. At this moment, the voice of the sword-wielding elder sounded, and the saints left one after another. Lin Ling, the Holy King has made a decision. He wants you to make a trip to the Bodhi Saint Palace in 2 months and head to the ancient tomb's secret realm. The sword-wielding elder looked deeply at Lin Ling. He was still shocked by the secrets hidden in Lin Ling's body, but he did not ask. This was the rule of the Bodhi Saint Palace. In fact, many of the chosen here had hidden their identities. They might be nameless passers-by in the 100 territories, or they might be kings of other countries, or they might even be from other sacred lands. In short, they were the most elite chosen nurtured by the sacred palace. In the rainforest Holy Land, not many people knew of their identities, and the Bodhi Saint Palace had never made it public. Ancient tomb? Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. He instantly thought of the ancient tomb. There, Lin Ling had obtained a great opportunity and obtained the ancient flame devil. Could it be that the ancient tomb's secret realm led to that place? However, the sword-wielding elder remained solemn. He turned and left without saying anything, only leaving behind a sentence, "You are now a chosen. You can enter the Bodhi ancient tree as you wish." Beside Lin Ling, Yang Gan and Shizhueyue's eyes narrowed. They knew the sword-wielding elder's temperament. He was strict and arrogant. Unless he was a true monstrous genius, he would not speak much. But today, he seemed to have said a lot to Lin Ling. Lin Ling nodded. He did not know the crux of the matter. Then he left with Yang Gan and the others. Lin Ling, I admire you. You've attracted the attention of the sacred palace on your first visit. You're really lucky. On the way, Yang Gan looked helplessly at Lin Ling. Lin Ling was stunned. Really? In truth, he had come here today to seize the opportunity to cultivate. Even if the Bodhi sacred palace did not allow him to come again, he did not care. As for the importance of the sacred palace, he really did not feel it and did not care much. Do you know that most of the chosen's entry to the secret realm are fought for by themselves? And you were specifically chosen by the sacred palace. The only one with this right is the Holy King. This means that the Holy King is paying attention to you. Shi Zhuiyue said coldly. He felt like he was dreaming. Lin Ling was her junior not long ago, but now, Lin Ling seemed to be on equal footing with her. Then it seems that I'm quite lucky. Lin Ling shrugged. He did not seem to care. They chatted as they left the Bodhi ancient tree. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Now that his strength had increased greatly and he had comprehended the mystery of fire, he could go find Aunt Mo. After leaving the Bodhi ancient tree, Lin Ling walked towards the main city. The main city was still bustling with activity. It was as if it did not fit in with the Bodhi sacred palace. Perhaps in the main city, All the warriors were talking about the 5 great ancient countries and the 4 great desolate races. They would not talk about the Bodhi sacred palace because it was too mysterious. It was a world that they could never come into contact with. Only Lin Ling knew that in the ancient palace, there were top saints that surpassed the various desolate races, as well as ancient warriors. Although the sacred palace is good, it lacks people. It's still more lively in the main city. Looking at the bustling streets, Lin Ling said with a smile. Following that, he relaxed and casually bought things on the streets. He looked like an ordinary mortal now. However, just as he walked past a street, Lin Ling's sharp senses sensed that someone was spying on him. After experiencing the sun essence, Lin Ling's soul power had greatly increased. His eyes seemed to have awakened a new ability so he could sense it. Don't you feel tired after following me for so long? Coming to a stop, Lin Ling said softly. However, the streets remained the same. Not long later, a figure dressed in a black cloak appeared. It was very mysterious, as if that person had been waiting for Lin Ling on the streets for a long time. Lin Ling, first place of the strongest semifinals, you are very sharp. A heavenly voice came out from the cloaked person. It was a woman's voice, but it was filled with killing intent. As for the passers-by on the streets, they began to disperse. They seemed to know that something big was about to happen. Lin Ling frowned. He had never encountered such a situation before. Before the strongest semifinals, he had also been assassinated on the streets. For him to encounter it again today, it seemed like there were quite a number of people who wanted to kill him. Furthermore, the other party had appeared so openly. Clearly, they were very confident in their own strength. Can you tell me what faction it is? Lin Ling said indifferently. It doesn't matter if you know, because you are already a dead man. The cloaked person gently removed her cloak, revealing a face as cold as ice. This face was very beautiful, but it was filled with the expression of a killing machine. Her little mouth was purple, and so were her eyes. She was cold and emotionless. Someone asked me to kill you. The other party is from the Great Serpent Mansion, and I am Xianxia. The woman waved her right hand, and a dagger appeared. A powerful aura was also displayed. This aura was very cold, so cold that it penetrated into the heart. It was the coldness of killing intent, which made the ground of the street crackle and crack. The murderous aura caused the street to change. This murderous aura was even stronger than Lin Ling's. It's her Xianxia. Chapter 906. What is genius? Xianxia was a ghost-like assassin in the holy land of the rainforest. She had killed hundreds of people. As long as you had the money, there was no one that Xianxia didn't dare to kill. Even if it was the holy king, Xianxia dared to kill. As for those that she couldn't kill, it wasn't a problem for Xianxia to consider. What she considered was whether to kill or not to kill. What surprised everyone was that the legendary most ruthless killer was actually a woman. Moreover, Xianxia seemed to have absolute confidence in killing the young man, so he didn't choose to assassinate him this time. Great Serpent Mansion. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. He had thought about the Heavenly Dragon Empire, the Justice Duan clan, and even the mansion Lord Tianlin, but he never thought that the Great Serpent Mansion would send someone to kill him. In the Great Serpent Manor, Lin Ling had only offended one person, and that was Hui Yuan. I know what I need to know. You can die now. The cloaked woman said coldly. There was no emotion in her eyes, only killing. As long as someone was willing to pay, she would dare to kill anyone. That young man is going to die. Many people in the distance shook their heads and said, being targeted by Xianxia would only result in death. Who is that young man? He's so unlucky. I heard from Xianxia that he is Lin Ling, the champion of the semifinals. Someone softly spoke, causing the eyes of the crowd to widen. Lin Ling, who was ranked first in the semifinals, was actually targeted by an assassin. How pitiful! Lin Ling had just risen to fame. Could it be that he was going to fall here? At this moment, in a restaurant far away from the street, a young man was calmly drinking wine with 2 beautiful women in his arms. His hands were constantly caressing them, causing them to let out moans. Lin Ling, first place in the semifinals of the strongest. He is very impressive, But unfortunately, he doesn't know that no matter how strong a genius is, he is always the weakest before he rises. And a fallen genius is no longer a genius. How sad. The young man took a sip of wine and spoke in an extremely heroic manner. It was as if killing a top genius gave him a great sense of accomplishment. This person was none other than Hui Yuan from the Great Serpent Mansion. The Great Serpent Mansion was a family with a 1,000-year-old heritage in the rainforest Holy Land. If Lin Ling dared to offend him, he could easily erase Lin Ling. To him, Lin Ling was like a lowly commoner while he was a noble of the rainforest Holy Land. Just like now, he wanted to kill Lin Ling. The entire street was blocked by him, and no one could save Lin Ling. He wanted to see Lin Ling walk step by step into the abyss of hell. You don't have to resist, because resistance is useless. At this moment, the street was indeed like the abyss of hell. The billowing killing intent caused the sky to lose its color. Then, a shadow disappeared from the street. Xianxia made his move. His speed was like lightning, and his killing intent was monstrous. He was extremely powerful. She was a martial artist, but she was also an assassin. What she excelled in was not a martial artist battle, but a life and death battle. There was no sound or light. A dagger seemed to have come from the void, as if it could stab everything. It was the profound of killing. Within the range of the dagger, everything was under Xianxia's control. And Xianxia was a genuine early-stage Saint Spirit Realm expert. How terrifying! Many people in the distance were shocked. Even they could feel the billowing killing intent. The scariest thing was that they could feel it, but they couldn't avoid it. This was the most terrifying part. Flame destruction. However, at this moment, a cold voice sounded. Lin Ling was still standing in the middle of the street, but his left fist was covered in flames. The profound of fire appeared, and he punched out fiercely. It seemed like a calm punch, but it carried the profound of fire. 100-meter radius around him was covered in a small world of fire. Boom! The dagger and the fiery fist collided. The sound of the void shattering was heard, and the ground trembled. However, the dagger was blocked. A surprised voice sounded at the same time. You're only at the late-stage Saint Spirit Realm, but you've already comprehended the profound of fire? And your punch is so powerful that it has reached 30 million strength. The voice was filled with shock and confusion. It was as if she couldn't believe what she was seeing. A late-stage Emperor Spirit Realm Jr. had actually managed to block her dagger of slaughter. This was simply too unbelievable. What? He's fine. Many people in the distance were shocked. Lin Ling was facing the most terrifying assassin in the rainforest Holy Land, but he was fine? 10 Directions World Lotus. At this moment, Lin Ling's handsome face was cold and indifferent. A soft voice drifted out from his mouth. In his right hand, a lotus flower with 10 petals appeared. It spun continuously, emitting a sacred and inviolable majesty. Pava. The sacred lotus had a golden glow, like the light of the sun in the sky. The sputtering flames turned Lin Ling's surroundings into a volcano. First stage profound of fire. Xianxia's eyes were filled with shock again. She was a Saint Spirit Realm elite, and she also had profound of fire. That was why she came to kill Lin Ling openly. According to her guess, it should be easy for her to kill Lin Ling. However, reality was the opposite. The first place of the semifinals, Lin Ling, had increased his strength again in such a short time. This was beyond Xianxia's expectations. What was a genius? The young man in front of her was a genius. Just when you thought you had him under control, he had already surpassed your imagination, and you could never estimate his strength. Boom! The sacred lotus of fire floated out like a forbidden fire. When the lotus landed on the street, everyone's heart trembled. Then, they saw a lotus of fire that seemed to have come from ancient times blooming. It was incomparably dazzling, and its flames reached the sky. Xianxia took a step back and frantically retreated. Fire had always been destructive and overbearing, so she had to avoid it. Lin Ling's face was a little pale. He knew that his opponent was powerful, so he used his strongest attack. However, he still underestimated the power of a Saint Spirit Realm elite. His strongest attack didn't hurt his opponent. This meant that Xianxia was no ordinary Saint Spirit Realm elite. Trash, a Saint Spirit Realm assassin attacked a late-stage Emperor Spirit Realm cultivator, and you still can't kill him. Xianxia, your assassin career is going to be broken. At this moment, an angry voice came from the sky. It was Hui Yuan. He asked Xianxia to kill Linling, and he thought that it would be easy to kill Linling. However, the reality was beyond his imagination. Linling was getting stronger and stronger, and even he was a little afraid. Linling, you must die today. You offended me, Hui Yuan. I will kill you even if I have to. Hovering in the air, Hui Yuan's cold voice boomed out like thunder. It was filled with murderous intent and dominance. He would kill Linling in front of everyone in the Rainforest Holy Land so that Linling wouldn't be able to resist. He had such power because he was a member of the Great Serpent Palace. The Great Serpent Palace is really overbearing. They blocked off several streets to kill Linling. Many people in the distance were shocked. They knew that the battle here had attracted the attention of many forces, but the Great Serpent Palace still dared to kill. This showed that the Great Serpent Palace was fearless and domineering. Indeed, at this moment, many forces in the Rainforest Sacred Land had noticed this scene. There were people from the various martial arts halls and people from various ancient countries. Chapter 907. Covering the sky with one hand. Linling was now famous in the Rainforest Holy Land, but he was too dazzling. In fact, many of the older generation were dissatisfied with him. Of course, this was normal. No matter where, the rise of a powerhouse would inevitably attract the jealousy and dissatisfaction of the older generation. Hui Yuan, are you courting death? Linling stared at the sky in the distance. Hui Yuan was very bold. At this sensitive time, all the major forces chose to stay on the sidelines, but Hui Yuan dared to kill him. Haha, courting death? Or are you courting death? You're just a lowly commoner in the 100 territories, while I have the noble bloodline of the Rainforest Holy Land. Do you think you can still live after offending me? Linling, wake up. In the sky, Hui Yuan laughed arrogantly. Linling was about to die, but he dared to say that he was courting death. You're stupid. Linling shook his head and said coldly, I don't care about the dead. Kill him, Great Serpent Demon Divine Weapon. Hui Yuan laughed disdainfully and waved his hand. He didn't dare to fight Linling one-on-one because Linling was really terrifying. However, he had the Great Serpent Demon Divine Weapon. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Dozens of figures appeared beside Hui Yuan, each of them displaying their king physiques. A large number of ancient soaring snakes appeared in the sky. These snakes were surging with killing intent. Their aura even covered the sky. Then, the snakes emitted a dazzling light. They opened their mouths and spat out a round green light ball. A destructive aura burst out. Great Serpent Demon Divine Bullet. The crowd looked at the light ball in the sky. Some of the ancient powerhouses' faces changed drastically. The Great Serpent Demon Divine Bullet was a relatively famous joint attack martial art of the Great Serpent Palace. 36 people with the bloodline of the Great Serpent Palace had swallowed poisonous substances since young. They cultivated together and grew together. Only then could they use the Great Serpent Demon Divine Bullet. Every time they used it, their lifespan would be reduced by 10 years. It was one of the Great Serpent Palace's trump cards. Today, in order to kill Linling, Hui Yuan was going all out. Once the Great Serpent Demon Divine Bullet was used, even Saint Spirit Realm powerhouses could die. Retreat. Not only is that green ball terrifying, it's also poisonous. Many people stayed far away, their hearts trembling with fear. To kill Linling, using the lives of 36 people in exchange for Linling, it would be difficult for Linling to escape this calamity today. Rumble. In the sky, the green sphere of light was like a strange green sun. The 36 green soaring serpents constantly spat out light, as if they were silkworms spitting out cocoons. The destructive aura of the green sphere of light was becoming stronger and stronger. On the ground, Linling's pupils constricted. What a powerful technique! Linling, your death is near. Hui Yuan, on the other hand, began to laugh maniacally, feeling indescribably pleased. This was the boldness of the House of the Great Serpent. If he wanted to kill Linling, no one could save him. This is the sacred land of the rainforest. Isn't the Great Serpent Palace a little too arrogant to attack the champion of the semifinals in broad daylight? At this moment, a desolate voice reverberated in the sky, shocking everyone to the point that their eardrums hurt. The 36 Great Serpent Demon Divine Soldiers even spat out mouthfuls of blood. The king physique behind them also dimmed a lot. Then, the clouds in the sky came down majestically, as if the god of thunder had descended. Who is it? Hui Yuan's pupils constricted. The strength of this person was so terrifying that it made his heart tremble. You don't have the right to know. The ancient voice reverberated between heaven and earth, causing the faces of the people from the sacred land of the rainforest to change drastically. They didn't know who this person was, but he seemed to be incomparably powerful. A figure finally appeared in the sky. This person was like an indomitable giant, looking down at the earth with disdain. He was about 60 years old, and his hair was white. However, his spine was like a sword, and his eyes were like lightning. His long hair danced in the wind, and there was an indescribable domineering aura about him. This was an old man that no one recognized. It's him! Lin Ling's eyes kept flashing. He naturally knew this old man. It was the old man with the sword that he had met not long ago. Was he here to save him? Lin Ling couldn't figure it out. In his impression, that old man was the most majestic and domineering. He didn't even speak more than 3 sentences, as if he didn't care about the saints at all. But now, this old man with the sword had come to save him? This was too inconceivable. The old man with the sword nodded at Lin Ling, then stretched out his right hand and gently pressed in front of him. A destructive aura was displayed, and a giant hand appeared in the sky. It was like the palm of a giant. Then, it clenched the green Great Serpent Demon Divine Bullet. Under countless horrified gazes, the poisonous and destructive green sun was forcibly squeezed and exploded. It felt as if someone was holding a bomb in his hand and then squeezing it to explode. Rumble! A deafening sound was heard, and countless people's hearts trembled. Who was this person? Why was his strength so terrifying? No one knew the old man with the sword. After all, the old man never appeared in the sacred land of the rainforest, nor did he communicate with the people from the major forces. Swoosh, swoosh. Countless wisps of smoke floated in the sky. The old man with the sword waved his hand gently, and a wisp of green smoke appeared in his palm. It was as if it was as simple as blowing dust to hold the Great Serpent Demon Divine Bullet. What powerful strength! Lin Ling's expression changed drastically. Was this the strength of an ancient warrior from the sacred palace? He didn't know when he had such strength. With this strength, he could laugh at the sacred land of the rainforest. No matter how strong the attack was, it couldn't block that move. Of course, he wasn't the only one. At this moment, everyone's hearts were trembling. This was a martial emperor powerhouse. Your killing intent is too strong. The old man with the sword looked coldly at Xianxia, who was on the ground, and then gently pointed his finger. Rumble! An incomparably terrifying martial aura erupted, as if it was the finger of a god. Xianxia spat out a mouthful of blood. Her eyes were filled with horror. With her strength, she couldn't block that finger at all. She couldn't even dodge it. Everything was locked on her. Moreover, she knew that the mysterious ancient warrior didn't want to kill her. Otherwise, he would have killed her with a single finger. Lin Ling, I'll leave the rest to you. The old man with the sword said to Lin Ling. Then, he took a step forward and disappeared into the sky. His appearance seemed to be to help Lin Ling deal with the difficult enemy. Thank you, senior. Lin Ling bowed slightly at the disappearing figure. He now had a clearer understanding of the saint. Then he looked at Hui Yuan in the sky. Hui Yuan, the genius of the Great Serpent Mansion, didn't dare to fight me one-on-one. Instead, he used his family's power to kill me. However, you seem to have missed something. I'm not without the support of a powerhouse. In the sky, Hui Yuan's expression was extremely ugly. Lin Ling isn't without help. He has someone behind him. The crowd was solemn. Originally, they thought that Lin Ling would definitely die if the Great Serpent Mansion attacked. However, they didn't expect Lin Ling to have the support of a mysterious powerhouse. Hui Yuan wanted to use his family to bully Lin Ling. This was very ironic. Was he trying to bully Lin Ling because there was no one behind him? Kill him. Chapter 908. Those who offend me will be killed no matter how far away they are. Swoosh. With a single slash, 3 demon serpent soldiers beside him were beheaded. Their deaths were extremely tragic. These demon serpent soldiers were all heavily injured after the appearance of the old man. How could they block Lin Ling's slash? You dare to kill my people? Hui Yuan's eyes widened. Every demon serpent soldier of the Great Serpent Palace was nurtured with endless resources. But today, 3 of them had fallen in an instant. Why wouldn't I dare? Lin Ling shouted coldly. The sword in his hand slashed out again. The true intent of sword and fire fused, forming an invincible slash. Swoosh. Another 3 demon serpent soldiers fell. Blood rained down like rain. It was ironic. They came with great momentum today, wanting to kill the number 1 genius in front of everyone in the rainforest Holy Land. But in the end, their people were killed by Lin Ling. Who is that old man? His strength has reached the level of invincibility. But why is he helping Lin Ling? The crowd was shocked. This result was beyond their imagination. Retreat. Looking at the demon serpent soldiers being killed one after another, Hui Yuan finally shouted angrily and fled madly into the distance. The demon serpent soldiers were injured and were no match for Lin Ling. In a one-on-one battle, he was even less of a match for Lin Ling. How could he not escape? Hui Yuan escaped. Many people looked at Hui Yuan, who was running madly, and felt like they were dreaming. Today, Hui Yuan had attacked secretly and used the demon serpent soldiers. But in the end he still failed. He had lost face for the Great Serpent Palace. On the ground, Lin Ling's long robe fluttered in the wind. His cold eyes looked into the distance, flashing mercilessly. He and Hui Yuan became enemies because of a small grudge in the holy market. After that incident, Hui Yuan sent people to kill him. At that time, the semi-finals of the prodigy ranking were about to begin, so Lin Ling did not attack Hui Yuan for the time being. But who knew that after the semi-finals, Hui Yuan seemed to think that he had risen and wanted to kill him even more. This Hui Yuan must be killed. The current Lin Ling was no greenhorn. Anyone who dared to harbor murderous intent towards him would be killed no matter how far away they were. Soul devourer soul, look into my eyes. Lin Ling looked at the demon serpent soldier and stared coldly at him. Xianxia had already been injured by the sword-wielding old man. According to the sword-wielding old man's thoughts, Xianxia should not be a threat to Lin Ling now, which was why Lin Ling dared to attack her. You are you. Although Xianxia was severely injured, she sensed that Lin Ling was about to attack her. She was instantly enraged. However, when her eyes met Lin Ling's, her soul trembled. She saw a pair of terrifying eyes. They were like the eyes of a demon god from hell. They allowed her to see the most terrifying thing in the world and dug out the secrets hidden in her heart one by one. She soldier soul she? Her she her she. She? Was she her she her she? Her she was she her she her. She was she. This was her secret. But now, that pair of eyes had seen through her secret. It was as if they had grasped the weakness of her life, causing a part of her soul to be separated and then devoured by those eyes. Devour souls, devour souls. At this moment, Lin Ling's soul was also surging. This was the first time he used the newly awakened ability of his eyes. It was soul-devouring. He could devour the souls of others and use them to control them. From today onwards, I will be the master, and you will be the slave. Lin Ling's cold voice was filled with boundless majesty, causing Xianxia's heart to tremble. He subconsciously shouted angrily, "In your dreams." However, after this voice, a pressure that came from the soul assaulted her. It actually made her feel like prostrating herself in worship. It was as if the young man in front of her was the demon-eyed demonic god. She had to worship and support him. The pressure that came from her soul made her kneel on one knee. Other than the feeling of reverence in her heart, she also had a feeling that if the handsome young man in front of her wanted to kill her, he only needed a thought. Soul-devouring. A part of her soul had been devoured and fused with Lin Ling's soul. She was now controlled by Lin Ling. Master! A voice filled with reverence floated out from Xianxia's mouth, causing the people in the distance to widen their eyes. What was going on? The most ruthless and indifferent assassin actually acknowledged Lin Ling as his master. How was this possible? Get up! Lin Ling gently waved his hand, filled with an indescribable domineering aura, causing Xianxia to stand up and stand respectfully to the side. Now, follow me to kill Huiyuan. Lin Ling's cold eyes looked into the distance. A wave of murderous intent accompanied his voice. Master, Huiyuan is the third son of the mansion master of the Great Serpent Mansion. If we kill him like this, our chances of winning are very small. Xianxia's eyes flickered, but he still said respectfully, those who offend me will be killed no matter how far away they are. Lin Ling took a big step and walked in the direction of the Great Serpent Mansion. Since Huiyuan dared to come and kill him, how could Lin Ling not dare to retaliate? Moreover, when Huiyuan came to kill him, there were many great influences that were watching from the sidelines, waiting to see a good show. Thus, Lin Ling had to tell these great influences that he, Lin Ling, had dared to rise in the rainforest Holy Land. That was because he had never feared anyone. Papa! Two figures, one in front and one behind, slowly walked down the street. Lin Ling is going to kill his way into the Great Serpent Mansion? As for the people in the distance, their eyes widened. Lin Ling was too arrogant. Just two people dared to kill their way into the rainforest Holy Land, an ancient clan with 1,000-year inheritance. Who gave him such courage? Although the Great Serpent Mansion's background was not as deep as the 5 great ancient countries, they were still a terrifying god of influence. For them to be able to stand in the rainforest Holy Land for so many years proved everything. Not only that, but the current mansion master of the Great Serpent Mansion was also a peak powerhouse. Compared to the 7 profound martial house's mansion master, Skylin, he was a slightly weaker existence. Although Lin Ling was the #1 proud son of heaven, he was too impulsive. For a gentleman to take revenge, 10 years was not too late. It was better to wait until he was strong enough to take revenge, not now. This boy has the title of Mad God. Seeing him today, it really is true. Those who offend me will be destroyed no matter how far they are. Is this Lin Ling's heart of martial arts? Many people muttered to themselves. Then, they stepped forwards and walked towards the direction of the Great Serpent Mansion. They wanted to see if Lin Ling could kill Huiyuan with just 2 people. At this moment, Huiyuan didn't know that Lin Ling had already chased after him. He was madly rushing towards the Great Serpent Mansion. Lin Ling was becoming increasingly strong, causing him to be incomparably fearful. The next time he went to kill Lin Ling, he would have to bring even more powerhouses. After returning to the Great Serpent Mansion, he didn't go to see anyone. Instead, he went to his own mansion. At this moment, Lin Ling brought Xianxia along and walked towards the Great Serpent Mansion like a god of death. The place where the Great Serpent Mansion was located was like a palace. It was located in the southeast corner of the sacred city, and it was like a local tyrant. There were hundreds of thousands of people in the entire bloodline, and there were many powerhouses among them. When Lin Ling gradually reached the area around the Great Serpent Mansion, a dignified shout came from under the bronze gate that was almost 50 meters tall in the distance. This is the territory of the Great Serpent Mansion. No one is allowed to come near without an invitation. I'm looking for Huiyuan. I'm here to kill him for revenge. Lin Ling still didn't stop walking. He gripped the tyrant's song sword tightly in his hand. His firm footsteps caused Xianxia's beautiful eyes to narrow. She believed that she was fearless and dared to kill anyone who dared to give her money. However, she didn't dare to come to the Great Serpent Mansion to kill Huiyuan like Lin Ling did. Chapter 909. 2 people you're courting death. Go! At the gate, the guards immediately shouted angrily. Was this person stupid? He dared to say that he dared to kill the 3rd young master in front of the gate of the Great Serpent Mansion. You only have 3 breaths of time to think. Those who stop me will die. Lin Ling shouted coldly, giving them a chance. However, the guards were so angry that they laughed. 1, 2. Lin Ling counted. One of the guards shook his head in disdain and counted for Lin Ling. 3. Shio. However, in the next moment, they couldn't laugh anymore. The sword was like a sword from hell. It was incomparably dazzling and decisive. Plop. 2 of them were cut in half. That sword told them that Lin Ling wasn't joking. If they didn't seize the opportunity, then don't blame Lin Ling. You're crazy. Go to hell. The remaining 3 guards narrowed their eyes and then used the powerful martial arts of the Great Serpent Mansion. Snake encircling 3 barbaric fists. Bang! Bang! Lin Ling didn't dodge or retreat. He took the punch head-on. The guard's eyes widened. This young man was fine? That's not how you use fist techniques. Bang! Lin Ling's face was calm. He said softly and punched out. Bang! After awakening 30,000 small worlds, Lin Ling had a strength of 30 million. It could be said that Lin Ling was invincible in the Emperor Spirit realm with his physical body. Puff, puff, puff. 2 of the guards exploded. The remaining guard fled into the mansion in fear. This young man was too powerful. Lin Ling's lips curled into a smile, but he didn't give chase. Instead, he waved his right hand and a medicinal pill fell into Xianxia's hand. This is the Yang Spirit 100-flower pill. It can restore your spiritual energy. You were injured before, so you can use this pill to recover. Bang! Xianxia's delicate body trembled and her ice-cold eyes flashed with shock. She had heard of the Sun Spirit 100-flower pill before and knew that it was an extremely rare and precious pill. She never thought that her new owner would be so generous as to reward her with this pill. However, she wasn't pretentious. After swallowing it, she slowly recovered. After a while, she opened her eyes and looked at Lin Ling. "Master, are we going to kill our way in just like that?" She was still shocked. It seemed unrealistic for her and her master to kill their way into the Great Serpent Mansion. "Do you think if I didn't kill Hui Yuan today, he would let's not offend each other?" Lin Ling looked at the Great Serpent Mansion's bronze gate and said, "Mansions. That won't happen. Hui Yuan has a noble bloodline. Even if I didn't manage to kill you today, I'll send more experts to kill you in the future." Xianxia shook her head. She was too familiar with this kind of rich young master. Since he was born with a silver spoon in his mouth, it had always been others who obeyed him. No one dared to go against him because those who went against him were all dead. So, instead of waiting for him to kill me, why don't I make the first move? Lin Ling waved the tyrannical song sword in his hand. With a wicked smile, he strode toward the huge bronze gate. Xianxia's heart trembled violently. He was really going to kill his way in. Her master was so bold. She followed after him. In the distance, a large number of people had gathered there. They wanted to see if Lin Ling really dared to kill his way into the Great Serpent Mansion. However, now that they had seen it, how could Lin Ling not dare to? Boom! The Great Serpent Mansion's huge bronze gate was blasted apart by Lin Ling's punch. At the same time, a large number of powerful cultivators rushed out. They were the Great Serpent Mansion's guards. These guards were very powerful. All of them were at the peak of the Emperor Spirit realm. In the 100 territories, they were powerful existences. "How dare you?" The leader of the guards shouted coldly. This handsome young man was so arrogant. He dared to kill the Great Serpent Mansion's people with just the 2 of them. He even threatened to kill the 3rd young master. "Kill!" The guards pounced on Lin Ling. "Little Flame, you haven't moved for a long time. It's time to get up." However, Lin Ling was still as calm as ever. Instead, he smiled at Little Flame on his shoulder. This made Xianxia's expression change. Her master seemed to be so calm from the beginning. And Little Flame? That little monkey hanging on his shoulder like a puppet? Could fight too. As if it had heard Lin Ling's words, Little Flame rubbed its eyes as if it had just woken up. Then, it looked ahead and a smile appeared on its face. It jumped down. A huge red-furred ape that was almost 10 meters tall appeared. It was crazy and violent, like an ancient ferocious beast. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect the little monkey on Lin Ling's shoulder to be so terrifying. Bang! Little Flame took a step forward. It was like a demon king had descended. Its huge arms waved wildly. Everywhere it passed, it was like a battering ram. All the Great Serpent Mansion's guards were swept away. What a powerful demonic beast! Xianxia was also shocked. She thought that she would have to fight, but now it seemed that there was no need. "Let's go," Lin Ling said to Xianxia. They finally stepped into the Great Serpent Mansion. 2 people and a demonic beast killed their way into the Great Serpent Mansion. There are many Holy Spirit stage cultivators in the Great Serpent Mansion. The crowd in the distance exclaimed, "Lin Ling, are you going to stir up a storm in the rainforest Holy Land today?" Boom. At this moment, Little Flame was like a tornado in the Great Serpent Mansion. The guards couldn't stop it at all. In the largest mansion in the Great Serpent Mansion, the current master of the Great Serpent Mansion, Huo Wenyan, was drinking tea with guests. These people were the pillars of the Rainforest Holy Land. They could shake the Rainforest Holy Land with a single move. There were people from the Heavenly Dragon Empire, the Duan family of justice, the Lion Orchid Kingdom, and the Great Qin Empire. There was also a respected senior who was said to be an elder from the Sparrow tribe. The important people were gathered here to discuss the business alliances of the various powers. However, at this moment, an intense rumbling sound came from outside, causing these ancient experts to frown. Huo Wenyan even stood up, his face filled with anger. "Today, there are distinguished guests here. Who is causing trouble in the residence? Don't embarrass the guests." For such an important meeting, the Great Serpent Mansion couldn't even guarantee peace. This made people question the authority of the Great Serpent Mansion. "Master, there is someone." A guard looked at the hall and stopped talking. "Speak." Huo Wenyan's face turned even uglier. He was from the Great Serpent Mansion, an ancient clan with 1,000 years of history. In front of the distinguished guests, it was impossible for him to not see anyone. "Someone is causing trouble in the mansion and wants to kill the 3rd young master," the guard finally said anxiously. Huo Wenyan's pupils constricted. Did he hear wrongly? Someone is killing their way into the Great Serpent Mansion and wants to kill his 3rd son, Huoyuan? In the Rainforest Holy Land, other than the 5 great ancient countries and the 4 great desolate tribes, the Great Serpent Mansion was not afraid of anyone. However, people from the various great ancient countries were here, and even the desolate tribes' elders were here. Yet, someone dared to cause trouble in the Great Serpent Mansion. And with this mess, the Great Serpent Mansion would leave a bad impression on others. "How many people are there?" Huo Wenyan's voice was filled with anger. 2 people. The guard looked at Huo Wenyan, but still answered honestly. Silence. The entire hall was silent. 2 people dared to kill their way into the Great Serpent Mansion? What kind of place did they think the Great Serpent Mansion was? Chapter 9:10. To teach you a lesson. Let the Great Serpent Demon Divine Weapon kill him. I want to see which arrogant bastard is so bold. Huo Wenyan said word by word, revealing his killing intent. If you want to see, then I'll show you. However, at this moment, 2 figures slowly walked in from the magnificent door. The one in the lead was about 20 years old. He was handsome and had a tall figure. His sky blue robe made him look like a javelin. He was indescribably clean and steady. Behind the young man was a woman with purple eyes. Although she was very beautiful, she was a little gloomy. After entering the hall, they found a chair and sat down. They even picked up the teacups on the table and started drinking. How arrogant! He treated the Great Serpent Mansion as his own home. Who are you? Aren't you being too bold? Huo Wenyan was so angry that he started laughing. Today, all the big shots were present. It was one thing for these 2 people to kill their way into the Great Serpent Mansion, but they actually did not take them seriously. This made him want to be angry, but he could not help but laugh. Furthermore, the other party was only a junior at the Emperor's Spirit Realm. He couldn't understand why he would be so bold. The other ancient countries' people were also stunned, but a few of them recognized Lin Ling, and their hearts were fiercely trembling. Lin Ling, this new rising star, was truly crazy enough. I am Lin Ling. Lin Ling took a sip of tea and said casually, Lin Ling. Huo Wenyan's brows furrowed slightly. He had naturally heard of this name before. This was the #1 prodigy of the various major martial arts halls. However, even though the number one prodigy's name had shaken the entire rainforest Holy Land, wasn't it a little too arrogant to recklessly charge into the Great Serpent Palace? The reason I'm here is very simple. Every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. Hui Yuan killed me and I killed him. That's all. Lin Ling's cold voice drifted out like a gust of wind, allowing everyone in the Great Serpent Mansion to hear it. Even many outside the Great Serpent Mansion heard it. They noticed that Lin Ling seemed to be facing the strongest cultivator in the Great Serpent Mansion, but he was still fearless and still wanted to force the Great Serpent Mansion to hand over Hui Yuan. Lin Ling had made up his mind today. The hall remained silent, and the people from the Heavenly Dragon Empire and Justice Duan family laughed. They could also see that the young master of the Great Serpent Mansion wanted to kill Lin Ling, but he seemed to have failed. But Lin Ling was unwilling to be humiliated, and today he came to the Great Serpent Mansion too. What? Just because he was the strongest in the semifinals? My son Hui Yuan wanted to kill you, so you wanted me to hand him over. My men from the Great Serpent Manor stopped you, so you killed your way in? Huo Wenyan narrowed his eyes and asked in a low voice. Huo Wenyan asked again, and his voice became lower and lower, gradually spreading out. Many people heard it, and they could faintly feel that the strongest bloodline of the Great Serpent Mansion seemed to be angered. How could Huo Wenyan hand over Hui Yuan? He might even kill Lin Ling. Lin Ling was a fool. He didn't know this, and he was still replying. When your son Hui Yuan casually kills others, others can kill your son Hui Yuan. This is the principle of heaven and earth. In the hall, Lin Ling was still drinking tea, and he calmly replied. Even the people from the various ancient countries shook their heads. Could it be that Lin Ling still couldn't see the situation clearly? My son wants to kill you, so you kill him. But you seem to have forgotten your identity. This is the sacred land of the rainforest. My son wants to kill you, so you should obediently send yourself to death, and not come to the Great Serpent Mansion to ask for your son. Huo Wenyan finally stood up. His eyes were cold, like the eyes of the Serpent King, filled with a sacred and inviolable dignity. He felt that Lin Ling was very foolish. He should feel lucky that he wasn't killed by his son, and not come to the Great Serpent Mansion to ask for his son. As for the justice that Lin Ling wanted, it was simply a joke. In this world, strength was respected. The Great Serpent Mansion had been in the sacred land of the rainforest for thousands of years, and it naturally had its unshakable capital. According to what you said, your son, that trash, can do whatever he wants and kill whoever he wants? Lin Ling also stood up and looked at Huo Wenyan. Huo Wenyan laughed proudly. The first place of the strongest semifinal moved the sacred land of the rainforest, causing him to be unable to see through himself. That's right. He can kill whoever he wants. Even today, I can kill whoever I want, including you. After Huo Wenyan laughed, his killing intent finally revealed itself. Today, many great figures were present, and he guessed that many people in the rainforest's sacred land were also paying attention to this matter. How could his Great Serpent Mansion lose face? But since Lin Ling dared to come to the Great Serpent Mansion and be so arrogant, then he dared to kill him. If he killed Lin Ling, who would dare to object? The 7 Profound Martial House Master? As far as he knew, the 7 Profound Martial House Master was eager to see Lin Ling die. Boy, you are too tender. Today, I will teach you a lesson. The number 1 proud son of heaven does not mean that he is the strongest. Those who come to the Great Serpent Mansion and act so arrogantly will never leave alive. Huo Wenyan stretched out his right hand. Infernal energy billowed out, and it turned into an ancient serpent. It opened its giant mouth and threw itself at Lin Ling. Great Slaughter God Snake. The number 1 powerhouse of the Great Serpent Mansion had attacked. Lin Ling is digging his own grave. Many people were aware of the billowing infernal energy in the sky, and began to whisper amongst themselves. In the hall, besides the Great Qin Empire's patriarch, everyone else was quietly watching the show. You are courting death. Xianxia took a step forward. Although her strength was inferior to Huo Wenyan's, Lin Ling was her master. The pressure that came from his soul force made her know that no one could violate her master's dignity. Therefore, She had to risk her life to block this attack for Lin Ling, no need. However, just as she stepped out, Lin Ling had already sat back down, gently sipping his tea. This caused Xianxia's pupils to narrow. Lin Ling was still as calm as ever. Chi. At this time, rain began to fall from the sky. It was inconceivably fast. As the raindrops fell on the Great Serpent Mansion, the glazed tiles began to corrode and melt away. A powerful aura enveloped Huo Wenyan, making him feel as if he were in a vast rainstorm. Who is it? Huo Wenyan stopped his attack, his expression dignified. Someone is helping Lin Ling again? Many people outside also narrowed their eyes. Previously, someone had helped Lin Ling once, but now, there was another. Furthermore, this time, it was not Hui Yuan, but the #1 expert in the Great Serpent Mansion's bloodline, Huo Wenyan, who was known as the Great Serpent King. The expert who helped Lin Ling seemed to be willing to offend the entire world for Lin Ling. Is the Great Serpent Mansion so overbearing? In the sky, a clear voice that sounded like a bell resounded. Following that, under countless gazes, the raindrops formed a beautiful figure that floated down from the sky. It's you, right? That's someone from the Rain Clan, one of the 4 desolate race. Many people suddenly realized that someone from the Rain Clan was helping Lin Ling. Chapter 911. Shocking news, Emon. As the patriarch of a 1,000-year-old ancient race, Huo Wenyan naturally knew of Emon, and all the experts in the hall had flickering eyes. Among them, the people from the Heavenly Dragon Empire secretly frowned. Lin Ling was really lucky. He had nearly died in front of them, but he had been saved by someone. As for Lin Ling, he was also somewhat surprised. This was because the reason why he dared to come to the Great Serpent Manor was not because of Anti-Mo, but because of the experts from the Sacred Palace. This was because he knew that as a sacred son, and he was about to represent the Sacred Palace in the Mystic Realm, the Sacred Palace would definitely not let anything happen to him. However, it was good that Anti-Mo was here. If she could not resolve it, the sword-wielding elder would most likely appear. Following that, Lin Ling said lightly to Huo Wenyan, "You said that I'm too inexperienced, and that people who come to the Great Serpent Manor will never leave alive. But sorry, I'm still alive. So, I'm very grateful to you for teaching me a lesson." With that said, he picked up a teacup by the side and drank lightly. As for Huo Wenyan, his face instantly turned livid. He was the patriarch of a noble race, and Lin Ling was just a junior. Yet he had failed to kill Lin Ling. This was a disgrace to the Great Serpent Manor. The most despicable thing was that Lin Ling had been drinking tea from the beginning to the end. His nonchalance made him admire Lin Ling's calmness even though they were on different sides. And beside Lin Ling, Xianxia's heart was pounding. Previously, she thought that she and her master were about to die, but who knew that an expert would come to save them? From the looks of it, her master was no ordinary person. Emon, you may be a senior of the desolate race, but Lin Ling came to my Great Serpent Manor to cause trouble. He is so arrogant, yet you saved him. That's not right. Huo Wenyan knew that the key person was Emon, so he looked at her and said, "Come to your Great Serpent Mansion to cause trouble? As far as I know, your Great Serpent Mansion's bloodline wanted to kill Lin Ling, but Lin Ling broke the trap. That was why Lin Ling came to the Great Serpent Mansion to demand Lin Ling. However, the Great Serpent Mansion's people stopped Lin Ling, and Lin Ling naturally rushed in. He wasn't as arrogant as you said." Emon glanced at Lin Ling and said coldly, "This is a matter for the younger generation. If Lin Ling has the ability, he should settle the score with Hui Yuan himself. However, he came to the Great Serpent residence and acted so arrogantly. This is his fault. Lin Ling should be killed. That's right. Moreover, if Lin Ling has the ability, he should take on Hui Yuan one-on-one. What's the point of relying on others?" The people from the Heavenly Dragon Empire and the Justice Duan family spoke up, as if they were saying that Lin Ling was relying on Emon to be so arrogant. "You two pieces of trash talk too much. If I were to settle the score with Hui Yuan, would he dare to take me on one-on-one? Also, you said that I relied on others' strength, but aren't the both of you relying on your seniority?" Trush scram. Lin Ling continued drinking his tea, but he said it coldly. The people from the two ancient empires had ugly expressions. Lin Ling was not afraid of them at all. He had directly called them trash. Damn it. Mo Nianyue, I know that Lin Ling is a member of your desolate race, but the Great Serpent Mansion is a 1,000-year-old ancient clan. Offending the Great Serpent Mansion for a junior like Lin Ling will affect the Rain Clan's reputation. In my opinion, it's best to let them settle this matter themselves. The elder from the Sparrow race added. Today, they were guests of the Great Serpent Mansion, so they would speak up for Huo Wenyin. And now, Lin Ling was only first in the semifinals. Although he had been recruited by the Rain Clan, and Lin Ling could offend anyone, he could not afford to offend the Great Serpent Mansion. For Lin Ling, the Rain Clan would be at a disadvantage if they went against the Great Serpent Mansion. Although the Rain Clan was not afraid of the Great Serpent Mansion, between the Great Serpent Mansion and Lin Ling, the Great Serpent Mansion would be of greater help to the Rain Clan. Instantly, the hall fell silent. Even the people outside were extremely quiet. Everyone knew what was going on. Lin Ling was not as noble as the Great Serpent Mansion, so the Rain Clan should not step in for Lin Ling. Now, it was up to Aunt Mo to resolve the matter. Perhaps, Aunt Mo would give up on Lin Ling for the Rain Clan's reputation. Do you think you can do whatever you want with the Rain Clan backing you? Compared to my Great Serpent Mansion, you, Lin Ling, are still a piece of trash. Huo Wenyin seemed to be able to sense Mo Nianyue's final choice. He looked at Lin Ling and sneered. But in the next moment, his complexion turned ugly. In such a situation, with so many great characters gathered, any one of them could easily kill Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling was still drinking tea. His calm appearance made it seem as if Lin Ling was the true master of the Great Serpent Mansion. He was not worried about his own outcome at all. Without a doubt, this calm and collected scene made Huo Wenyin even more furious. Moreover, he secretly compared Lin Ling to his own son, and only then did he realize that there was indeed a reason why his son was inferior to Lin Ling. Just based on the calm and collected appearance of his son was a few streets behind. Sparrow Clan, so it's Elder Chang Kong. Under countless gazes, Mo Nianyue finally spoke. She looked at the Sparrow Clan elder and said, "If there comes a day when your Sparrow Clan bloodline is threatened, will the Sparrow Clan settle the matter peacefully?" That's impossible. The Sparrow Clan is one of the 4 great desolate clans. Their bloodline is like the Son of Heaven. How can others casually offend them? That would be an insult to the Sparrow Clan. The Sparrow Clan elder immediately replied. The 4 great desolate clans were the most ancient clans. How could they allow others to casually offend their dignity? That's right. The Great Serpent Mansion killed Lin Ling, which is equivalent to humiliating my Rain Clan. How can the Rain Clan let this slide? However, in the next moment, Auntie Mo's cold voice sounded. Following that, as if she knew of everyone's surprise, she said lightly, "Lin Ling has the bloodline of my Rain Clan. His mother is the Rain Clan's Mo Nianyue." What? Everyone felt as if their hearts had been struck by lightning as their bodies trembled. Lin Ling had the bloodline of one of the 4 great desolate clans? Mo Nianyue's son? As her voice sounded, the hearts of the people outside also trembled violently. They thought that Lin Ling was only a warrior from the 100 Territories and was not as noble as a warrior from the Rainforest Holy Land. However, Mo Nianyue said that Lin Ling had the bloodline of the Rain Clan and was nobler than all of them. All of this was very ironic. When Hui Yuan killed Lin Ling, he said that Lin Ling was a lowly commoner. However, compared to Lin Ling, he was more like a lowly commoner. Lin Ling has the bloodline of the Rain Clan. In the hall, the eyes of the people from the Heavenly Dragon Empire and the Duan clan widened. Their enemy actually had such a powerful background. This was the worst nightmare for their ancient country. On the other hand, the people from the Great Qin Empire could not help but be overjoyed. Lin Ling was also the family head of the Great Qin Empire. However, now that he was related to the Rain Clan, this meant that they had gained the support of the Rain Clan. This news was really surprising. Of course, it was not just them. Even Lin Ling was incomparably surprised. The hand holding the teacup was also trembling. It was not because of his identity, but because he finally knew the whereabouts of his mother. His mother, Mo Nianyue, had the bloodline of the Rain clan. Damn it, surnamed Mo, I should have known. Lin Ling was agitated and excited. No wonder he could not find his mother even though he was already famous in the rainforest Holy Land. It turned out that the world his mother lived in was even bigger than his. Chapter 9:12. Serpent Mother, Lin Ling, I know you want to see my sister. After this matter is over, I'll bring you to see her. Mo Ninyue noticed Lin Ling's excitement and couldn't help but smile. Lin Ling was her sister's most doted son and also a noble bloodline of the Rain clan. Unfortunately, the heavens were unfair to Lin Ling. Lin Ling wasn't valued by the Rain clan since he was young. Instead, he was abandoned and grew up in the outside world. Every time she thought of this, Mo Ninyue's heart would ache. She felt that she had let Lin Ling down. Fortunately, Lin Ling didn't disappoint and grew up step by step by relying on himself. This made Mo Ninyue feel gratified. Plop. Huo Wenyan sat powerlessly on the chair. His face was pale. He was extremely confident because Lin Ling wasn't comparable to the Serpent Palace. But now Lin Ling was a member of the Rain clan. This meant that the Serpent Palace had offended the Rain clan. He never thought that this junior would have such a huge identity. Little bastard. Huo Wenyan cursed in his heart. No wonder Lin Ling was so calm. It turned out that he had something to rely on. What was laughable was that he thought Lin Ling was very naive and stupid. My Rain clan isn't unreasonable. But killing to pay for a life is a principle that will never change. Since Hui Yuan of the Serpent Palace dared to kill Lin Ling, then Lin Ling can kill Hui Yuan. You guys bullied Lin Ling because he didn't have any status. But now, you guys should know that Lin Ling is a noble bloodline of my Rain clan. You guys aren't qualified to bully him. Huo Wenyan, hand over Hui Yuan. Mo Ninyue's voice was incomparably cold. She felt that the Rain clan had let Lin Ling down. Therefore, she announced Lin Ling's identity today so that Lin Ling wouldn't be bullied anymore. The hall was still silent. Everyone was shocked, but they also felt that this was a dream. Lin Ling was still in a life and death situation a moment ago. But now, he had become the main character, controlling the lives of others. If Huo Wenyan didn't hand over Hui Yuan, the Serpent Palace would offend the Rain clan. Today, Huo Wenyan had no choice but to hand over Hui Yuan. Lin Ling was forcing him to step down. Master, so powerful. At this moment Xianxia's heart, as expected of her master. She was. She was too. She was. She. Although her soul had been devoured by Lin Ling and she treated Lin Ling as her master, deep in her heart, she was still a little unsatisfied. She thought that Lin Ling was not worthy of being her master. But now she was convinced. Her master had more power than she had imagined. K. At this moment, the sound of a walking stick gently tapping the ground was heard. An old woman, supported by two people, walked step by step into the hall. Behind her was a panic-stricken young man. It was Hui Yuan. At this moment, not only was Hui Yuan panicking, but he was also terrified. He never thought that he would have to pay such a terrible price for pursuing Lin Ling. Lin Ling had directly killed his way into the Great Serpent's residence and forced his father to hand over the hostage. There was nowhere he could hide. He regretted it now. If he knew that Lin Ling was so terrifying, he wouldn't have killed Lin Ling. Hui Yuan. After Hui Yuan walked out, Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. His words made Hui Yuan tremble. When he saw Lin Ling again, he was even more frightened. Lin Ling had really come. The old woman walked out step by step and looked at Lin Ling coldly. Lin Ling felt like he was being stared at by an ancient snake king. Then, he heard the old woman's hoarse voice. Mo Ninyue, can you let this matter go for my sake? Sigh. Snake Mother. Mo Ninyue frowned. For the Great Serpent Mansion to be able to stand for 1,000 years, other than a terrifying expert like Huo Wenyan, there was another extremely terrifying person. She was none other than Snake Mother. Legend had it that she was one of the oldest warriors in the rainforest's sacred land. She was of the same generation as many ancient experts of the 4 desolate races. She was highly respected, and even the Rain clan's current patriarch knew of Snake Mother. He had even said that Snake Mother was transformed from a white snake, and had the bloodline of both Fae and human. However, Snake Mother had vanished 100 years ago. Many people thought she was dead, but they never expected a 1,000-year-old monster like Snake Mother to still be alive. When warriors cultivated, they fought against the heavens. The higher their cultivation level, the longer their lifespan would be. If you do not have the right to speak, then I'll speak to your Rain clan's patriarch. The old woman said lightly. Although she looked old, she had an indescribable dignity. She had stepped forward. No matter what, she had to protect Huiyuan. Huiyuan was one of her most beloved grandsons. How could she let a trash like Lin Ling kill him? Senior Snake Mother, this is a matter between the younger generation. You should leave it to them to resolve. Mo Nianyue said with a frown. She had to give Snake Mother face. There's no need. Let's forget about this matter. They only had some misunderstandings before. However, there's no need to make such a big deal out of a child's quarrel. I've said it before. If you do not have the right to speak, then I'll speak to your Rain clan's patriarch. The old woman said again, not giving Mo Nianyue any face. Mo Nianyue could make Huo Wenyan feel apprehensive, but she could not make her feel apprehensive. How tyrannical! Lin Ling's pupils constricted. Huiyuan had killed him in such a manner, but it was still said to be a child's quarrel. This old woman could not tell right from wrong. She was twisting the truth. All right, everyone, disperse. Seeing Mo Nianyue remain silent, the old woman waved her hand gently. With a single sentence, she calmed everything down. Her voice was filled with incomparable dignity. No one dared to speak. They all nodded. Quarrel? Fine. Seniors, don't make a move. I'll quarrel with Huiyuan again. However, just as everyone was about to leave, a cold voice rang out, causing their hearts to tremble. Lin Ling was not willing to let the matter rest. Snake Mother's aged eyes also looked at Lin Ling. A trace of coldness flowed out, but she did not say anything. She continued to lead Huiyuan forward. She was a person of virtue and prestige. She was an ancient character. Did Lin Ling have the qualifications to speak to her? Is the Great Snake Clan a bunch of trash? Are the young trash and the old trash as well? Just as she was about to take a step forward, an even colder voice rang out, causing her to finally stop in her tracks. Her old face turned even colder. This lowly junior who couldn't see through himself actually dared to call the House of Serpent trash, and even seemed to be scolding her as well. What guts! When she, Snake Mother, had made a name for herself in the rainforest Holy Land, this junior had not even been born yet. Young man, I've told you not to go too far. I want to see you again in the future. Must you continue to pester me? Snake Mother slowly turned around and looked coldly at Lin Ling. Behind her, Huiyuan smiled complacently. Lin Ling was courting death. Grandmother had spoken out, but Lin Ling was still unwilling to let the matter rest. Did he think that he could protect him just because he had the Rain clan's bloodline? Little girl from the Mo clan, take your people away. I've already cultivated my body and mind. My character is very good, but don't challenge my bottom line. Chapter 9:13. You will have to pay for it sooner or later. To be so protective and unable to differentiate between right and wrong, and to distort the truth, is this self-cultivation? You should feel lucky that the heavens did not take your life. However, before Mo Nianyue could say a word, Lin Ling spoke coldly. His voice was like thunder, shocking the world. In the hall, everyone's faces turned stiff. Even the outsiders had stunned expressions. Lin Ling dared to insult the Serpent Estate's most ancient bloodline and an ancient warrior of the rainforest's sacred land. One had to know that the Serpent Matriarch's seniority was high, comparable to the patriarchs of the 4 desolate races. Compared to her, Lin Ling was like a fledgling calf. Ignorance was not a crime. Young people were indeed full of vigor, but because of this, he had angered an ancient warrior. Mo Nianyue's pupils constricted. She never expected that Lin Ling would dare to rebut the Serpent Matriarch for justice. Justice is in the hearts of people. Your grandson has tried to kill me twice, but in your words, it was just a quarrel. Is your grandson's life worth more than the lives of others? Lin Ling ignored the thoughts of the crowd as he fearlessly stared into the Serpent Matriarch's eyes. Is this what you mean by cultivating one's moral character? His voice was loud and clear, causing the wrinkles on the serpent matriarch's face to deepen. Her benevolent aura quietly turned into a baleful aura. But, are you speechless from what I said? What serpent matriarch? What noble and virtuous? To put it bluntly, you are just a self-righteous person. Lin Ling gave a frivolous laugh. That's enough. The serpent matriarch finally spoke. She was like an ancient snake king that had awoken from its slumber. Even Yue did not dare speak, but Lin Ling dared to insult her. How could she not be angry? I've had enough? Not yet. However, Lin Ling shouted again, if the upper beam is crooked, the lower beam will be crooked. The reason Hui Yuan is so overbearing and arrogant is because you seniors have spoiled him. Although no one in the rainforest's sacred land dares to provoke him, if this continues, he will eventually walk towards death. After all, this world is so big, and there are always people better than him. Sooner or later, he will have to pay for what he has done. As for his death, you, as his grandmother, are the most responsible. You are overbearing and sinister, and so are your descendants. You put on an act to make others think that you are kind and amiable, but that is only on the surface. Lin Ling reprimands Orochi. Hearing that arrogant voice, everyone's faces stiffened. Lin Ling didn't give up. It was as if he didn't know how terrifying the Orochi was. The more he scolded, the more arrogant he became. She narrowed her eyes. How many years had it been since someone had dared to scold her? Moreover, the person who had scolded her was an overbearing and sinister old woman. Little bastard, your tongue is like a lotus flower, and your tongue is extremely poisonous. Today, even if that old ghost from the Rain Clan is here, I will teach you a lesson on his behalf. The Orochi's voice turned cold. Everyone could feel that she was angry. In the hall, everyone was trembling with fear. Although Lin Ling was the one scolding the Orochi, they were also afraid that they would be implicated. Yue was incomparably worried. With the Orochi's seniority, only her father could face her. Even she didn't have the qualifications to do so. That's right. Why are you pretending to be kind and amiable? The current you is the real you. You're an old and dim-sighted shrew who flew into a rage out of humiliation. However, Lin Ling was like a newborn calf that wasn't afraid of a tiger. He shouted again. Everyone went crazy. Lin Ling was still scolding the Orochi, and moreover, he was calling her a shrew. Ha, what a good saying. You will have to pay for what you have done sooner or later. At this moment, a tyrannical laughter suddenly rang out from the sky, causing everyone's expressions to change drastically. Unknowingly, an old man had appeared in the sky. At this moment, he was smiling as he looked down at the scene below. No one had noticed his appearance. He was extremely mysterious, and no one knew who he was. For you, the Orochi's heart trembled. She didn't notice that old man either. Don't flaunt your seniority. When the rainforest was formed, you were only a small snake. If you didn't steal a large amount of Bodhi liquid from the Bodhi ancient tree, you wouldn't have been able to transform at all. Moreover, you might think that your actions are unknown to the heavens and earth, but in reality, there are people watching. It's just that they didn't interrupt you because they didn't want to. Remember, whatever you do, the heavens are watching. The old man in the sky said indifferently, causing the Orochi's body to tremble. This was her secret. For so many years, no one had known about it, but this mysterious old man knew. Who exactly was he? Also, this is a matter between the young people. Let them settle it themselves. Why are you interfering? No wonder you were scolded by others for being dim-sighted. The old man said again. After that, he waved his hand. This matter, you can watch from the side. Impossible. The Orochi shook her head and said, how could she watch as Huiyuan was killed by Lin Ling? Nothing is impossible. The mysterious old man said indifferently. With a wave of his right hand, a token shot towards the Orochi. After the Orochi caught it, her old body trembled. In the end, she returned the token to the mysterious old man and slowly turned around to leave. Let the young people solve their own problems. After leaving this sentence, the Orochi disappeared without a trace. The mysterious old man in the sky looked at Lin Ling and smiled. Lin Ling, you are very good at taking advantage of others. After that, the mysterious old man also disappeared without a trace. Lin Ling smiled and bowed. Thank you, sword-wielding old man. He wasn't surprised. After all, the sword-wielding old man had told him that if he, Lin Ling, couldn't deal with the enemy, the Saint Palace would do it for him. That was why Lin Ling had the confidence to come to the Orochi mansion. Moreover, he guessed that before the secret realm opened, the Bodhi Saint Palace would protect him. Perhaps, every saint who could enter the secret realm would be heavily protected by the Bodhi Saint Palace. The Orochi mansion is ignoring this matter. The crowd looked at the dramatic scene and felt that everything was unreal. There were too many variables in today's matter. Lin Ling dared to come to the Orochi mansion with only one person. Many people thought that Lin Ling was stupid and would die without a doubt. In the end, the Rain clan's Amonian Yue appeared and announced Lin Ling's identity, leaving Huo Wenyan helpless. Just when everyone thought that the matter had come to a perfect conclusion, the ancient Orochi mansion appeared. She took advantage of her seniority and changed everything. However, this wasn't the final result. Another unknown old man appeared, causing the Orochi mansion to give up on Huoyuan. Who was that old man? He actually caused the Orochi mansion to be so fearful that she even gave up on her own grandson. Why was Lin Ling able to obtain the help of that old man? No one had the answer to this question. It could only be said that today's Lin Ling was still the main character, controlling everything. Huoyuan, there's no one to stop the matter between us. It's time to put an end to it. Lin Ling said indifferently as he looked at Huoyuan. At this moment, Huoyuan's emotions were the most complicated. One moment he was in hell, the next moment he was back in heaven, and finally he was back in hell. This feeling of being up and down made him want to die. In the end, he still couldn't escape from Lin Ling's pursuit. Just like what his father had said, Lin Ling, no one in the world could save Lin Ling. And now, those words were actually left for him. Father, save me. Huoyuan looked at Huo Wenyan, looking for the last straw to clutch at. However, Huo Wenyan's face was pale. Could he save him? No, even his grandmother couldn't do anything about it. How could he reverse the tide? Unless he wanted the entire bloodline of the Orochi mansion to be buried with him. Although he didn't know who that mysterious old man was, he believed in the Orochi mansion. That mysterious old man should be an ancient martial artist of the same generation as the Orochi mansion. Chapter 9:14. Rain Clan Yuan. You should face the consequences of your own actions. Sigh. Huoyuan sighed softly and turned to leave. He couldn't bear to see the scene in front of him, but before he left, he took a deep look at Lin Ling. Lin Ling dared to come to the Great Serpent Manor alone and was determined to kill his son, Huoyuan. He thought it was a fool's dream, but in the end, Lin Ling did it. Moreover, he guessed that the mysterious old man who could make his grandmother feel apprehensive might have come from that most sacred place. Lin Ling, I was wrong. I shouldn't have attacked you. We were just messing around. I hope you can be magnanimous and let me go. Sigh. Seeing that no one could save him, Huoyuan knelt before Lin Ling and kept kowtowing. However, Lin Ling sat back down and drank his tea. He was at ease and did not say a word. Lin Ling, how about we turn weapons of war into gifts of jade and silk? Huoyuan was flustered. In his heart, this short period of time felt like a century. I said you were stupid before. Now you finally understand what I mean. Lin Ling finally said, causing Huoyuan to tremble. Previously, when he ordered people to kill Lin Ling had indeed said this to him. At that time, he didn't care at all, but now he understood what it meant. Lin Ling wasn't someone he could provoke. I will never let go of anyone who wants to kill me. If you want to blame someone, blame the environment you grew up in. This place made you arrogant, and in the end, you developed this kind of character. You don't know that there is always someone better than you. Sigh. Lin Ling put down the teacup in his hand and lightly waved the tyrannical song in his hand. When the sword was unsheathed, a head fell. With his current strength, apart from Huoyuan's family background, nothing else was worth mentioning. He's dead. In the hall, everyone's mood was complicated. Lin Ling's name had shaken the rainforest Holy Land not long ago. At that time, Everyone thought that a genius who was too dazzling would fall easily. But today, Lin Ling told them that if they wanted to kill him, they could, but only if they killed him in a single blow. Otherwise, if he didn't die, no one would be able to save him. Hui Yuan was a good example. No matter how many experts appeared, Hui Yuan would still die. "Oh, let's go," Lin Ling said to Emon Yingyue, who was still in shock. Then he strode out of the manor. He couldn't wait to see his mother again. "Little fellow, Aunt Emo discovered that you're even more mysterious than I imagined." Emon Yingyue faintly smiled and quickly followed after Lin Ling. As for Xianxia, she didn't say a single word. She coldly followed behind Lin Ling. She was currently Lin Ling's bodyguard and assassin, and Lin Ling was her master. But through the previous events, she discovered that her master, Lin Ling, was far more terrifying than she had imagined. She had found a good master by chance. At this moment, outside the Great Serpent Manor, many people were still gathered there. As they saw Lin Ling and Emon Yingyue walk out, their hearts trembled. Lin Ling had succeeded. The two of them had broken into the Great Serpent Manor and killed Hui Yuan in front of countless powerhouses. What a troublesome junior. In the 7 Profound Martial House, he is called Mad God Lin Ling. Now, his madness has even spread to the Rainforest Holy Land. Many peak powerhouses had dignified expressions. Through this matter, they knew that Lin Ling was not some soft persimmon. If anyone wanted to kill Lin Ling by chance, they would have to bear the consequences. Lin Ling was expressionless as he continued forward. He realized that he had achieved the effect of today's intimidation. At least in the Rainforest Holy Land, the covetous eyes of others should be restrained. In this world, the strong were revered. If a newcomer rose, they would naturally be suppressed. In addition, Lin Ling had many enemies. Thus, in this situation, the only solution was to use violence to curb violence. And Lin Ling had done it. "Ling, who was that person from before?" Emon Yingyue asked as she led Lin Ling forward. "A senior. His background is a bit mysterious." Lin Ling smiled. He didn't mention the matter of the Bodhi Saint Palace because it seemed that this was a taboo topic of the Bodhi Saint Palace. "Haha, as long as he doesn't have any ill intentions towards you." Emon Yingyue didn't ask. She knew that everyone had their own secrets. She was only worried that this mysterious powerhouse would harm Lin Ling. She smiled and said, "Your mother is my big sister, so I am your little aunt." "Little aunt?" Lin Ling stopped, his heart beating with excitement. No wonder he had felt a sense of familiarity when he first saw Auntie Emo. It turned out that Auntie Emo was his family. His little aunt was very beautiful. Was his mother as beautiful as her? Lin Ling couldn't help but clench the soil in his arms. This was the soil from his father's grave. He could finally give it to his mother. In his last life, he had been an orphan. He had no parents. After coming here, he had his own family, so he cherished them. To him, the word mother held great significance. Emon Yingyue faintly looked at Lin Ling. She wanted to find the outline of her big sister from Lin Ling's face. But the more she looked, the more she nodded. Similar, very similar. Lin Ling's eyes were beautiful, as deep as the sea. His nose was tall and sharp, and carried with it a killing intent. This should have been inherited from his father. Besides his nose, everything else was similar to Emon Yingyue's. He was an ordinary youth, but upon closer inspection, he was very handsome. Xiao. The two of them strolled through the skies, turning into a rainbow as they flew towards the other side of the Rainforest Holy Land. As for Xianxia, Lin Ling had her go to the 7 Profound Martial House's mountain valley to find Qin Xiaolan. The Rain Clan was one of the 4 great desolate clans of the Rainforest Holy Land. They were the most ancient clan and also the proudest clan. And this mysterious clan was like an otherworldly master. They lived under a giant spirit root of the Bodhi ancient tree. Compared to the spirit root in the mountain valley, this spirit root had a much longer history. As they approached the Rain Clan's residence, they could see that it was raining. This area has rain all year round. It is of great help to the Rain Clan. Emon Yingyue smiled as she explained. Rain all year round? Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. They were both in the rainforest Holy Land, but the climate was completely different. In front of them was a misty rain, and a vast expanse of green mountains and clear waters appeared. It was like a paradise on earth, but there were no signs of people living here. At this time, Emo Ninyue took out a token and gently tossed it out. The jade token bloomed with a gentle light, and a path appeared in the misty rain. A massive mountain valley appeared. From the outside, this valley was vast and boundless, even larger than the entirety of Cloud Sea City. "Follow me," Emo Ninyue said. Lin Ling nodded. Now he knew why the 4 great desolate clans were so mysterious. So they were hidden in the rainforest Holy Land, and outsiders simply couldn't approach them. They were truly worthy of being the royal family. After entering the mountain valley, the buildings in the valley were tall and majestic, and the air was filled with a wild and ancient smell. A massive spirit root sat on the ground, exuding a boundless spiritual energy. All of the plants in the mountain valley were uprooted, as if they were ancient trees. 14th Ant has returned. After the 2 of them landed on the ground, voices sounded out from the streets and alleys. Many people walked out. 14th Ant represented her status. Emo Ninyue was the daughter of the Rain Clan's powerhouse, Rain Master Mo Ping. Her status in the Rain Clan wasn't low, and Rain Master Mo Ping had a total of 15 direct bloodlines. Chapter 9:15. Deep Waters, Ninyue, you're back. A man in his 40s looked at Emo Ninyue and asked her to bow respectfully. These people were her brothers, but they were all looking at Lin Ling because Lin Ling was a stranger. 14th sister, who is this? A dignified man asked indifferently. This is my elder sister's son. Emo Ninyue looked at the crowd and said. Everyone's eyes flickered with surprise. 13th Ant's son? I heard that 13th Ant represented the Rain Clan and the Sparrow Clan in a marriage alliance. However, 13th Ant was dissatisfied with the marriage and secretly ran to the 100 territories. Later on, she married a savage child. This is her son with the savage child. His talent isn't the Rain Clan's water talent. It seems like he didn't obtain the inheritance. He only came to the Rain Clan now. Is he trying to climb the Rain Clan's thick thigh? Many people began to discuss. They were the oldest and proudest clan. Not to mention Lin Ling, they didn't even put the top experts of the various martial arts halls in their eyes. But now Lin Ling, an outsider, was their relative. Why would they care? They thought that Lin Ling must have come from a higher place. Since that's the case, bring him to see father. The older man didn't seem to care. Emo Ninyue nodded and followed the crowd with Lin Ling, late-stage Emperor Spirit Realm. He's very weak. 13th Ant has embarrassed herself again. Emo Qianfen, remember, the Rain Clan is the proudest clan. Don't embarrass yourselves like 13th Ant's son. 13th Ant is really pitiful. She married a trash as her husband, but her son is also disappointing. Along the way, there were people pointing at them from time to time. Although they weren't loud, their words were filled with disdain. Some elders even used Lin Ling to lecture the juniors. The Rain Clan was a proud clan, but also a very united one. Therefore, when Lin Ling came, no one dared to do anything out of line. After all, Lin Ling was Emo Nianxin's son. However, many people compared Lin Ling to their own sons. This was especially true for some of the younger generations who were relatively weak and lazy in cultivation. They had always been disliked in the Rain Clan, and even their parents had lost face. But now, they seemed to have found an existence that was even worse than their own son. Lin Ling frowned. He naturally heard the surrounding people. Although they had the same bloodline, Lin Ling, he couldn't sense any familial affection. Only snobbery. Big clans, the waters were deeper, and the situation was more complicated. In this aspect, the Fire Ancient Clan was much better than the Rain Clan. Lin Ling, Emo Ninyue's eyes. Emo Ninyue was Emo Nianxin. Emo Ninyue didn't like the noise around her either, but she still comforted Lin Ling, who nodded. The group passed through the streets and arrived at an extremely simple mansion. This mansion looked extremely ordinary, without the slightest bit of splendor. This was the Rain Clan's pursuit, returning to simplicity. Lin Ling sensed that this seemingly simple mansion had an aura that made people bow down in worship. This should be the most sacred place of the Rain clan. The group entered the mansion one after another. In a large hall, everyone sat down. Mo Nianyue gave some instructions and went with her brother to invite her father out. "It's you!" The people in the surroundings looked indifferent, but there was one person who whispered to Lin Ling, causing Lin Ling to look over. That person was somewhat familiar. It was the young lady who bought his son's Spirit 100-flower pill in the Saint Market back then. He didn't expect her to be from the Rain clan. "I've finally found you." Mo Xiaoyan was surprised. That day, she had broken through with the help of Lin Ling's pill. After that, she had been looking for Lin Ling. She didn't expect that Lin Ling was actually her relative. "You've broken through. It seems like the effects of the pill have taken effect." Lin Ling looked at Mo Xiaoyan with a smile. "Your pill is still the best." Mo Xiaoyan's expression was somewhat excited. Her strength was considered average among the younger generation of the Rain clan. She had never won glory for her parents. However, after taking Lin Ling's pill, she had broken through to the peak of the Emperor's spirit realm. Her status among the younger generation of the Rain clan had risen greatly. Her parents were also incomparably proud of her. Therefore, when she saw Lin Ling, she was incomparably grateful. "Cousin Xiaoyan, don't talk to others so casually. It's an insult to the pride of the Rain clan." At this moment, a faint voice came from not far away. A young man about 20 years old looked over. "Cousin Ziffin." Mo Xiaoyan frowned. The latter was the son of her 8th uncle. His status among the younger generation was not low. His cultivation level was the same as hers, but his strength was stronger than hers. "He's not a stranger. He's Aunt Nianxin's son, and also my cousin." "Soon," Mo Xiaoyan said stubbornly. "He's just a bastard. His bloodline is not orthodox. He's not qualified to be mentioned in the same breath as us." The young man said again. Many of the younger generation in the hall also laughed disdainfully. To them, Lin Ling was indeed not of the orthodox bloodline. His mother was noble, but his father was from the 100 territories. He could be called a bastard. Meanwhile, some of the elders were drinking tea and chatting with each other. They didn't care about the younger generation at all. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. That person called him a bastard? Pure bloodline, but he's only at the peak of the Emperor's spirit realm. I wonder who gave him the courage to bark like a dog. Doesn't he find it embarrassing? Lin Ling muttered to himself. The other party was too proud, so he didn't hold back. He was here to see his mother, not to listen to the snobbish faces and disdainful words of his relatives. He couldn't tolerate this kind of anger. "Are you talking about me?" The young man named Mo Ziffin's eyes narrowed. He wasn't the strongest member of the younger generation in the Rain clan, but compared to the top elites of the martial hall, he was confident that he could surpass them. This meant that in the younger generation of the rainforest's sacred land, other than the desolate race's geniuses, no other geniuses could enter his eyes. But now, the country bumpkin from the 13th ant called him a dog? Whoever replies to me, that's who I'm talking about. Lin Ling continued muttering to himself. His calm look made Mo Xiaoyan chuckle. She also didn't like Mo Ziffin. He was often smug in front of her. But now, seeing Mo Ziffin's eyes red with anger, she felt extremely relieved. "Dog, don't think that you can speak nonsense just because you're 13th Ant's son." Mo Ziffin's expression turned ugly. 13th Ant's son is so ill-mannered. On the other side, a beautiful woman in her 30s said coldly. She seemed to be Mo Ziffin's mother. The other elders also looked at Lin Ling with dissatisfaction. They believed that Lin Ling was ill-mannered. He actually dared to casually scold others in such a serious place. Like juniors, like elders. They all have the same face. Lin Ling wasn't afraid at all. He didn't even look at the elders as he said this. "Little bastard, you're young and weak, but you have a sharp tongue," the elders said in a low voice. However, Lin Ling smiled and didn't care. These people were used to being noble. They believed that they stood at the top of countless people and had the right to criticize others. But in fact, they were just humans. By the side, Mo Xiaoyan wanted to laugh, but she didn't dare to. She had long found these elders displeasing to the eye. Whatever they did, they only cared about their own face. Their excuse was that everything was for the benefit of the Rain clan. If you retaliated, they would take advantage of their seniority to criticize you. This caused Mo Xiaoyan to remain silent all these years. She didn't dare to resist. Chapter 9:16. The rules of a large family clan. At this moment, the sound of light footsteps was heard. A short but spirited old man slowly walked out from the deep corridor. The moment he walked out, it was as if the air was filled with an oppressive wind, as if a storm was coming. At this moment, everyone stood up and bowed respectfully. The Rain clan placed great importance on etiquette, and the current patriarch, Rain Master Mo Ping, was extremely solemn. This made all the bloodlines revere him. After the old man, there were more direct bloodlines, including Mo Ninyue. At this moment, she didn't dare to speak casually. Sit. Rain Master Mo Ping sat down on the highest seat and said lightly, causing the solemn atmosphere in the hall to become even more intense. Lin Ling stared at the old man, but his heart was thunderous. Was that person his grandfather? Following that, he sensed the old man's gaze. It was like the rain from the sky, enveloping his entire body. It was extremely mysterious. Nianxin's son? He came from afar, so he must have worked hard. From today onwards, he will be a member of the Rain clan. Give him all the cultivation resources he should have. A dignified voice came from the old man's mouth. Following that, the old man looked at everyone. The end of the year is approaching. Our Rain clan is one of the 4 great desolate clans of the rainforest sacred land, so we must not embarrass ourselves. The younger generation has to work harder in their cultivation. The end of the year examination will test your strength. Patriarch, don't worry. The younger generation has worked hard and their strength has greatly increased. Father, your granddaughter Feng will definitely not disappoint you. The atmosphere in the hall was no longer as solemn as before. Everyone laughed and said, Feng is almost 18. Good. The old man became kind, causing the atmosphere in the hall to become more harmonious. As for Mo Ninyue, she looked at Lin Ling with tears in her eyes. Her father had only said one sentence when he saw Lin Ling. He didn't even ask for his name. It was as if Lin Ling wasn't his grandson. He couldn't even be bothered to look at him. Thinking of this, and thinking of Lin Ling's childhood, where he grew up like an abandoned child, Mo Ninyue felt that it was unfair for Lin Ling. In the end, it was because of Lin Ling's father. Lin Ling's father was too ordinary. At this moment, Lin Ling's hands were tightly clenched into fists. In front of the future Rain clan, he was extremely excited and nervous. He knew that he would be able to meet his mother's relatives, so much so that he had already prepared a gift in his green ring. Although his gift wasn't much to the Rain clan seniors, it was still a token of his sincerity. However, the things he imagined didn't happen. His grandfather was very cold when he saw him. He only said a few words and even glanced at him. Soon after, he began to talk about other things. Meanwhile, the others were also incompatible with him. It was as if he was an outsider who wanted to climb up the thick thighs of the Rain clan. He had never had such thoughts before. He was already famous in the rainforest Holy Land and had even become the holy son of Bodhi Palace. He didn't need to climb up the social ladder. He just wanted to see his mother and make her family happy. Lin Ling clenched his right fist so hard that the sound of his knuckles cracking could be heard. He felt very uncomfortable in his heart. It didn't matter if others ignored him and treated him as a passerby. However, these people were his mother's relatives. The hall was still bustling with noise. No one paid any attention to Lin Ling. Only Mo Ninyue's eyes were red. She felt even more indignant for Lin Ling. She felt as if Lin Ling was an abandoned child. Finally, Rain Master Mo Ping's hearty laughter announced the end of the family gathering. The juniors had clearly made him very happy and made him look forward to the next year's examination. Senior, I want to see my mother. However, just as the crowd was about to disperse, a stubborn voice rang out. Everyone looked over and saw that it was Mo Nianxin's son. Rain Master Mo Ping was just about to stand up, but he sat back down. Nianxin has violated the family rules. She is now facing the wall and reflecting on her mistakes. No one is allowed to see her. Senior. He was somewhat dissatisfied. He felt that this unfamiliar grandson of his didn't understand etiquette. How dare he speak to him in such a manner? Moreover, he didn't call him grandfather, but senior. However, how could he have thought that even he didn't treat Lin Ling as his grandson? Why would Lin Ling treat him as his grandfather? Why? Why? Lin Ling sat quietly on the chair and said softly, "How dare you speak to your father like that?" A man who seemed to be Lin Ling's uncle shouted angrily, "Lin Ling, you are too impudent. Father has already said that Xianxia is facing the wall and reflecting on her mistakes. No one is allowed to see her. Who would have thought that this bastard would still ask?" Lin Ling's eyes flashed with determination. He raised his head and looked at Rainmaster Mo Ping. He had been searching for his mother for many years. In order to let his mother know about him as soon as possible, he had worked hard in the rainforest's holy land. However, when he finally found out about his mother's whereabouts, his so-called grandfather didn't allow him to see her. He was unwilling to accept this. Today, he had to see his mother. Rainmaster Mo Ping frowned and looked at Lin Ling's clear eyes. However, he found that this unfamiliar grandson of his was incomparably stubborn. In the past, your mother should have married someone from the Sparrow clan. Only then would our Rain clan become even more powerful. She would have had a bright future ahead of her. However, your mother ran away and gave birth to you with someone else. She has failed to live up to the expectations of the Rain clan. She is a sinner of the Rain clan. Tell me, does she have the qualifications to be your mother? Child. Rainmaster Mo Ping was still solemn. However, he was no longer expressionless. Perhaps Lin Ling's stubbornness had moved him. Lin Ling's body trembled. No wonder his mother was punished to face the wall. So it was like this. However, an indescribable anger rose in his heart. Because she didn't act according to the wishes of the clan, because she didn't follow the path that Senior paved for my mother, she violated the rules of the clan? Why isn't she qualified to be my mother? She is a human, not an animal. She is not a puppet that the Rain clan can manipulate. The Rain clan's interests are the most important, but not everyone is required to sacrifice themselves. My mother did not do anything wrong. You all are too selfish. A cold voice rang out in the hall, causing everyone to suck in a breath of cold air. This son of Xianxia was really bold. He actually dared to reprimand the entire clan. Little bastard, you don't have a father's upbringing. How dare you speak to the clan leader like this? Lin Ling's uncle roared angrily. Everyone looked at Lin Ling angrily. They had already acknowledged Lin Ling's identity, but Lin Ling did not know how to be grateful. Instead, he became impudent. Shut up. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed, and his tiger-like eyes widened. My father is not someone you can talk to. Furthermore, who do you think you are to be qualified to speak to me? You. Veins appeared on Lin Ling's uncle's forehead. According to seniority, he was Lin Ling's uncle. Lin Ling told him to shut up? He is not old and his wings are not strong enough. However, his temperament is very wild. Father, in my opinion, this child should not be qualified to be part of the Rain clan's bloodline. Such an ungrateful person, our Rain clan does not welcome him. Another crafty and harsh voice rang out. He doesn't know the rules. This child's temperament is as rebellious as Xianxia's. The others also reprimanded one after another. Chapter 9:17. 3 moves ha. Ha. Lin Ling laughed loudly. You all said that I became the Rain clan's bloodline, but you all seem to have forgotten that I didn't agree. Ha. You're courting death. Everyone's pupils constricted. For others to be able to become the Rain clan's bloodline, that was already burning incense in their previous life. However, this child didn't even care about it. What arrogance! Also, don't casually claim to be related to me. I don't have such snobbish relatives, and don't compare your trash juniors with me. They aren't qualified. After Lin Ling laughed, his expression turned cold. Today, I came to see my mother, not to see you clowns who think you're infallible. Ha! What a poisonous mouth. Ha! Everyone gritted their teeth. If the patriarch wasn't here, They would definitely teach this arrogant junior a lesson. Rain Master Mo Ping's face turned ashen. You just came to the Rain Clan, so you don't know the rules of the Rain Clan. This time, I won't blame you, but you should know that strength is respected in the Rain Clan. With strength comes status. You are Xianxia's son. If you want to see her, then you have to fight for her honor, and not behave atrociously here. Ha! Although he was angry, because he was an elder, he didn't punish Lin Ling. However, how could the others be willing, especially Mo Ziffin? Because Lin Ling even dared to reprimand his mother, and Lin Ling was a bastard from who knows where. Since when was it his turn to speak? Grandfather, since cousin wants to see Aunt Xianxia, then give him a chance. Just as grandfather said, cousin came to the Rain Clan for the first time, so he doesn't know the rules of the Rain Clan. Sometimes, as elders, we have to remind him. Mo Ziffin walked out and said respectfully to Rain Master Mo Ping. Rain Master Mo Ping nodded. This was his grandson's first time coming to the Rain Clan, so he didn't know how powerful the Rain Clan was. That was why he ran amok. Mo Ziffin smiled faintly. Since his grandfather had agreed, he could use this chance to display himself. Maybe his grandfather would be happy and reward him. He looked at Lin Ling. Cousin, the Rain Clan is a big clan with rules. You can't do whatever you want unless you have great talent and can make the Rain Clan make an exception for you. But now, grandfather will give you a chance. Defeat me in 10 moves and grandfather will let you meet Aunt Xianxia. 10 moves? Many people laughed. Mo Ziffin was 20 years old this year, and his strength was at the peak of the Emperor's spirit realm. This cultivation level didn't seem high, but it was actually very strong. Because the Rain Clan's talent was too strong, their cultivation speed was much slower. At least they knew that Mo Ziffin was several streets ahead of the top geniuses of the various martial arts halls. Cousin Ziffin, you are at the peak of the Emperor's spirit realm, but Aunt Xianxia's son is at the late stage of the Emperor's spirit realm. Mo Xiaoyan felt that it was unfair for Lin Ling, but her parents soon looked at her with anger. Everyone was looking at Lin Ling with dissatisfaction. Only their daughter was speaking up for Lin Ling. This would incur the wrath of the crowd. Ha! Mo Ziffin laughed arrogantly. How about this? He doesn't need to defeat me in 10 moves. As long as he can damage a single strand of my hair, he will win. This Mo Ziffin, many people shook their heads. Mo Ziffin was very confident. This was also a way to make his grandfather happy. How about it? Mo Ziffin looked at Lin Ling and said, if you can't do it, then you have to follow the rules. Grandfather must have his own reasons for his decision. As a junior, you should respect him and put the Rain Clan's interests first. He seemed to think that Lin Ling wouldn't dare to agree, so he used his status as a cousin to criticize Lin Ling. Ziffin. Rain Master Mo Ping shook his head and smiled. This grandson of his was a little arrogant, but sometimes he was quite popular. Then he looked at Xianxia's son and shook his head again. They were about the same age, but it was a pity that growing up outside couldn't compare to the Rain Clan's nurturing. The difference between the two was too great. 10 moves. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling said indifferently. That's right, 10 moves. If you don't have the confidence, 20 moves are fine too. Mo Ziffin nodded. 10 moves is too much. Let's make it 3. Lin Ling walked out slowly. Since he had the chance to see his mother, he definitely wouldn't miss it. Ugh! Mo Ziffin's pupils constricted, and the others also widened their eyes. Mo Ziffin had the right to be arrogant, so he allowed 10 moves. In the end, Xianxia's son was arrogant. He also allowed 3 moves. You have to know that I'm at the peak of the Emperor's spirit realm. In addition to the talent of the Rain Clan, I'm the #1 existence in the Heaven's Pride ranking among the 7 major martial arts halls. Mo Ziffin shook his head and smiled. Let's begin. Lin Ling didn't say much and took a step forward. Sigh, outsiders don't know the strength of the Rain Clan. Mo Ziffin shook his head helplessly and walked out slowly. The two stood tens of meters apart. Lin Ling signaled with his eyes. Are you ready? I'm ready. Although you said 3 moves, I said 10 moves, so I'll make it 10 moves. Mo Ziffin smiled and looked at his grandfather. He had decided that he would make Lin Ling hurt himself in 1 move. This was also considered as letting his grandfather see the results of his cultivation before the end of the year assessment. Bang! Lin Ling didn't say much. He took a step forward and shot out like a leopard. His fist followed and punched out heavily. He doesn't know martial arts. Many people shook their heads and laughed. Nian Chen's son's martial arts foundation was so weak. That punch was full of loopholes and had no power at all. Unfortunately, they didn't know that the seemingly ordinary punch contained 30 million points of strength. Boom! The punch landed on Mo Ziffin's chest. Mo Ziffin's body was covered in rain mist. It looked hazy, but it was actually a powerful defensive martial arts. Time seemed to have stopped. The crowd only saw one person punching out and the other standing quietly. But in the next moment, Mo Ziffin was blown away as if he was hit by a cannonball. Ah! Everyone's eyes widened. Although Mo Ziffin only defended and didn't attack, he used the true meaning of rain mist. His defense was extremely strong. However, he was still blown away. This was too unbelievable. What kind of trick did you use? Impossible. I even dare to fight with the early stage of the Saint Spirit realm. How can I be defeated by you? Bang! On the ground, Mo Ziffin didn't suffer any serious injuries. However, he was humiliated, because in just one move, not only did his hair get damaged, but he was also blown away. That 10 moves was simply a joke. His figure moved through the rain and shot a finger at Lin Ling. Thousand rain finger. Bang, bang, bang. The true meaning of rain mist exploded and reached 100%. The rain condensed into a point and the power was sharp. Ziffin, no! Many people shouted. The clan leader was present. After Mo Ziffin lost, he became angry and attacked again. This was something the clan leader didn't want to see. Because a loss was a loss. Refusing to admit defeat was a disgrace to the proud Rain clan. He shot a finger at Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes flashed coldly. Flames surged out from his left hand. He looked forward and punched. Boom! The fist and finger collided. The void shattered. In the next moment, a figure flew out again. This time, he hit the ground and spat out blood. It was Mo Ziffin. What? Chapter 9:18. The two prides of the Rain clan. I thought you'd need 3 moves, but I overestimated you. In fact, 1 move is enough. Move! At the same time, a soft voice floated out, shocking everyone. Rain Master Mo Ping's eyes narrowed. Nianshan's son was so strong? How was this possible? Nianshan's son didn't have any cultivation resources and was born in the 100 territories. How could he defeat a genius of the Rain clan? How dare you hurt my son? Move! After a moment of silence, a sharp voice came out. It was Mo Ziffin's mother. The Rain clan is a proud clan, but your son seems to be a disgrace. If you don't have the strength, don't let others attack you. Lin Ling looked at the beautiful woman indifferently. The beautiful woman narrowed her eyes. These elders had always compared their sons to others, and Mo Nianshan's son was the weakest among them. But now, it seemed like they couldn't compare at all. It's just a spar. Brat, you hurt him. He's your cousin. Another person reprimanded. It was Lin Ling's uncle. It's the result of overestimating myself. Lin Ling looked at that person again. According to you, me teaching you a lesson is also the result of overestimating yourself? A junior of the Rain clan said coldly. Lin Ling laughed evilly. Not to mention you, even if all the juniors of the Emperor Spirit Realm came together, you wouldn't be able to teach me a lesson. Ah! The juniors of the Rain clan narrowed their eyes. This son of Mo Nianshan was so arrogant. If you don't believe me, try me. I'll defeat all of you. Lin Ling stepped forward. If he defeated these geniuses of the Rain clan, not only would he be able to see his mother, but he would also be able to win glory for her. So he wouldn't back down. What a stinky mouth. Let me see if you have the strength. Rain Barrier. A genius of the Rain clan stepped forward and displayed his mysterious talent. The misty rain actually separated Lin Ling's spiritual chi from the heaven and earth. As one of the 4 great desolate clans, the Rain clan's talent wasn't weak. If it was anyone else, their defense and attack would be greatly weakened. However, Lin Ling cultivated the innate qi technique, and his body was strong. Without the help of the heaven and earth spiritual qi, he wouldn't be affected. He took a step forward, and like a sword being unsheathed, he punched out. Myriad colors. Geniuses were also displaying powerful true intents of martial arts. Boom! Fist and palm collided, but the prodigy was sent flying backwards. How could he have known that Lin Ling was invincible in the Emperor Spirit realm just by relying on his physical body? The indifferent voice sounded again in the hall. Arrogant. Another Rain Clan's genius walked out. According to seniority, you belong to my cousin. Therefore I won't yield to you. Then I'll let you have it. Lin Ling laughed lightly and stood at his original location without moving. His words caused the expression of the Rain Clan's genius to turn incomparably ugly. With a flicker of his body, 5 afterimages appeared as he pounced towards Lin Ling. Bang bang bang. The 5 afterimages were all real bodies. Some used their fists, some used their palms, and some used their legs to chop down like a battle axe. Boom. There was a dull thud, but Lin Ling was unscathed. His physical body had been tempered, and he no longer feared any Emperor Spirit Realm cultivators. That's all you've got? Lin Ling's fist shot out like a meteor, and the 5 figures were all sent flying backwards. Then, the voice sounded again, causing the hearts of many to tremble. In this way, it seemed that other than the 2 strongest prodigies of the Rain Clan, no one in the younger generation could be his opponent. This son of Emonienchen, he shocked the world with a single brilliant feat. So powerful, Emo Xiaoyan covered her mouth with her small hand. One had to know that her cousins in the 7 major martial arts halls would definitely be at the top of the prodigy ranking. However, even they were not a match for Lin Ling. Then how powerful was Lin Ling? Could it be that he was the number 1 prodigy of the 7 major martial arts halls? Can I see my mother now? Seeing that no one dared to step forward, Lin Ling slowly said. He turned around and looked at the Rain Master Mo Ping. Previously, the Rain Master Mo Ping had said that the Rain Clan was a large clan that prioritized benefits above all else. Now that he had displayed his strength, it meant that his future potential would not be weak. In that case, from the perspective of benefits, Lin Ling should have some special privileges. So young and already invincible in the Emperor Spirit Realm. Impressive. Let me test your strength. Yes. At this moment, a young man in white robes walked into the hall. His hands were behind his back, and his steps seemed to carry the charm of nature. His steps did not seem fast, but in the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Lin Ling. A powerful aura quietly spread out. It was the strength of an early-stage Saint Spirit Realm expert. He was about a year older than Lin Ling, but his strength was unparalleled. He was comparable to the saint of the Bodhi Sacred Palace. Rumble. A curtain of rain fell from the sky. This was the small world of the profound meaning of rain. The center of the hall seemed to have become an area of heavy rain. In the rain, 2 figures stood facing each other. One of them was the mysterious young man in white, and the other was Lin Ling. What a powerful aura. He is definitely not an ordinary Saint Spirit Realm expert. Lin Ling was shocked. He realized that he could not move his body. It was as if everything was controlled by the rain. However, he still controlled himself. His right hand slowly reached for the tyrannical song sword behind him. This was the usual action of drawing the sword, but it was incomparably difficult today. Cousin Mo Zihu. Everyone in the hall had a drastic change in expression. Some of the younger generation revealed looks of worship. Any one of the Rain Clan's geniuses was a top heaven's pride of the 7 great martial arts halls. The most dazzling geniuses of the Rain Clan were Mo Zihu and Mo Zilong. These 2 were famous in the 4 great desolate races. They had stepped into the Saint Spirit Realm at such a young age, and were known as the Rain Clan's twin prides. Of course, those that paid attention to them were the top factions. No one in the 7 great martial arts halls knew of them. This was because the heavens prides of the martial arts halls did not have the qualifications to know of them. And today, Lin Ling had swept away all the geniuses of the Rain Clan. It was impossible for Mo Zihu to not come out. He represented the orthodox bloodline, and Lin Ling represented the collateral bloodline. How could he let Lin Ling be proud? Must the Rain clan's twin prides be able to suppress him? Rainmaster Mo Ping looked deeply at Lin Ling previously. He could tell that Lin Ling's body was very strong. But after the geniuses came out one by one, he wanted to see Lin Ling's limits. But who knew that none of the Rain clan's geniuses could stop Lin Ling? They had to send out their strongest elites to suppress him. Although Lin Ling was being suppressed, he did not feel good in his heart. After all, even though Lin Ling was defeated, it was still a glorious defeat. In the entire Rain clan, there were only 2 geniuses above Lin Ling. Rumble. The Rain profound world was still as vast as before, constantly suppressing Lin Ling. Moz, who also saw that Lin Ling was about to draw his sword. He gently smiled. In front of me, what can you do even if you draw your sword? Lin Ling's pupils were cold. His opponent was the strongest opponent he had ever met, yet he could not draw his sword. But if he could not even draw his sword, that would be a great humiliation. Rumble. The small world within Lin Ling's body crazily surged. Waves of energy and flames erupted, allowing Lin Ling to finally grasp the sword hilt. Moz, who did not care at all. Under his Rain profound world, what could Lin Ling do even if he drew his sword? After all, once the profound world was used, it could suppress all true martial intents. All right. At this moment, Rain Master Mo Ping indifferently said. However, just as he finished speaking, a sword light slashed out. Fire Profound World. Chapter 919. Breakthrough Show. A shallow sword wound appeared on Mo's cheek as blood flowed out. His eyes narrowed. This son of Mo Xianxia had actually injured him, and he had even comprehended profound. Profound. Rainmaster Mo Ping's eyes widened. He didn't expect Mo Xianxia's son to not only have a strong physical body, but he had also touched the threshold of profound. One had to know that among the Rain clan's 20-year-old geniuses, only Mo Zilong and Mo Zihu had comprehended profound. Now, there was one more person. This son of Mo Xianxia had given him a huge shock today. You injured me. At this moment, Mo Zihu stared coldly at Lin Ling previously, because he had underestimated Lin Ling. Lin Ling had scratched his cheek. I know. Lin Ling replied softly. He also knew how powerful Mo Zihu was. If they were to fight, he wouldn't be his opponent. This was because Mo Zihu had profound and his talent was terrifying. If Mo Zihu hadn't underestimated him, he wouldn't have been able to take advantage of him. You are very powerful. Mo Zihu looked deeply at Lin Ling, but in the end, he looked at Rainmaster Mo Ping and could only retreat. Previously, he wanted to represent the Rain clan to teach Lin Ling a lesson. Although he had suppressed Lin Ling's aura, he didn't gain any advantage. Now, it wasn't suitable for him to make a move. His spar with Lin Ling was actually a draw. However, Lin Ling believed that Mo Zihu had won. Then, he looked at Rainmaster Mo Ping and said, Can I see my mother now? Rainmaster Mo Ping finally nodded, but he still asked, What is your name? It was ironic. Lin Ling had been with him for so long, but he only remembered to ask for Lin Ling's name now. Senior. Lin Ling smiled and slowly walked out of the hall. He didn't call Rainmaster Mo Ping grandfather, but just said, Lin Ling. Lin Ling. Rainmaster Mo Ping's heart stirred. This name was like the sun at noon in the rainforest holy land. He was the #1 genius of the 7 great martial arts halls. It was no wonder that none of the Rain clan's geniuses were his opponents. The #1 Heaven's Pride disciple represented the total #1 Heaven's Pride disciple of the 7 major martial arts palaces. The Rain clan's geniuses could become the #1 Heaven's Pride disciple of the Heaven's Pride list, but they couldn't become the #1 Heaven's Pride disciple of the 7 major martial arts palaces. This meant that other than the 2 prides of the Rain clan, all the other geniuses were not a match for Lin Ling. The most ironic thing was that this Lin Ling was not nurtured by the Rain clan, but rather grew up on his own. Disperse. Rainmaster Mo Ping stood up and left with a solemn expression. The hall was still silent. Everyone felt uncomfortable in their hearts. They could sense that the patriarch's mood had become bad. "Little bastard, you have no respect for your elders." One of the men angrily shouted. All of this was because of Lin Ling. They didn't resent Lin Ling, but they had been sitting in high positions for many years. In addition, they were members of the Rain clan, an exalted, desolate race. Therefore, they were proud and arrogant. But now Lin Ling had made them lose face. They couldn't let it go. Following that, the elders began to curse their own juniors. "Zihu, how is his strength?" A woman with a high status looked at Mo Zihu and asked. Among the Rain clan's juniors, only the two prides of the Rain clan could suppress Lin Ling. This would make the patriarch value Lin Ling, so she felt that Lin Ling was a hidden danger. Strong points. His martial arts background is deep, his foundation is solid, and he has profound meaning. He can suppress all true martial intents. Even geniuses with emperor physiques are not his match. Weak points. His talent is too weak. His cultivation is only at the late stage of the emperor spirit realm. Mo Zihu indifferently said. Many people's eyes flickered. This was very appropriate. Lin Ling did not have the talent of the Rain clan and had to rely on his own hard work to build a solid foundation. However, to be able to comprehend a small world of profound at such a young age was indeed terrifying. If Lin Ling reached the peak of the Emperor Spirit Realm, he would definitely be the third genius of the Rain clan. "Can you defeat him?" someone asked. "If I face him head-on, he is not my match." Mo Zihu smiled faintly. Then he slowly left. He thought to himself, no wonder he is so powerful. It is said that even the Night Clan's the second dream was defeated by him. The next time I meet this Lin Ling, I must defeat him with all my strength. Fortunately, the two prides of the Rain clan are above that little bastard. Otherwise, that little bastard would really rebel and sit on top of our heads. Many people relaxed. In the Rain clan, outstanding talents were valued by Rain Master Mo Ping. If Lin Ling was just a little bit stronger, then his status would be above them. Although many of them could easily defeat Lin Ling, they were old and had cultivated for a long time. The Rain clan did not care about these things. What they cared about was the potential of the younger generation. In an ancient clan, if the younger generation was not strong, then the clan would eventually decline. He is only a year older than me, but he has already comprehended a profound meaning. This is simply unheard of in the Seven Profound Martial House. After leaving the hall, Lin Ling was shocked. Ever since he started cultivating, as long as he was a genius of his age, he would be able to surpass them one by one. But today was the first time that he had encountered a genius of his age that was stronger than him. He had finally lost this battle. Not only that, but besides Mo Zihu, the other geniuses were also very fierce. For instance, there was a genius with a gifted emperor body. His talent was able to seal away the spiritual energy of the world. It was an extremely heaven-defying ability. Lin Ling's mortal body was powerful, so he did not fear him. If it were anyone else, they would have already been defeated. After interacting with them, Lin Ling knew that the reason the Rain clan was able to stand tall was because they had the capital. Compared to the ancient Desolate clan, his strength was still much weaker. "Young Master Ling, come with me." At this time, an old man around 60 years old walked over and respectfully said to Lin Ling. He looked a bit excited. Through their conversation, Lin Ling knew that this was his mother's former housekeeper. He was loyal and devoted, and his name was Nu Shu. He was not of the Rain clan's bloodline. Nu Shu. Lin Ling quickly bowed. "Young Master Ling, you are too polite." That slave uncle immediately panicked. He had seen it when he was outside. Lin Ling didn't bow when he met Rain Master Mo Ping, showing no respect at all. However, he bowed respectfully to him, the butler. This made him feel flattered. "You are my mother's subordinate. I've troubled you to take care of my mother all these years," Lin Ling said with a smile. He had a good impression of Nu Shu. Furthermore, he could sense that Nu Shu was also a sacred spirit realm expert. This made him sigh. The Rain clan was indeed filled with experts. Following that, Nu Shu led Lin Ling to where Mo Nianchen was facing the wall. However, after taking a few steps, Lin Ling's expression changed slightly. He immediately sat down cross-legged. Flames began to emanate from his body. It was extremely hot. He broke through. Nu Shu was stunned for a moment. Following that, he smiled happily. Following that, he circled Lin Ling constantly, protecting Lin Ling so that no one could approach him. At the same time, the seniors and relatives in the grand hall walked out one after another. However, their footsteps came to a halt. They looked at Lin Ling, who was cultivating in the distance. Their expressions instantly turned ugly. He actually broke through. One of them said through gritted teeth. Previously, Mo Zihu had just said that Lin Ling's weakness was his low cultivation level. However, in the blink of an eye, Lin Ling had broken through. Was he mocking them? Chapter 920. Mother. The stronger a martial artist was, the more difficult it was to break through. This was especially true after reaching the royal spirit realm. Cultivation breakthroughs were measured in years, unless one used pills to forcefully increase their strength. But this was squeezing out one's potential, making it even more difficult to advance in cultivation. As for Lin Ling, his foundation was solid. The advantage was that he could easily jump realms to fight, but the downside was that breaking through was difficult. But now Lin Ling had broken through. He was getting closer and closer. Let's go! No one could bear to watch any longer. They strode away. This humiliation was not something they could bear. At this time, Lin Ling didn't know what was happening outside. Within his dantian, the vermilion bird Dao platform was growing larger and larger. Heaven and earth's spiritual energy seemed to be sucked in by a vortex, endlessly pouring into his dantian. The breakthrough this time was a matter of course. Currently, Lin Ling's innate king body was no longer an advantage, because the genius he faced had an innate king body. But the combination of his mortal body and fire had become an advantage. Not only that, but the profound meaning of fire and the true meaning of sword were also advantages. Pa. Flames burned the earth. After a long time, Lin Ling opened his eyes. Flames flashed in his pupils, and a powerful strength caused him to roar towards the heavens. Peak of the royal spirit realm. Congratulations, young master, for breaking through. Slave uncle excitedly said from the side. Lin Ling faintly smiled, but in his heart, he thought of Mo Zihu. He had lost not too long ago, but he was confident that before long he would surpass Mo Zihu. Losing wasn't scary. What was scary was losing and not daring to fight again. The two of them, one in front and one behind, walked deeper into the mountain valley. The spiritual energy in the valley was rich, as if it were the most ancient and wild world. Lin Ling could even hear the occasional roar of monster beasts. This mountain valley was so mysterious. We've arrived. After a moment, slave uncle softly said. At this time, they were standing atop a cliff. At the edge of the cliff, ice and snow intersected. Beneath their feet was 10,000-year-old profound ice that was harder than steel. It's so cold. Lin Ling frowned. Even though he was a fire attribute martial artist, he could still feel the cold. Miss is at the bottom of the cliff to reflect on her mistakes. Uncle Nu seemed a little sad, which made Lin Ling nod. Then the two of them jumped off the cliff. The cliff was very high. Astral winds howled, and the cold wind pierced straight into one's heart. After Lin Ling and Nu Shu landed, there was an ice valley in front of them. There were mirror-like profound ice all around, as if this was a corner that had been abandoned by the world. Young Miss is inside. Young Masterling, go and see her. Nu Shu was even more excited than Lin Ling, so much so that his body was trembling. Lin Ling nodded heavily and walked forward step by step. He was also very excited. Was he finally going to see his mother? Along the way, Lin Ling saw a large number of lifelike ice sculptures. Some were cultivating, some were looking at the sky, and some were smiling. These ice sculptures gave Lin Ling a very familiar feeling. It was his father. And in the distance, sunlight shone into the ice valley. A woman in a blue dress quietly stood there. At this time, she was constantly sculpting, a new ice sculpture quietly taking shape in her hands. It was so real, so dazzling. The woman smiled as she looked at the ice sculpture, as if she were in a very good mood. Perhaps in these past years, she could only rely on ice sculptures to make up for her nostalgia. Lin Ling excitedly looked at the blue-dressed woman. In his eyes, she was extremely beautiful. Every movement she made was natural, as if she were the most beautiful woman in the world. He walked forwards, step by step. As for the woman, she seemed to sense that someone had arrived in the ice valley. She slowly turned around, but when she saw Lin Ling, she felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Although this was the first time she had seen this youth, she could see a familiar outline in his delicate features. He was like Lin Chen, too similar. Who was he? The two people stared at each other, their eyes seeming to pierce through the endless void. Mother! Finally, Lin Ling softly called out. The woman's body trembled once again. Mother, this was a very long time ago. Could it be that he had come? She took a step forward and instantly arrived in front of Lin Ling. She reached out and caressed Lin Ling's face. All of this was very familiar. Although she had only seen him once, she was finally sure that this was her son, Lin Ling. Ling, A clear and kind voice floated out from the woman's mouth. She suddenly hugged Lin Ling, tears flowing from her clear eyes. Mother! Lin Ling was also very emotional. He had finally seen his mother. In the distance, tears also flowed from the corners of Nu Shu's eyes. After so many years, he knew that the young mistress had missed him and his son very much. Today, the young master had finally returned. Time seemed to freeze in the valley. Although this was also the first time Lin Ling had seen his mother, the kinship that blood was thicker than water could not be erased. Therefore, he did not feel any sense of unfamiliarity, only a deep sense of joy. Mother, this is from father. Lin Ling took out the soil that he had kept in his father's grave and finally gave it to his mother. Xianxia stood in a daze, holding the soil in her hands. At the corner of her eyes, tears flowed out. Although she already knew everything, she could not help but miss it. She looked at the sky. The past, the little bits of beauty slowly flowed in her heart. She did not ask for eternity, she only wanted to have it once. Although they were separated by life and death, it was enough that they had once loved each other and cherished each other. In the following days, Lin Ling also stayed in the Ice Valley, enjoying the hard-won peace. Xianxia also woke up from her memories and also enjoyed the time with her son. Ling, how did you find this place? Moreover, your grandfather is a very strict person. He should not have let you come to see me. Like all mothers, when she saw her son again, she was very concerned about everything about him. She was also very happy to be able to cook for her son. Mother, what do you think? Lin Ling said with a smile. He was like a child, not at all like the mad god Lin Ling of the rainforest's sacred land. Stinking brat, your wings have hardened. You actually hid it from your mother. Xianxia glared at Lin Ling. Although she seemed to be reprimanding him, her eyes were full of kindness and love. Lin Ling scratched the back of his head and said proudly, I defeated all the Emperor's Spirit Realm geniuses of the Rain Clan. Then, the patriarch allowed me to see Mother. At this moment, Xianxia was cooking. After hearing this, her face froze as she looked at her son in disbelief. She naturally knew how powerful the Rain Clan's geniuses were. It could be said that in the rainforest's sacred land, other than the 4 great desolate clans, no one in the younger generation was qualified to compete with them. Even the geniuses of the 7 great martial arts halls were not qualified. However, her son had defeated all of them? Clang. The spoon in her hand fell to the ground. Other than the Saint Spirit Realm, no one in the Rain Clan's younger generation is my match. Lin Ling laughed and said. He liked the look of surprise on his mother's face. Perhaps it was because he felt a sense of accomplishment when talking about these proud achievements in front of his mother. Moreover, I am the #1 prodigy of the 7 great martial arts halls. Back in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, I even made the Fire Ancient Clan the #1 kingdom. I became the #1 king of the Cloud region. Chapter 921. Bitter Cultivation. Xianxia's body trembled when she heard her son's words. She was overjoyed. Every parent hoped that their son would succeed in life. After meeting Lin Ling, she was afraid that Lin Ling would feel inferior. Hence, she had never mentioned Lin Ling's strength or his past. However, she had never expected that her son would exceed her expectations and obtain such impressive results. She stared at her son and finally revealed a smile. Even though her son's achievements were dazzling, she knew that her son must have put in 10 times more effort than an ordinary person. After all, it wasn't something that just anyone could achieve from a weak existence in the 100 realms to where he was today. Your father is proud of you, Emo Nianchen said excitedly. Lin Ling's smile became even brighter. He didn't care how much his peers respected and admired him. However, he valued his mother's praise very much. Oh right, what are my eyes? Lin Ling asked after a smile. This was the thing he was most curious about. His eyes had helped him grow to where he was today. Emo Nianchen's expression turned serious. She looked into the distance and said, "Remember not to tell anyone about the eyes. Otherwise it will bring you trouble. Mother can only say that the pair of eyes didn't come from the rainforest's sacred land. It came from the ancient times. In the past, many experts wanted to find this pair of eyes. It caused a great war outside the domain. Hence, this is your secret. Never tell anyone." The eyes came from outside the domain. Lin Ling's expression turned serious. Emo Nianchen nodded. However, she didn't explain further. She seemed to think that the less Lin Ling knew, the better. This was to protect Lin Ling. This world isn't as simple as you think. The rainforest's sacred land is just a corner of the world. As for where this pair of eyes came from, I left the rainforest's sacred land in the past. I found it by chance in an ancient secret realm. That time, I left the rainforest's sacred land and was heavily injured. In the end, I hid in the cloud domain to cultivate and met your father, Emo Nianchen said. She returned from the outer realms and hid in Stone Saint Nation's extreme ice palace, hiding her identity. At the same time, she began to take in disciples, all for the sake of hiding the secret of her obtaining the eye. Fortunately, to the outer realms, she was just a small figure. Those ancient gods and devils didn't know at all that the important treasure had been seized by her. After that, she met Lin Ling's father, Lin Ling, and the two fell in love. After they separated, she gave the pair of eyes to Hua Leiteng and told him to wait for Lin Ling to grow up before giving them to him. Who would have thought that Hua Leiteng would give the eyes to Lin Ling? All of this seemed to be predestined. This pair of eyes can look down on the world. In reality, it is also a type of innate gift. However, it is an existence that surpasses the innate gift of an emperor body. Emo Nianchen walked slowly towards Lin Ling and looked quietly into Lin Ling's eyes. In the past, I already knew that the eyes can see through the river of time. However, that is only the most basic ability. Now, I will awaken it for you. Emo Nianchen stretched out his hand. In his hand, water droplets and flames merged together. The world of profound meaning was displayed and then enveloped Lin Ling's eyes. Lin Ling felt that the area around his eyes was very warm. It seemed that something had awakened. At the same time, his soul power was increasing crazily. After a long time, when Lin Ling opened his eyes, the world became clearer. It was as if he could see through everything. Lin Ling's aura also changed quietly. It became more profound. The arrogant and domineering aura of the past was also restrained. My soul power has increased tremendously. Lin Ling was shocked. She looked at her mother and noticed that Emo Nianchen looked a little tired. She smiled and said, "There is a condition for the eyes to be awakened. The master's strength must increase. You are not strong enough to control the eyes yet, so I used my strength to awaken them. However, this is my limit. You will have to figure out the secrets of the eyes yourself." Lin Ling nodded. The eyes were a type of innate gift. It could be considered Lin Ling's greatest trump card. Currently, he could see through the river of time, use the boundless demon eye to intimidate the soul power of his enemies, devour souls, and control the souls of others. 3 types of abilities. In the future, if there were any other abilities, he would have to slowly explore them. Moreover, before that, he could not tell anyone about the eyes. Chapter 922. Mission of the Rain Clan. What a terrifying ice fog ability. Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. His fire could burn all kinds of ice, but it was helpless against the ice dragon worm's ice mist. This meant that if ordinary ice was negative 500 degrees Celsius, then the ice dragon worm's ice would be negative 1000 degrees Celsius. Although it was the same type of ice, there were strong and weak ones. Although it was the same type of fire, there were strong and weak ones. Lin Ling had a king body, so he was unable to resist the ice of the ice dragon insect. The king body was now Lin Ling's greatest flaw. After all, the desolate race disciples all had king bodies. For example, the Rain clan had the fiery rain body, rain demon body, etc. 10 Directions World Lotus. Lin Ling unleashed the fire profound meaning. Lotus flowers bloomed, melting large amounts of ice in the ice valley. Soon after, many ice dragons were incinerated, but even more appeared. Profound meaning of killing flame. 2 great true meanings fused into a slash. Lin Ling's strength was slowly increasing, but there were too many ice dragon insects. Therefore, if he couldn't win, he would run and rest before fighting again. Furthermore, by using the tyrannical song sword to kill the ice dragon insects, the sword would absorb the ice dragon insect's essence, causing Lin Ling's small world to continuously awaken and become stronger and stronger. This son of mine, his talent cannot compare to the Rain clan's, but his diligence surpasses theirs. Moreover, the technique he cultivates is a bit strange. Mo Nianchen looked at Lin Ling with satisfaction. While Lin Ling was cultivating in the ice gorge, the Rain clan was still as usual. But one day, Nu Shu came and told Mo Nianchen and Lin Ling, the clan leader has ordered that the Rain clan's saint-ranked martial art, the evergreen art, has been taken away by the heaven fiend Ming Wang. Therefore, the clan leader has ordered the younger generation to go and retrieve the evergreen art. The clan leader also said that young Master Ling should go as well. Eternal Youth Technique. Mo Nianchen's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling asked curiously, what kind of martial art is that? Profound martial arts. Mo Nianchen said solemnly. This was the absolute art of the Rain clan. Not to mention outsiders, even the members of the Rain clan would not be able to cultivate it. That was because this martial art cultivated the vitality of the clan. Nu Shu, who is the heaven fiend Ming Wang? Mo Nianchen asked. The Rain clan has found out that this man is a guest of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. He came from a nameless place in the 100 territories. However, he was lucky enough to obtain a cultivation technique left behind by an ancient martial artist from another region. With an ordinary king body, he forcibly cultivated to the Holy Spirit realm. Then, by chance, he obtained the cultivation technique of our Rain clan. Of the clan. But the order was given by the clan leader. It seemed like he wanted to test the younger generation of the Rain clan. If Lin Ling could complete the mission, he would have more weight in front of her father. That would be of great help to Lin Ling's future. After all, the 4 great desolate clans were not the 7 great martial arts halls. The desolate clan was more ancient and had a greater reputation. The Saint Spirit Realm expert? Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He then smiled and said, I want to see the results of my hard work. Mother, I will get the eternal youth technique back. But be careful. It doesn't matter if you fail. Safety first. Mo Nianchen was a little worried. But knowing that his son would eventually spread his wings, he did not stop him. Young Master Ling, follow me. Nu Shu immediately led Lin Ling to the Rain clan's main hall. Lin Ling had obtained the portrait of the heaven fiend Ming Wang. He had to get the eternal youth technique back from him. Then, Lin Ling followed the Rain clan's genius out of the valley. Lin Ling is also participating. The mission this time was for all the Rain clan's geniuses to come out. Many of them were looking at Lin Ling. Although Lin Ling had defeated them, Lin Ling did not have the Rain clan's bloodline. Hence, they were unwilling to accept the result. Let's see who can find the heaven fiend Ming Wang first. Among them, Mo Zifan was looking at Lin Ling with battle intent. Mo Zihu was also there. He smiled and said, Lin Ling, I hope there will be a chance for us to have a fair duel. What he meant was that the last time Lin Ling tied with him, it was not a fair duel. He had underestimated Lin Ling, otherwise, Lin Ling would have been humiliated. Sure. After this mission is over, I welcome you to challenge me. Lin Ling chuckled. Then he took a big step forward and shot off into the distance. Mo Zihu was currently Lin Ling's greatest enemy. But after this period of bitter cultivation, He was confident that it would not be easy for Mo Zihu to defeat him again. In the past, in the 7 profound martial house, there were countless geniuses. Lin Ling had finally risen. Now, in the even more powerful desolate race, Lin Ling would also rise. Xianxia, come out and see me. After leaving the Rain clan, Lin Ling came to the main city of the Rainforest Holy Land and shouted in his heart. A portion of Xianxia's soul had been swallowed by Lin Ling. Even though they were far apart, Xianxia could still hear Lin Ling's voice. This was a resonance of the soul. Thus, in the valley, Xianxia opened his eyes and quickly looked for Ancestor Extreme Flame. He respectfully said to Ancestor Extreme Flame, "Grandfather, Lin Ling has come out of the Rain clan." Lin Ling was her master, and after coming to the valley, she knew that Ancestor Extreme Flame was Lin Ling's grandfather. Thus, she was extremely respectful to Ancestor Extreme Flame. Good. Ling should have seen his mother. Ancestor Extreme Flame had been paying attention to Lin Ling's news. At this moment, after hearing this, he couldn't help but smile. Xianxia's face was still cold, but his heart was jumping with joy. After saying that, he ran towards the main city. At this moment, in a restaurant in the main city, Lin Ling was sitting quietly by himself. There were many people in this restaurant. Looking carefully, most of them were the prodigies of the 7 major martial arts halls. Many of them knew Lin Ling and their hearts were surging. He is the number 1 prodigy of the 7 major martial arts halls. He is at the peak of the Emperor Spirit Realm, but his aura looks very ordinary. Nonsense. In the semi-finals, his dazzling sword was incomparably sharp. Lu Fan, you are currently ranked 3rd on the Heaven's Pride list of the Howling Sky Academy. Don't you want to test his strength? There was a lot of discussion among the prodigies. Some of them were top prodigies. They were afraid of Lin Ling, but they also wanted to test Lin Ling's strength. If they could defeat Lin Ling, they would be famous in the 7 major martial arts halls. Lin Ling naturally heard these voices, but he didn't care at all. His current horizons had already surpassed the 7 major martial arts halls and were now the 4 major desolate races. Lin Ling, my strength has greatly increased during this period of time. I wonder if there is a chance for us to exchange pointers. Finally, a prodigy from the Holding Heaven Manor looked at Lin Ling indifferently and asked, "I'm not free." Lin Ling didn't even look at him, which made the prodigy's pupils dilate. He had asked nicely, but Lin Ling actually said that he was not free. "You're not free, or you don't dare. I know you are very powerful, but that was in the past. For a prodigy, everything can change in a short period of time. It's not strange for someone to surpass you, so you don't dare." On the other side, a prodigy from the Central Martial Arts Hall said lightly as he drank. Lin Ling said that he was not free. Chapter 923. Heaven Fiend Ming Wang, you are too rude. Today, I don't care if you are free. You have to spar with me. The prodigy from the Holding Heaven Prefecture stood up. The weaker Lin Ling's aura was, the more confident he was. Then he saw that Lin Ling was still drinking. He took a step forward, and the rolling mountain intent turned into a palm strike towards Lin Ling. The power of this palm strike was rolling with mountain intent. There were less than 20 people in the 7 major martial arts halls who could block it. Swoosh. However, in the next moment, a shadow pierced through. A dagger sliced through the majestic mountain and broke the terrifying mountain intent in one move. "Master, is this someone you are qualified to challenge?" At the same time, a slender figure appeared in front of the prodigy. The dagger was gently placed on the prodigy's neck, and the prodigy didn't dare to move. What a terrifying aura. It's killing intent. In the restaurant, the prideful prodigies stopped drinking. Lin Ling didn't make a move, but a mysterious lady did. She subdued the prodigy from the Holding Heaven Prefecture in one move. "Xianxia, he's just a kid. Don't mind him. Let him go." At this moment, Lin Ling's indifferent voice sounded. "Yes, master." The dagger in the lady's hand disappeared into her wide cloak. She slowly came to Lin Ling's back. "A Saint Spirit Realm expert calls Lin Ling master?" All the prodigies gasped. The lady was older and wasn't a prodigy. However, she was extremely powerful. Someone like her was willing to call Lin Ling master? Moreover, Lin Ling said that he was just a kid and they didn't need to mind him. This meant that Lin Ling was treating them like kids. This was a huge irony. Let's go. Lin Ling finished the wine on the table and left the restaurant. At the same time, his calm voice sounded, "I am the strongest prodigy. You want to challenge me and use me as a stepping stone to become famous? That's fine. However, in terms of etiquette, shouldn't you be more polite? Therefore, it's not that I don't dare, but that I don't care." After the voice was heard, the wine cup in the hand of the elite prodigy from the Central Martial Arts Hall melted as though it was being burned by an invisible flame. His clothes were also turned into ashes, leaving him sitting there naked. The most frightening thing was that he couldn't react at all during the entire process. He didn't even know who had attacked him. It's Lin Ling. Everyone's pupils constricted as a guess formed in their hearts. What kind of power is this? It's as if we're in his world and he can control us at will. Everyone thought back, and they were even more shocked. How could they know that this was the fire profound meaning? Once the profound meaning was used, it could suppress all true intents. As for the prodigy whose clothes had been burned off, his complexion was ugly. He had been drinking naked, and it wouldn't be long before he became the laughingstock of the 7 major martial arts palaces. The most ironic thing was that he wasn't an ordinary prodigy, but a powerhouse ranked 5th on the prodigy roll. After the other prodigies recovered from their shock, they couldn't help but laugh as they looked at the prodigy. In this short period of time, Lin Ling's strength had increased again, and he was still the number 1 prodigy in the prison. No wonder he didn't want to fight. At this moment, below the restaurant, Lin Ling was leading Xianxia towards the southwest of the rainforest's sacred ground. He didn't take the previous episode to heart. "Master, where are we going?" Xianxia was looking forward to it. "To catch someone called the Evil Sky Ming Monarch," Lin Ling said indifferently. "The Evil Sky Ming Monarch?" Xianxia's pupils constricted. "I know this person. He is a lone martial artist like me. In terms of strength, he is above me. In terms of assassination, I am above him. Most importantly, this person is good at hiding his whereabouts. I'm afraid it will be difficult to catch him. If that's the case, it will be even more interesting." Lin Ling smiled confidently. Currently, the Rain clan had announced the general direction of the Evil Sky Ming Monarch. As long as there was a direction, Lin Ling would be able to find him and complete the mission before the other prodigies from the Rain clan could make a move. A day later, the 2 of them arrived at the border of the rainforest's sacred ground. There were few people here, and there were only a dozen old villages nearby. Further ahead, there was an endless cliff. After crossing the cliff, they would arrive at the 6 shamans' sacred ground. At the peak of a mountain, Lin Ling was looking into the distance, standing motionless like a statue. Xianxia was also standing beside him, and she was puzzled. She noticed that Lin Ling seemed to be looking at something, but in front of him was an endless cliff. Other than that, there were only a dozen villages. There was nothing else to see. She did not know that Lin Ling was using the Eye of Time to find the whereabouts of the Evil Sky Ming Monarch. Currently, after the Eye of Time was awakened by Ammonienchen, the speed of the Light of Time was much faster. Lin Ling only needed a breath to see what he had experienced in a month. It was almost twice as fast as before. Therefore, Lin Ling was looking for the whereabouts of the Evil Sky Ming Monarch. "It's Lin Ling." In the sky, a large number of Rain Clan's geniuses were passing by. However, when they saw Lin Ling, they could not help but smile. Lin Ling seemed to have lost track of the Evil Sky Ming Monarch, and they had received news that the Evil Sky Ming Monarch had appeared in the God's Village. Therefore, they were all rushing towards the God's Village. To the Purple Shaman Village. After a long time, Lin Ling opened his eyes and looked in another direction with a smile. Purple Shaman Village? The village beside the endless cliff? Xianxia was even more curious. She knew that Lin Ling was going to complete the mission of the Rain Clan, but she saw that the Rain Clan's geniuses had all gone to the God's Village. The Evil Sky Ming Monarch is quite powerful. Lin Ling did not answer her question, and instead, he headed in another direction. Xianxia didn't pay much attention to it and hurriedly followed him. This person is very mysterious, He is doing some shady business among the major factions and became very strong. It is said that he is very close to the Heavenly Dragon Empire. I'll catch him sooner or later. Lin Ling shrugged. At the same time, in the god's village of the Rainforest's Holy Land, this village was also a village with a long history. Like the Great Serpent Mansion, this village was inhabited by native cultivators. However, because it was close to the border of the Holy Land, there were fewer people, causing the entire village to be isolated from the outside world. However, today, the god's village had attracted many geniuses. In a restaurant that was packed with people, a middle-aged man wearing farmer's clothes was sitting in a corner. He was drinking wine and singing a little tune. At this time, several figures entered the restaurant and walked towards the middle-aged man. The person in the lead had his hands behind his back, and he had an indescribable expression on his face. He came to the middle-aged man's table and said indifferently, "Where is the eternal youth art?" This person was the Rain Clan's twin prides, Mo Zihu. The people in the restaurant were stunned. What were these people doing? This person is Uncle Lu, a farmer at the end of the god's village. "Sir, what is the meaning of this?" One of the young men said indifferently. He was from the god's village, so he was speaking for the middle-aged man. "The heaven's pride of the Holding Heaven province? Get lost." Mo Zihu looked at the young man with disdain and said indifferently, "How dare you? You are the first person to tell me to get lost in the rainforest's sacred land." The young man stood up. Indeed, he was the heaven's pride of the Holding Heaven province. "The Rain Clan is doing something. If you say another word, you will bear the consequences." Chapter 924. Sorcery, Rain Clan's Genius. In the restaurant, everyone's expression changed drastically. The heaven-bearing manners elites did not dare to say a word. Desolate race geniuses were rare, but upon seeing them, most people would take a detour. "Heaven Fiend Ming King, must you force me to take action?" Emozu disdained the ants around him as he looked nonchalantly at the middle-aged man. "Impressive. You managed to sense me even though I was hiding here. However, do you have the strength to take back the eternal youth technique?" The middle-aged man put down his wine cup and finally stood up. "That's right. Don't worry if you don't have the strength." Mo Zihu nodded and punched out with his right fist. As though he was drawing a prison, a surging profound small world appeared. This punch heavily injured the middle-aged man, and the profound small world trapped him. "You are not an ordinary sacred spirit realm," the middle-aged man said in horror. "The Rain Clan has trash?" Mo Zihu looked disdainfully at the middle-aged man before waving his right hand. "Take him away. Go." Today, they had completed their mission of capturing the Heaven Fiend Ming King alive. When they returned, they would be rewarded and praised by Rain Master Mo Ping. Mo Ziffin and company clenched their fists and were extremely excited. The group of people left the restaurant one after another. No one dared to stop them. They could not stop the geniuses of the four desolate race. "Master, what are we doing?" On the other side, Lin Ling was walking slowly in the forest with Xianxia, as though they were on a scenic tour. This left Xianxia puzzled. She did not know that Lin Ling's Eye of Time had been locked onto the former Heaven Fiend Ming King. Now, he was following the figure in time, quietly approaching the Heaven Fiend Ming King. At the same time, several figures floated across the sky. They were Mo Zihu and company. They were also tying up a middle-aged man. This made Xianxia's pupils constrict. She had met that person once before. He was the Heaven Fiend Ming King. She never expected them to succeed. "Lin Ling, you are too slow. Are you here to be a joke?" Mo Ziffin also saw Lin Ling walking on the ground and could not help but mock him. Back then he was defeated by Lin Ling, but today he seemed to have vented his anger. Following that, they did not stay any longer. They slowly flew towards the Rain Clan with excitement and pride. "Master, we failed." Xianxia looked at the leaving genius of the Rain Clan and couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Lin Ling also looked into the distance, and a meaningful smile appeared on his face. "Xianxia, have you heard of witchcraft?" Again, he did not answer the question, causing Hongyan to open her small mouth, but she still nodded and said, "I've heard of it." It's said to be a martial art from the sixth shaman holy land. There is a type of sorcery that can control the souls of others and turn them into puppets. The heaven fiend Ming Wang has countless clones, and this is his forte. This guy relies on stealing other people's martial arts and exchanging them with others to become stronger. That's why he learned some sorcery martial arts. Lin Ling walked forward again, and Xianxia was stunned. She still didn't understand what Lin Ling meant. She also realized that although Lin Ling was younger than her, he seemed to know more than her. How could she have known that Lin Ling's Eye of Time was now much more powerful? After locking onto a person, he could see their every move, so he knew everything. The infernal deity Ming Wang that was taken away was a puppet. Lin Ling finally said something, causing Xianxia's body to tremble. Was that a fake? How terrifying! It was exactly the same. Even the heaven fiend Ming Wang's mother couldn't tell the difference. But how did Master know? Her heart was filled with doubts. The two of them continued along the forest, circling around several boundless mountains. Finally, they arrived at a cliff shrouded in fog. In the distance, there was an endless cliff. It was said that this cliff was boundless. Even if a martial artist flew through the air, it would still take them a full month to reach the other side. It was incomparably mysterious. At the top of the cliff, there was a wooden house with smoke coming out of it. It was as if someone lived there. At the same time, the door of the wooden house was pushed open and a hunchbacked old man staggered out with a wooden bucket in his hand. He was holding a walking stick and seemed to have trouble seeing. There's someone. Xianxia's pupils constricted. She didn't expect someone to live on the edge of the endless cliff. It was said that the sky above the endless cliff was filled with demonic beasts. However, there was no road here. Could the infernal deity Ming Wang that Lin Ling mentioned be the old man? However, Xianxia had seen the infernal deity Ming Wang before. In addition, she was an assassin, so she was very sensitive to auras. She could remember it after seeing it once, and this old man was completely different from the infernal deity Ming Wang in her impression. Come, we've walked so far. Have a seat. Lin Ling's face turned serious, then he said with a smile. He led Xianxia to a rock and sat down, watching the old man fetch water. The old man was blind, as if he didn't see Lin Ling and Xianxia. He kept fetching water from the well beside him, but as time passed, the old man seemed to have noticed something. Sir, who are you? I thought you wouldn't talk. Lin Ling was already drinking and he smiled faintly. The old man was puzzled, but he still said, You're also a guest. Come in and have a seat. No need. Let's get straight to the point. I'm here to take back the art of everlasting youth. Lin Ling said while drinking, which made the old man even more confused. For a moment he didn't know what to say. Even Xianxia felt that Lin Ling's words were a bit rude. It would be strange if the old man understood what he was saying. Why pretend? I can find this place, so I'm sure. Sigh. Lin Ling sighed softly. You're just an old man. On the surface, you don't seem to have any martial strength, but you can live on the edge of a cliff filled with demonic beasts. This doesn't make sense, not to mention that you're blind. Also, you seem to be waiting for someone. If I'm not wrong, you're waiting for someone from the sixth shaman holy land. Sigh. The infernal deity Ming Wang stole other people's martial arts. Through trading, he became stronger. If I'm not wrong, you must have made a deal with the sixth shaman holy land. You stole the Rain clan's secret martial arts in exchange for the sixth shaman holy land's martial arts. Lin Ling's voice was very soft, as if he was talking to a friend, but the old man was stunned. He seemed to be startled and also seemed to be surprised. So, you don't have to pretend anymore. Whether you're real or not, I'll take back the art of everlasting youth from you today. Lin Ling finally said. The old man took a deep breath, and his old eyes slowly opened. His bent body gradually straightened, and a powerful aura burst out, making Xianxia's pupils constrict. At this moment, she was sure that this old man was the infernal deity Ming Wang. The art of everlasting youth is the Rain clan's secret martial arts. If I'm not wrong, your surname is Mo, right? The old man's hair gradually turned black, and his voice became incomparably deep. He became a tall and sturdy man in his 40s. No, my surname is Lin, but I'm here on behalf of the Rain Clan. Lin Ling shrugged. Chapter 925. Battling Sky Fiend Ming Wang, they are just fools. Lin Ling chuckled and said, the one that was taken away was just a puppet. That way, the Rain Clan would think that they had caught you, Heaven Fiend Ming Wang. By the time the Rain Clan realized what was going on, you had already completed the transaction and flew away. That's right. Why do I feel like you know everything about my plan? After so many years, you are the first one to find my real body. Kid, tell me your name. Sky Fiend Ming Wang said with admiration. Lin Ling. That's right. No wonder you are so powerful. However, you seem to be overconfident. Even if you found me, you can't catch me. What's the use? Sky Fiend Ming Wang said with a smile. He looked at Xianxia from the corner of his eyes. That's enough. You can try. That's enough. Lin Ling slowly stood up. He knew that Sky Fiend Ming Wang was stronger than he had imagined. However, since he dared to come here, he naturally had some confidence. After all, it was time to test the results of his bitter training in Ice Valley. Master, I will catch him. That's enough. Xianxia said coldly. He took a step forward, and as if he had entered the void, a dagger with surging profound meaning was thrust out. This was the profound meaning of killing Shadow. It allowed the warrior to enter the Shadowland and control a small world. In terms of attack power, it seemed calm, but it could kill with one strike. In terms of speed, it was even more unpredictable. Swoosh! The cold and emotionless dagger instantly appeared in front of Sky Fiend Ming Wang. Sky Fiend Ming Wang cracked a smile and said, Ancestral witch body. Boom! Boom! A powerful aura burst out. Sky Fiend Ming Wang's body became more muscular, like a human and a demon. He was a witch. He struck out his palm. Puff, 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 puff. The palm seemed ordinary, but it carried an ancient aura. It was like a palm of profound meaning of heaven and earth. It heavily slammed onto the dagger. Xianxia's pupils constricted. What a powerful force. This was the Six Witch Holy Land's witchcraft martial art. The witchcraft martial art was very ancient. It could be traced back to the Desolation era. Martial arts were not complicated, but every punch and palm contained the profound meaning of heaven and earth. Although we are both Saint Spirit Realm, you underestimate me. Heavenly Fiend Ming Wang's voice was hoarse as well. Billowing baleful aura emanated from his body as his hands suddenly moved in a strange manner. Heavenly Fiend's spirit channeling technique. Something strange happened. Xianxia couldn't move. It was as if he was being controlled like a puppet. Moreover, her dagger was slowly moving towards his own neck. It was a strange spell. You think you can catch me just because you brought a Holy Spirit Realm expert? Lin Ling, you're still too inexperienced. Heaven Fiend Ming Wang laughed maniacally as he watched Xianxia commit suicide step by step. However, at this moment, a dazzling sword slashed down and knocked the dagger out of Xianxia's hand. Is witchcraft a game of soul force? Looks like the Six Shaman Holy Land cultivates both the physical body and soul force at the same time. However, you're still too inexperienced to play with soul force in front of me. Lin Ling walked over step by step, his eyes shining with a strange light. Boundless demon eyes. An ancient eye appeared behind Lin Ling with a domineering aura, causing Heaven Fiend Ming Wang's expression to change drastically. What a powerful soul force. He felt as if he was looking at an ancient demon god. At the same time, Xianxia's body was bound by invisible soul strings, which made her unable to control her own body. However, a dazzling light bloomed in her eyes, and those soul strings disappeared as if they were burned. Xianxia was able to control her own body, but her face was full of terror. What a horrifying sorcery spell. It almost killed her here. Then, she took a step forward and came to Lin Ling's side. Her expression became more serious as Heaven Fiend Ming Wang was very difficult to deal with. You stand aside. I'll play with him. Lin Ling smiled, causing Xianxia to suck in a cold breath. Heaven Fiend Ming Wang was stronger than her. Back when she was chasing after Lin Ling wasn't her opponent. But now, Lin Ling wanted to fight Heaven Fiend Ming Wang. Could it be that Lin Ling had surpassed her? Even she can't do it. You're even weaker. Even Heaven Fiend Ming Wang did not believe Lin Ling's words. Lin Ling was famous in the divine rainforest sacred land, so he knew how strong Lin Ling was. However, Lin Ling's opponent was an early-stage Holy Spirit Realm elite. Lin Ling was too confident. Ancestral Witch Sky's splitting palm. Heaven Fiend Ming Wang took a step forward, causing the cliff to tremble. His burly figure appeared in front of Lin Ling in an instant and slammed his palm heavily. You have reached the pinnacle of martial intent, but what's the use? Watch me crush you. Boom! The palm covered the sky, commanding the wind and clouds. What a powerful physical strength. However, you're not the only one with strength. Lin Ling smiled faintly. He took a step forward and threw out a flaming fist with his left hand. Rumble! The fist and palm collided, causing an invisible gale to explode. The rocks in the distance cracked, and Lin Ling stood in the middle of it all, his clothes fluttering in the wind. Your strength? Heaven Fiend Ming Wang sucked in a breath of cold air. He could sense that Lin Ling had at least 40 million points of strength. His physical body was extremely condensed, which was unique in the sacred rainforest. I didn't play around every day in the Ice Valley. Lin Ling raised his head and a faint smile appeared on his handsome face. The results of his arduous training in the Ice Valley were showing. He kept challenging the ice dragon worms and devouring their essence, which made his innate chi art even more powerful and allowed him to awaken 40,000 small worlds. Early Holy Spirit Realm. This isn't the first time I've fought. I used to think that I was unworthy, but now I feel that it's nothing. Fire kill ultimacy. Lin Ling smiled and his eyes turned cold. His left hand remained in a punching posture, but his right hand quickly unsheathed his sword. The sword slashed out with the force of thunder. Swoosh! After awakening 40,000 small worlds, the sword was even more terrifying, as if it could split open the heavens and earth. Not good. Heaven Fiend Ming Wang retreated frantically. He could sense that Lin Ling's slash not only contained terrifying strength, but it was also the combination of two martial intents. However, Heaven Fiend Ming Wang was fast enough to dodge the fatal slash. Little bastard, your growth potential is terrifying. Unfortunately, I managed to dodge your full power slash. Heaven Fiend Ming Wang's eyes turned even colder after he regained his footing. Lin Ling was the champion of the semifinals not long ago, the genius of the rainforest Holy Land. However, in such a short period of time, his strength had increased tremendously, and he was now able to challenge the early Holy Spirit Realm. What a terrifying monster! Such a monster must be eliminated. Otherwise, no one would be able to evaluate his future achievements. Who said that was my full power? However, as soon as the Heaven Fiend Ming Lord's voice faded, a calm voice came from the front. There, the golden and red flames intersected and dazzled. A slender figure stood there with his left hand stretched out. As soon as he stretched out his palm, a sacred golden red lotus appeared. It quietly circled, but it carried an inviolable aura. What? Heaven Fiend Ming Wang squinted his eyes. In such a short period of time, Lin Ling had not only blocked his punch, but he had also slashed out with his sword and formed a flaming lotus. His actions were as smooth as flowing water, and his reaction was extremely fast. Moreover, the lotus made Heaven Fiend Ming Wang extremely wary. It was like a world bomb, and if it exploded, even he would not be able to block it. 10 Directions World Lotus. Chapter 926. The experts of the 6 Shaman Holy Grounds, Shaman Art. Sky Fiend Ming Wang roared anxiously and created a large number of doppelgangers in an attempt to prevent Lin Ling from finding his real body and avoid the fatal blow. I'm sorry, my 10-directional world lotus is no longer the same as before. However, Lin Ling chuckled as if he was the inferno god that controlled the heavens and earth. The dazzling lotus shot across the void and locked onto the Heaven Fiend Ming Lord's real body. The Heaven Fiend Ming Lord roared angrily as he wondered what kind of monster he had offended. He did not know that Lin Ling's soul power had increased tremendously. The 10-directional world lotus was able to combine with his soul power and lock onto his opponent. Boom! The destructive power of the flame exploded and destroyed everything in its path. The entire cliff had turned into the forbidden land of fire. So powerful! Xianxia's heart pounded as she witnessed Lin Ling defeating the heaven fiend Ming Lord. Her master's strength had surpassed her. What kind of progress was this? A figure flew out from the forbidden flame. His body was engulfed in flames as he fell to the ground and spurted out blood. It was the heaven fiend Ming Lord, who had a powerful shaman body that could withstand the first-level fire ultimacy. An early Saint Spirit Realm martial artist would have been turned into ashes by now. The #1 Sky Pride of the 7 martial arts halls? He's the #1 Sky Pride of the Rainforest Holy Grounds. Damn it, how did I offend such a malefic existence? The heaven fiend Ming Lord felt extremely sullen. He thought that he had everything under control and had the Rain Clan's prodigy in the palm of his hand. However, he did not expect that a Rain Clan's prodigy, who was not surnamed Mo, would be able to break through all his plans and suppress him with his strength. But Lin Ling's eyes were cold as he took a step forward and placed his sword on the heaven fiend Ming Lord's neck. The Rain Clan's mission is to retrieve the art of everlasting youth. Therefore, you still have a chance to live. Of course, you can also refuse to hand it over. Little bastard, I, evil deity Ming Wang, accept my fate. He understood what Lin Ling meant. If he did not hand it over, Lin Ling would kill him and find the everlasting youth technique himself. Heaven fiend Ming Wang, the art of everlasting youth is the saint class martial art that you traded with me. How can you hand it over so easily? At this moment, a desolate and ancient voice came from the hazy cliff in the distance. Then, a figure stepped forward and shot over like a cannonball, causing the clouds to churn endlessly. Lin Ling narrowed his eyes. What a terrifying speed! It was even faster than his sword steps. Moreover, the endless cliff was a stretch of cliffs with no end in sight. There was also a large number of demonic beasts within it. That person was walking on air. Could it be that he had come from the 6 Shaman Holy Land to the Rainforest Holy Land? One had to know that there were natural barriers between the Holy Lands, and unless one was a top powerhouse, no one would dare to easily cross them. Venerable Celestial Witchcraft, you're late. But do you think I have a choice now? It was obvious that Heaven Fiend Ming Monarch knew that person. That person was the martial artist from the 6 Shaman Sacred Land who had traded martial arts with him. However, that person had arrived a little late. But a figure landed on the cliff. It was a short and fat man in a loose robe. This person was not tall, but he had a ferocious face that was filled with dignity and dominance. Clearly, this person's status in the 6 Shaman Holy Land was quite high. You actually lost to a junior? The fatty named Supremacy Tianwu's eyes were filled with astonishment. After all, he knew very well the strength of the Heaven Fiend Wisdom King. The only people who could defeat him were from the 4 desolate races, and there were very few juniors who could defeat him. However, the youth in front of him had defeated the Heaven Fiend Wisdom King. It was too incredulous. Then you test his strength. Heavenly Fiend Ming Monarch said bitterly. He knew that venerable Heavenly Witchcraft was surprised, but in fact, he was also surprised. All he could say was that Lin Ling was a super genius that could fight above his level. The art of everlasting youth is the cultivation technique that I agreed to trade with the Sky Fiend Ming Wang. Sir, you want to take it back? After receiving the affirmation from the Sky Fiend Ming Wang, Venerable Heavenly Witchcraft looked at Lin Ling. He knew that the only way to take away the art of everlasting youth was to deal with Lin Ling. The art of everlasting youth is the Rain Clan's cultivation technique. Today, I am under orders to take it back. No one is to stop me. Lin Ling took a step forward and reminded Xianxia with his soul, asking him to keep an eye on the Sky Fiend Ming Monarch. You have courage. To have such an extraordinary temperament at such a young age, you will definitely be a dragon among men in the future. Unfortunately, you are too confident. You are not qualified to speak against a mid-stage Saint Spirit Realm expert. Venerable Heavenly Witchcraft revealed a sinister smile. His cultivation level was at the mid-stage Saint Spirit Realm, and he had a powerful king physique, extreme Yin body. How could that junior be his match? I'll show you the power of a 6 shaman Holy Land warrior. Extreme Een shaman body. Ha! A hoarse voice came from Venerable Heavenly Witchcraft's mouth. His body emitted green smoke that corroded his robe, revealing a greenish-black body that was as hard as a zombie's. His hair was constantly growing longer, making him look extremely sinister. Rumble! Above his head, the dark clouds in the sky turned into a whirlpool and were absorbed by him. It was extremely terrifying. This was the force of Extreme Een. According to legends, the birth of Extreme Een was when the ancient ghost demons were at their most frenzied. This person's witchcraft had controlled all of the Extreme Een. Lin Ling, let me go. Venerable Heavenly Witchcraft wants to kill us all and take the art of everlasting youth. The art of everlasting youth cultivates endless vitality, while his witchcraft consumes corpses to cultivate. He needs vitality to fill his chi of death. Sky Fiend Ming Monarch shouted in horror. Venerable Heavenly Witchcraft seemed to be here to trade martial arts with him, but it seemed like he wanted to kill them all in one fell swoop. Master, this person can trigger the force of Extreme Een. He is a warrior from the Purgatory Witchcraft sect. Xianxia. Xianxia also shouted. She had heard of the force of Extreme Een. It was an ancient martial art from the 6 shaman Holy Land that was not passed down to outsiders. Once the Extreme Een appeared, it would bring calamity to the world. But now, no matter how strong her master was, he was no match for an ancient warrior from the Purgatory Witchcraft sect. Rumble! The entire sky was filled with rolling dark clouds. It was as if a calamity had befallen the world. Lin Ling Xianxia and Xianxia were trapped in the small world of the Extreme Een. Witchcraft! Master! Lin Ling's face was indifferent. He had seen the martial arts of the Water Moon Holy Land, and today he also saw the martial arts of the 6 shaman Holy Land. The martial arts of the 6 shaman Holy Land were even more ancient and eerie. However, Lin Ling dared to come here today because he had a trump card. Xianxia, take Sky Fiend Ming Monarch and leave this place. Master! Lin Ling said coldly. Xianxia's beautiful eyes narrowed. Her master seemed to want to fight with Venerable Heavenly Witchcraft? This was too terrifying. Even Sky Fiend Ming Monarch sucked in a breath of cold air. This fiend Lin Ling still had a trump card hidden? Then Xianxia took him and shot into the distance. Both of them were powerful warriors from the Rainforest Holy Land, but at this moment, they needed to avoid the brunt of the attack. However, the one protecting them was a rising star. Everything was like a dream. Kiki, can you stop me? Kiki. Chapter 927. Holy Land Guardian Deity, I can't stop it. Beneath the lunar clouds, Lin Ling could feel a terrifying aura pressing down on him. His sorcerer body was indeed powerful, but he still smiled. Then why don't you run? Honorable Heavenly Sorcerer's pupils were also a strange green. He felt that this youth was happy and content, without the slightest fear. I can't, but that doesn't mean it can't. Lin Ling took a deep breath, finally making a decision. When he was bitterly cultivating in Ice Gorge, besides increasing his strength, he had also unearthed a new supernatural power in his eyes. Today, he wanted to test it out. That was why he was so fearless in front of Honorable Heavenly Sorcerer. Otherwise, he would have already fled. After all, Honorable Heavenly Sorcerer was too strong. His strength was comparable to the 7 profound martial houses Old Xian. What nonsense are you talking about? What a pity, the genius of the Rainforest Holy Land will fall here. Honorable Heavenly Sorcerer cruelly laughed. This youth was indeed a genius. Even in the 6 Sorcerer Holy Land, he was an existence that could not be underestimated. Unfortunately, he was facing him, the top sorcerer of the 6 Sorcerer Holy Land. No matter how strong a genius was, he would still fall. However, his smile did not last long. It even stiffened. At the same time, Lin Ling's body exuded an ancient aura. It was vast and overbearing, as if he were the world's most ancient demonic beast. Pop pop pop. The lunar clouds in the sky seemed to have met their nemesis. A large hole was torn open, revealing the true sky. What? Honorable Heavenly Sorcerer's pupils shrank. This junior could actually shake his lunar energy? He roared, "Die!" Billowing lunar energy was like a vortex. He grasped it in his hand, turning it into an ancient sorcerer's hand that viciously grasped at Lin Ling. It was as if one hand could cover the sky, rebuking the wilderness. "Master, be careful." In the distance, Xianxia anxiously shouted. Honorable Heavenly Sorcerer was too strong. Lin Ling simply could not block him. Is that little monster crazy? Honorable Heavenly Sorcerer is an existence comparable to the top powerhouses of the 5 great ancient countries. Sky Fiend Bright King also sucked in a breath of cold air. He felt that Lin Ling, this up-and-coming junior, was truly unfathomable. Rumble. However, under their gazes, when the Grand Magus's hand came into contact with Lin Ling, a white flame erupted, destroying everything in its path as if it was going to destroy the world. Venerable Celestial Sorcerer let out a painful groan as he retracted his right hand. Immediately, he realized that there was a burning flame on his right hand that couldn't be extinguished. One had to know that his sorcerer body was so powerful that he didn't fear any kind of fire in the world. Yet he was still burned. What kind of fire was this? Martial artists of the 6th Shaman Holy Land, enjoy your remaining time. It was at this moment that Lin Ling's deep voice came from the depths of hell. Venerable Celestial Witchcraft narrowed his eyes and looked at the young man in front of him. White smoke floated around the young man's body. Everything was so mysterious. White flames danced inside the smoke as if he had activated some kind of taboo. Moreover, the smoke was getting thicker and thicker. It was even more terrifying than his lunar clouds. Finally, an ancient roar came out from the smoke, causing people to tremble in fear. What is that? Venerable Tianwu took a step back. At this moment, he was also a little afraid. As the smoke gradually dispersed, a 100-meter-tall ancient desolate beast appeared on the cliff. It had 6 gorgeous tails that swayed slowly. Its powerful claws pressed on the ground as if it was controlling the earth. The head of the desolate beast resembled a fox, and it was staring coldly at Venerable Celestial Witchcraft with ridicule, violence, and even evil charm. It was as if Venerable Celestial Witchcraft was an ant. This is... Venerable Tianwu's eyes widened as if he had seen the most unbelievable thing in his life. In the distance, Xianxia and Heaven Fiend Wisdom Lord's expressions changed drastically. They were so shocked that they forgot how to breathe. Lin Ling had disappeared, and an ancient fox desolate beast had appeared. What was going on? It's an ancient devil. Finally, Venerable Tianwu let out a horrified cry as if he had seen the most terrifying thing in his life. How could the sacred land's guardian deity appear here? Although his voice was horrified, it was also filled with joy as if he had seen the most precious treasure in the world. The sacred land's guardian deity. In the 6 great holy lands, each holy land had a guardian god. In ancient times, the guardian god was the totem of the holy land, the strongest existence. However, after the 6 great holy lands had been peaceful for many years, the 6 great guardian gods had disappeared, and the ancient legends had become mere historical records. Only in the legends was the day of the great calamity of the Holy Land. When the heavenly fall era began, the guardian god would return to the world. And now, he saw the guardian deity here, and it was the 6 Shaman Sacred Land's guardian deity. The Sacred Land's guardian deity. If I can get it, I'll be the strongest king in the 6 Shaman Sacred Land. Venerable Tianwu was so excited that he even forgot about his fear. His eyes were filled with endless greed. You're celebrating too early. However, just as Venerable Celestial Witchcraft was overjoyed, a deep voice filled with murderous intent drifted out. Venerable Celestial Witchcraft narrowed his eyes and looked over. Only then did he discover that a young man had mysteriously appeared on the terrifying ancient flame devil's head. The young man's lower body was buried in the ancient flame devil's neck, revealing only his upper body. However, his eyes were tightly shut and exuded a cold and domineering aura. Who's talking? Venerable Tianwu muttered to himself. Could it be that young man? But how could the sacred land's guardian deity fuse with the young man? It's me. As if sensing Venerable Tianwu's doubts, The young man slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were like a devil's, like a god looking at the world, pitch black, cold, and bloodthirsty. Plop. Venerable Tianwu's legs trembled as he fell to the ground in shock. Impossible. Everything is fake. It's that young man from before. But he seems to be safe and sound, and he seems to have fused with the sacred land's guardian deity. How is this possible? Could it be that the sacred land's guardian deity has been hiding in the young man's body all this time? But even so, the young man couldn't possibly control the sacred land's guardian deity. Die. A cold voice came out of Lin Ling's mouth. At this moment, he had turned into the ancient flame devil. Everything was so familiar as if this body was his original body. Of course, if there was a change, it would be the addition of endless killing intent. Although Lin Ling retained his consciousness at this moment, he still had the feeling of killing everything in the world. This killing intent was the ancient flame devil's influence on him. Smoke filled the air, eerie and sinister. A huge wild beast appeared in front of Venerable Tianwu. At this moment, it tilted its head and looked at Venerable Tianwu mockingly, as if Venerable Tianwu was a cornered rat. Are you the ancient flame devil or the young man from before? Venerable Tianwu swallowed his saliva with difficulty. What do you think? A cold voice came from the ancient flame devil, confirming Venerable Tianwu's suspicions. At this moment, the ancient flame devil was still rational. It was that young man from before. Chapter 928. Evergreen Method. You have no chance. The ancient flame devil's huge tail swept over like a flaming dragon, causing Honorable Heavenly Witch's pupils to dilate. What a powerful aura! He then struck out with his palm. 6 Which world? Rumble. In the sky, all the lunar clouds gathered and gathered in the palm, as if it was going to split the world. However, when it collided with the tail of the ancient flame devil, a terrifying wave of spiritual qi exploded, but it couldn't stop the tail. Venerable Tianwu's arm was reduced to dust as his entire body was burned by the flames. Ancient devils were indeed as terrifying as the legend said. Then, a dazzling claw swept over as if it could split heaven and earth, causing Venerable Celestial Wizard to roar, no. He knew that he was going to die here today. He had never imagined that he would die in the rainforest's sacred land just to kill a rising star. He had never imagined that the guardian that the mighty figures of the 6 shaman sacred land were searching for would be on the body of a puny youth. The Purgatory Shaman sect will find you. Leaving behind an unwilling voice, Venerable Tianwu turned into ashes. The ancient flame devil had descended, and with just one move, the powerful 6 shaman Holy Land martial artists had fallen here. How frightening! In the distance, Xianxia and Heavenly Fiend Ming Wang's hearts trembled. This was too terrifying. What kind of secret was Lin Ling hiding? However, in the next moment, the smoke spread out and the huge figure appeared in front of them. The fox's demonic eyes looked at them indifferently, full of ridicule and brutality. This desolate beast wanted to kill them. Master, it's me. Xianxia hurriedly knelt down. Lin Ling, who was at the neck of the ancient flame devil, blinked his eyes. He had almost killed Xianxia and Xianxia before, but now he had calmed down. Heavenly Fiend Ming Wang, look into my eyes and devour my soul. Lin Ling shouted coldly from the top of the ancient flame devil. His voice was filled with killing intent and Heaven Fiend Ming Wang did not dare to resist. He looked at Lin Ling and in the next moment he felt a sharp pain in his soul as if his soul was being torn apart. Then an innate majestic aura came from the ancient flame devil. Master! The Heaven Fiend Ming Lord also knelt down immediately. He did not know why he had to kneel down, but he had a feeling that Lin Ling had become his master, possessing supreme authority. At the same time, endless smoke floated out and the huge ancient flame devil disappeared into the smoke. A slender figure slowly walked out from the smoke. The ancient flame devil disappeared, and Lin Ling returned to his normal appearance. Master! Looking at that figure, Xianxia and Heaven Fiend Ming Wang felt their hearts skip a beat. They were at a loss for words. Especially Xianxia. She was already in awe of Lin Ling, but now she was even more in awe. As for the infernal wisdom lord, there was no need to even mention it. Previously, he had seen with his own eyes how Lin Ling killed Honorable Heaven Witchcraft with a single move. That terrifying strength made him willingly submit to Lin Ling. Furthermore, he could vaguely guess that the desolate beast Lin Ling had transformed into was the guardian of the 6 shaman's sacred ground. "Get out of here." After Lin Ling walked out, he said lightly. At this moment, he was a little weak. "All right." The two of them quickly brought Lin Ling away. In another mountain range, Lin Ling sat with his legs crossed. His body was a little weak. Although the ancient flame devil was under his control, its murderous aura still affected him. Moreover, the longer it lasted, the greater the effect. For example, he had almost killed Xianxia previously. However, this time, Lin Ling's control over the ancient flame devil was much smoother than before. The reason was the eye. The ancient flame devil was a desolate beast without a soul. However, Lin Ling's soul power was extremely strong. The stronger it was, the more his soul could enter the ancient flame devil's body and completely control it. This was similar to the eye's soul devourer's superpower. As for the ancient flame devil's soul, it was still in a deep slumber. This was the new superpower that Lin Ling discovered after Ammonienshin helped Lin Ling awaken his eye. The guardian of the sacred ground. Lin Ling's eyes lit up. This was his new understanding of the ancient flame devil. He had not expected the ancient flame devil to have such a background. Moreover, there were so many people who wanted to get their hands on the ancient flame devil. In this case, the ancient flame devil could not be used easily. After all, Lin Ling's strength was not at the peak yet. Facing an ancient martial artist, he would not be able to fight back unless he had a trump card. Moreover, the ancient flame devil's strength had increased tremendously. However, its murderous aura still affected Lin Ling. Therefore, Lin Ling did not dare to use it easily. This ancient flame devil is the guardian of the 6 shaman's sacred ground. I wonder what the sacred ground of the rainforest is? Lin Ling mumbled to himself. He looked at Xianxia and Xianxia, who were guarding him, and said, "Remember not to tell anyone about what happened earlier." Xianxia and Heaven Fiend Ming Wang nodded without hesitation. Lin Ling was their master now. If Lin Ling died, they would die as well. Therefore, unless they were stupid, they would not tell anyone about what happened earlier. Heaven Fiend Ming Wang, take out the Eternal Youth technique. Lin Ling shouted again. Heaven Fiend Ming Wang quickly took out a black jade stone from his belt and handed it to Lin Ling with both hands. The Eternal Youth technique is in the memory stone. Lin Ling took it calmly. He touched the black jade stone with both hands. Then, the jade stone shone with a hazy light. It was the cultivation technique of the Eternal Youth technique. This cultivation technique was very magical. Half of it was the path of the spiritual qi in one's body. The other half was an ancient tree. The image was of the ancient tree growing from a sapling. Lin Ling was confused. Master, this is a profound martial skill. It depends on one's comprehension. Heaven Fiend Ming Wang reminded. Lin Ling nodded. Profound martial skills were indeed more mysterious and complicated. Lin Ling had completed the mission from the Rain Clan. However, it would be a waste if he went back to complete the mission. Therefore, Lin Ling decided to learn the Eternal Youth technique first. You two should learn it too. Lin Ling said. Xianxia and Heaven Fiend Ming Wang were his loyal subordinates. Therefore, he had to help them improve their strength. Thank you, Master. Xianxia and Xianxia said gratefully. Lin Ling nodded. He looked at the memory stone and memorized the cultivation technique of the Eternal Youth technique. However, it would take some effort to comprehend the profound martial skill. Master, it is very difficult to comprehend the life force. Heaven Fiend Ming Wang looked at Lin Ling and said respectfully. He had obtained this profound martial skill long ago. However, he had never succeeded in cultivating it. Therefore, he reminded Lin Ling, I got it. Lin Ling was still looking at the image. There, the ancient sapling gradually grew from a young sapling to a robust one. Finally, it became an indomitable giant tree. The image continued to loop. It looked ordinary, but it contained the laws of the world. The sun rose and set, the flowers bloomed and withered. Life, old age, sickness, and death. These were the unchanging laws of heaven and earth. The stronger a martial artist was, the more he wanted to control the power of heaven and earth. He had to be familiar with these laws. Knowing the laws is one thing. However, there are very few who can comprehend the essence of them. It is like looking at flowers in the fog. It looks close, but it is actually far away. Chapter 929. Sword of Esoteric Intent. Amazing! Lin Ling's heart skipped a beat as if he had seen something. He pulled out the sword in his hand and a mysterious ancient aura emanated from it. Vitality. Beside him, Xianxia and Heaven Fiend Bright Lord were also practicing the martial art. Their eyes narrowed as they sensed the vitality of Lin Ling's sword. It was the vitality of the everlasting youth art. Could it be that Lin Ling had succeeded in cultivating it? What a terrifying genius! The two of them looked at each other and became even more determined to follow Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling's comprehension was monstrous. At this moment, Lin Ling had entered the realm of unity of heaven and man. He was isolated from the outside world. Vaguely, he seemed to have seen through something. It was as if he had seen the origin of heaven and earth, the origin of all living things. He didn't know why he could see it, but he could see it with his eyes. Moreover, the scene had changed. It was no longer the scene of the ancient tree growing. Instead, he was immersed in a green light. It was as if he had returned to the beginning of heaven and earth, the Hong Meng Ocean. It was a comfortable feeling. Vitality was endless. Look at the plants around you. Xianxia couldn't help but exclaim when he sensed the changes in the surroundings. Within 100 meters of Lin Ling, the plants grew rapidly. They were lush and green, and hundreds of flowers bloomed. It's caused by vitality. Master has mastered the life esoteric intent. Heaven Fiend Ming Lord gasped as he stared fixedly at the slender figure. That handsome face gave him a sacred and dignified feeling. After the two of them recovered from their shock, they quickly sat down with their legs crossed. Since Lin Ling was displaying the life esoteric intent, they would naturally seize the opportunity to comprehend it. After all, there wouldn't be another opportunity if they missed it. Time passed quietly. The three of them cultivated in silence. Lin Ling's surroundings were filled with vitality. Hundreds of flowers bloomed like a sea of flowers. The beautiful scene made Lin Ling and the other two look like side characters. At this moment, a soft voice drifted out. I won't bloom when the flowers bloom. I'll kill the flowers after they bloom. As the sword was drawn, vitality rippled like the final flower. Swoosh! All the flowers within 100 meters withered, deprived of their vitality. The sword was like the king of flowers. Before the sword was drawn, hundreds of flowers bloomed. Swoosh! Swoosh! Who would have thought that my sword intent of sword is esoteric intent? Lin Ling Xianxia and Xianxia stood as well. The other dark esoteric king stood Lin and smiled respectfully. He said, Master, for comprehending the esoteric intent of life. And with Master, esoteric flame, Master's esoteric intent. And fire, Fire Master, Master, you, is Dragon Cloud Lucas is Ice Cloud Wing. Is light is and fire intent youth fire, Master is Esoin Lin. Thank you. Lin Ling smiled softly. Today, he had an unexpected gain. The eternal youth technique can be returned to the Rain clan. Let's go back and turn in the mission. Lin Ling carried the tyrant song sword on his back, looked at the distant sky and smiled again. This time, he had given his mother a lot of face. Her master. Those Rain clan geniuses thought they caught the real infernal Ming monarch and were feeling smug. But now that you're back, you'll definitely leave them speechless. Xianxia laughed. Lin Ling was stunned for a moment. This is the first time I've seen you laugh. It's beautiful. Following that, he took a big step and flew towards the sky. Xianxia's purple mouth opened. She wanted to say something, but she couldn't. Unknowingly, she did seem to be laughing. Xianxia, the rainforest's sacred land's most ruthless killer. This is also the first time I've seen you laugh. Infernal Ming monarch laughed. Xianxia's face instantly turned cold. Her killing intent filled the air. If you want to die, Say that again. I surrender. Infernal Ming monarch shook his head helplessly. This woman changed her face like flipping the pages of a book. At this moment, the Rain clan was extremely lively. The younger generation geniuses had all rushed back. They were representing the Rain clan, and in fact, it was a test given to them by the clan. As such, not only were many people from the Rain clan looking forward to it, even the other 4 desolate races had come to watch. The 4 desolate races were extremely noble. They usually formed their own circle and rarely interacted with the 7 great martial halls and the 5 great ancient countries. This was because they felt disdain for them. Infernal Ming monarch, this person's strength is only at the early stages of the sacred spirit realm. He's not very strong, but he's a good opponent for the younger generation geniuses. It's good to use him to test the disciples. An elder from the Yi clan said lightly. It made the other desolate races' ancient grand sovereigns nod their heads. But if this sentence were to spread to the various martial halls, it would definitely shock them to the extreme. A sacred spirit realm expert was not considered strong in front of a desolate race ancient warrior. After all, a sacred spirit realm expert was a formidable existence in the rainforest sacred land. From this angle, it could be seen how powerful the 4 desolate races were. They were indeed worthy of being the royal family of the rainforest sacred land. Are the Rain clan's 2 prides here? It feels like only the 2 of them will be able to complete this mission. That might not be the case. After all, the mission is to find the everlasting youth technique. It doesn't prohibit the younger generation geniuses from teaming up. Hence, it's hard to guess who will end up with it. Of course, if the Rain clan's 2 prides are here, the chances of them completing the mission are much higher. The 2 of them are the future of the Rain clan. The various desolate race members were in a flurry of discussion. And in the Rain clan's vast mountain valley, everyone was gathered. It was indescribably lively. The elders were looking at their juniors with great interest, hoping that their juniors would amaze the world and make them proud. Furthermore, this was a grand event where the top 4 desolate races faced off against each other. Compared to this grand event, the 7 great martial halls' strongest semifinals were nothing. After all, after the mission ended, it would be the Rain clan's year-end assessment. Zai, you have to do your best. Dad has high hopes for you. Once this mission is completed, not only will Mom feel proud, you will also receive the Rain clan's reward, the Bodhi liquid. Many elders secretly clenched their fists. At the same time, Rain Master Mo Ping slowly arrived. He was not tall, but he had an indescribable majesty. It made the other desolate race members' pupils constrict. Rain Master Mo Ping controlled all the rain in the world. He was in existence like a dragon king. In the rainforest sacred land, other than the Bodhi sacred palace, no one could shake him. Everyone, take a seat. A calm voice came out of Rain Master Mo Ping's mouth like a king. Senior Rain Master. The various desolate race members bowed respectfully before sitting down. Among the crowd, Lin Ling had already returned. Seeing Rain Master Mo Ping's supreme authority, he was secretly surprised. The 4 desolate races were famous throughout the 6 great sacred lands. Even Supremacy Heaven Witchcraft from before knew of the Rain clan. Yet, the Rain clan's patriarch was able to make the other desolate race members revere him. This showed how powerful Rain Master Mo Ping was. Beside him, Xianxia and Heaven Fiend Ming Wang were present. Today, the Rain clan's valley was open to welcome outsiders. They followed Lin Ling and could easily enter. As for Lin Ling, he had previously promised Heaven Fiend Ming Wang that he would guarantee his safety. Hence, Heaven Fiend Ming Wang dared to come here. Not only that, he didn't steal the eternal evergreen technique from the Rain clan. He also didn't have the strength to do so. It was someone from the Rain clan who secretly traded it with him. That person, he guessed, should have been punished by the Rain clan. However, the Rain clan didn't announce it publicly. It was obvious that the Rain clan didn't want too many people to know about the theft of the eternal evergreen technique. And now, he was here in person. The other Rain clan geniuses were full of confidence. It seemed like there would be a good show to watch. Chapter 930. Mission Attribution, The eternally evergreen technique is a secret technique of my Rain clan that is not passed down. Today, due to certain reasons, the Rain clan wants to take it back. At the same time, we want to announce to the world that the Rain clan's items are not to be passed down to outsiders. Anyone who dares to covet it will be killed, no matter how far they are. At this moment, Rain Master Mo Ping's voice sounded. It was filled with majesty and his expression was inviolable. The person who takes back the eternally evergreen technique will be rewarded with cultivating in the Bodhi flower. Rain Master Mo Ping's voice sounded once again, causing a stir among the crowd. It was not the Bodhi liquid that was rewarded, but the Bodhi flower. Legend has it that the Bodhi ancient tree rarely bloomed. Only 7 flowers bloomed in 10,000 years. Each flower was extremely rare and precious. 2 of them were occupied by the Bodhi's sacred palace, while the 4 desolate race clans each occupied 4. The remaining flower buds were designated by an expert as their own cultivation cave abode. Without a doubt, the Bodhi flower was more suitable for cultivation than the Bodhi spirit root. Even the Bodhi liquid was the flower's due. By cultivating beside the Bodhi flower, it would definitely allow a warrior's body to transform, allowing them to achieve a supreme future. All the Rain clan geniuses were excited. Even they had never seen the Bodhi flower before. It was said that only the Rain clan's 2 prides had the opportunity to absorb the spiritual energy in the flower. Grandpa, I will definitely go to the Bodhi flower. At this moment, a 17-year-old youth strode out. He looked dignified and energetic. It's Mo Zishan. The Rain clan's people's eyes flickered. Seeing Mo Zishan so confident, could he have completed the mission? This child is full of vigor. His king body is not low. The Rain clan has a good seedling. The other desolate race members nodded their heads in appreciation. Zishan, you found the eternally evergreen technique? Rain Master Mo Ping gave a faint smile. That child always gave him surprises, making him rather fond of him. Of course, Mo Zishan's voice was loud and clear, like a tiger cub. However, his strength was not weak. In the martial hall, he had the strength of a top elite. He waved his hand and said, "Bring him up." A man who was bound by Bodhi vines and had a black cloth covering his head was brought forward by 2 of Mo Zishan's lackeys. The 2 lackeys had a smug look on their faces, looking forward to shocking the world with a single brilliant feat. Bodhi vine, that's a rare treasure. Even a Holy Spirit realm expert can't do anything about it. It seems like Mo Zishan has been spoiled by the Rain Master and has rewarded him with such a treasure. The crowd's eyes flickered with surprise. Mo Zishan took a step forward and removed the black cloth on the man's head. He then laughed proudly. Heaven Fiend Ming Wang is here. He is the Heaven Fiend Ming Wang? The crowd stared at the man. Many of them had never seen Heaven Fiend Ming Wang before, but they had heard of his reputation. He was very mysterious and was adept at concealment. Other than the 4 desolate races, the other 5 ancient countries would find it difficult to capture him. You have the art of everlasting youth? Rain Master Mo Ping looked at the man and said. Then he saw that the man's spirit chi had been sucked dry by the Bodhi vine. Hence, he pointed his finger and the raindrops shot towards the man, turning into dense spirit chi and waking the man up. I'm not the Heaven Fiend Ming Wang. I've been wronged. The man shouted in horror. He knew that he had been caught by the desolate race. If he was wronged, he would not be able to escape death. Hence, he begged for mercy. You still want to bewitch everyone when you are about to die? Mo Zishan gave a disdainful smile and remained confident. I'm not the Heaven Fiend Ming Wang. I'm the Heaven Fiend Dark King. Furthermore, that's a title given to me by warriors. How am I qualified to be a king? The man became even more panicked, causing the crowd to be surprised. Following that, there was a burst of laughter. Heaven Fiend Dark King and Heaven Fiend Ming Wang differed by a single word, but they were very likely not the same person. Furthermore, they could sense that the man's cultivation level was very low. The legendary Heaven Fiend Ming Wang was not that weak. Nonsense. When I went to catch you, everyone said that you were the Heaven Fiend Dark King. Mo Zishan's smile froze as he said with an ugly expression. That's a title given to me by everyone. How am I qualified to be called a king? The man was on the brink of tears. Rain Master Mo Ping looked at the man in a daze and shook his head helplessly. With his cultivation level, he could naturally sense that the man was not the heaven fiend Ming Wang because he was too weak. Take him away. Don't embarrass yourself. Mo Zishan opened his mouth and looked extremely indignant. Zishan, didn't we show you a picture? That person looks like the heaven fiend Ming Wang? Rain Master Mo Ping said with a frown. I remember that the heaven fiend Ming Wang has many transformations, so he can change his appearance at any time. Furthermore, he is called the heaven fiend Ming Wang. Mo Zishan said nervously. Sai, take him away. Rain Master Mo Ping sighed and shook his head. Just because of a similar name, his grandson had brought him back. This was too embarrassing for the Rain clan. Many people began to laugh. That man was innocent. Mo Zishan gritted his teeth. Previously, he wanted to amaze the world with a single feat, but in the end, he was the one who embarrassed himself. Zishan is still young and lacks maturity. Grandpa, I am the real heaven fiend Ming Wang. Bring him up. Another genius from the Rain clan walked out with a smile. With a wave of his hand, he brought over 100 people. After removing the black cloth on their heads, he realized that all of them looked very similar to the heaven fiend Ming Wang. Obviously, they were all captured from the various countries in the 100 territories. Sai, did you kill the wrong person and not let him go? Rain Master Mo Ping sighed once more. As long as they caught anyone who looked like the heaven fiend Ming Lord, it wouldn't look good even if the heaven fiend Ming Lord was among them. Furthermore, he could sense that the heaven fiend Ming Lord wasn't among them. There's no one? The genius from the Rain clan who was about to claim the credit was startled. Was he also disappointed by the clan leader? Let me explain it to you. The heaven fiend Ming Wang is not only looking at his name and appearance, but also his aura and strength. The most important thing is whether he has the eternal youth technique. At this moment, a soft voice sounded, causing the entire plaza to become silent. The person who spoke seemed to be very confident. It's a Mo Z fan. Many people realized that the person who spoke was the one who spoke. Killing the wrong person and not letting him go is good, but the efficiency is too low. Moreover, it affects the reputation of the Rain clan. Our Rain clan wants to recover the eternal youth technique, so naturally, we have to hit the nail on the head. We don't have to capture some useless people to make a fool of ourselves. Mo Ziyun, Mo Zishan, you two need to go out and train yourselves. At this moment, Mo Z fan walked out with his hands behind his back. His aura was as steady as a mountain. This kid is steady and sure, he is the material for great things. The crowd looked at the handsome Mo Z fan and nodded secretly. Mo Z fan was obviously much better than the previous genius from the Rain clan. Z fan, did you catch the wrong person? Mo Zishan and the other geniuses were not satisfied. After all, Mo Z fan scolded them in front of so many people, making them feel extremely embarrassed. Chapter 931. What was the most important thing? The two prides of the Rain clan. The crowd was in an uproar. Sure enough, with the appearance of the two prides of the Rain clan, the mission was easy. Then, everyone looked at Mo Zihu. At this moment, Mo Zihu was sitting at the edge of the square, calmly drinking tea. He was unspeakably calm. After everyone looked at him, he smiled slightly, bowed to everyone, and walked out in a manner that was neither arrogant nor servile. His calm appearance made the crowd admire him secretly. This young man was probably going to be the pillar of the Rain clan in the future. Zihu, you caught him? Rain Master Mo Ping faintly smiled. Previously, he had caused a bit of a ruckus, which made him feel a bit embarrassed. After all, he was a serious person, and what he disliked the most was this type of reckless and careless person. But now, with the appearance of the Rain clan's twin prides, they had given the Rain clan a great deal of face. Grandpa, I caught him. Mo Zihu did not say much, but every word was like a gem, showing the demeanor of a great general. Then he waved his right hand, and a figure was brought out from the crowd. In midair, the rope that tied that person was untied, and the black cloth on his head was also untied, gently falling to the center of the square. Everyone's eyes were fixed on that person. He looks the same as the heaven fiend Ming Wang. Moreover, he's in the early stage of the Holy Spirit realm. Looks like he's the real heaven fiend Ming Wang. Many people said with certainty. Rain Master Mo Ping's eyes narrowed, and then he nodded in admiration. With his experience, he naturally noticed that the person had the aura of the sixth shaman Holy Land. According to the legends, the heaven fiend Ming Wang knew witchcraft, which was unique in the rainforest Holy Land, so he was sure that the person was the heaven fiend Ming Wang. Are you the heaven fiend Ming Wang? However, Rain Master Mo Ping still asked. I'll never change my surname. I'm Calamity Ming Wang. The man shouted coldly, filled with the arrogance of an expert. Is the eternal youth technique with you? Rain Master Mo Ping asked again. I'm convinced that I've fallen into the hands of the Rain clan. Yes, the eternal youth technique is with me. Even though that male was arrogant, he was still willing to accept his loss. This made Rain Master Mo Ping nod his head. This person actually had some backbone. Even though he obtained the eternal evergreen technique, in the end, it wasn't stolen from the Rain clan. That was why he took back the eternal evergreen technique. A small punishment was enough. Zihu, well done. Rain Master Mo Ping smiled at Mo Zihu. That's because Grandpa taught me well. You must do things cleanly and decisively. That's why I searched for Apocalypse Ming Wang from every angle and finally made my move. Mo Zihu's voice was sonorous and powerful, filled with might and dominance, causing Rain Master Mo Ping to nod his head in praise. Amazing! The crowd murmured to themselves. The geniuses of the Rain clan all came out to capture the heaven fiend Ming Wang alive. Only the two prides of the Rain clan succeeded. These two prides of the Rain clan truly lived up to their reputation. One had to know that there were very few people in the rainforest Holy Land who could capture a Holy Spirit realm expert alive, let alone the martial arts hall. All right, you, Mo Ziffin, and the others can enter the Bodhi flower to cultivate. Of course, others can as well, but don't get too close. Rain Master Mo Ping finally said with certainty. This made Mo Ziffin smile in excitement. Today, he had rendered a meritorious service to the Rain clan. Furthermore, he had let the other desolate race know his name. Suddenly, he looked at a corner of the square. There was a youth in a blue and white robe sitting there calmly drinking tea. It was as if he was oblivious to the matters of the world. It was Lin Ling. I thought you would succeed, but in the end, I was one step ahead of you. Do you still have the face to drink tea in front of me? Mo Ziffin looked at Lin Ling and said meaningfully. Back then, he had been defeated by Lin Ling. Today, he had vented his anger. Furthermore, at such a glorious moment, he naturally wanted to suppress Lin Ling. He wanted to make Lin Ling speechless in embarrassment. Who is that? The other desolate race members looked at Lin Ling curiously. Among them, there were two people whose beautiful eyes were twinkling. One of them was Yu Yu from the Sparrow race, while the other was the second dream from the Night race. The two of them had followed their seniors to observe the Rain clan's geniuses. As for the Rain clan's seniors, they were also looking at Lin Ling. All of them gave a faint smile. Lin Ling's surname was not Mo, but back then he had defeated the Rain clan's geniuses, making them feel embarrassed. And today, Lin Ling had helped them vent their anger. He went as well? Rain Master Mo Ping was somewhat surprised. The mission he issued was for all the Rain clan's geniuses to move out. Although he had informed Lin Ling, he did not believe that Lin Ling would go. And now Lin Ling had gone as well, but it seemed to be fruitless. It was no wonder he was silently drinking tea in the distance. For some unknown reason, even though Lin Ling also possessed half of the Rain clan's bloodline, at this moment, when he saw Lin Ling being suppressed, he also felt a hint of anticipation in his heart. The reason for this was perhaps because the Rain clan had a large number of grandchildren and descendants, and he did not like Lin Ling, this little grandson, too much. The person has been found. His name is correct and his aura is similar. His strength is exactly the same, but there seems to be a crucial point that has not been confirmed. Many gazes looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling gently put down his teacup and suddenly said lightly, "What does that mean?" The crowd was stunned. They thought that the youth who was being suppressed would definitely remain silent and endure the humiliation, but who knew that the latter would say something so nonchalant that no one could understand. What nonsense are you talking about? Mo Zifen frowned. Lin Ling did not complete the mission, yet he had the cheek to be so arrogant? You are not qualified to speak to me. Mo Zihu is. However, his words made Lin Ling shake his head lightly. It was as if he disdained to speak to Mo Zifen. How arrogant! The various desolate race members were alarmed. Since when did the Rain Clan's geniuses have such a figure that only the Rain Clan's two prides had the right to speak? Bastard, to be so arrogant without completing the mission. Mo Zifen's expression was as ugly as the bottom of a nest. Just as he was about to speak again, Mo Zihu, who was beside him, said lightly, "Then what do you want to say? Did you not understand what I said previously?" Lin Ling slowly walked out and looked at Mo Zihu with a teasing look. You are saying that the heaven fiend Ming Wang that Zihu found looks the same. His name is correct, and his aura and strength are the same. However, there is a crucial point that has not been confirmed. This means that he is very likely not the heaven fiend Ming Wang? Mo Zihu was still in doubt, but Rain Master Mo Ping was indeed the desolate race's patriarch. He immediately understood the meaning behind Lin Ling's words. Senior is indeed impressive. Other than being the patriarch, your insight is no trifling matter. Lin Ling chuckled as he came to the middle of the square. Rain Master Mo Ping frowned. He could clearly sense that Lin Ling's words were filled with sarcasm. What he meant was that the desolate race's patriarch position did not live up to his reputation even before confirming the heaven fiend Ming Wang's identity. Then what is the last crucial point? Rain Master Mo Ping said in a deep voice. Lin Ling had embarrassed him by saying that in front of so many people. In a large family clan, what was most important was face. Lin Ling had offended his superior. Furthermore, he was Lin Ling's grandfather. Didn't you capture the heaven fiend Ming Wang to retrieve the eternal youth technique? What do you think is the most crucial point? Lin Ling retorted with a question. That's right, this does not seem to be confirmed. Chapter 932. True and false Amitabha. The mission this time was to retrieve the eternal youth technique. If the eternal youth technique wasn't even confirmed, how could the final victor be determined? Rain Master Mo Ping's eyes narrowed. Previously, he seemed to have made his decision too quickly. Then, he looked at the man and asked, "Do you have the eternal youth technique?" "Of course," the man said proudly. Among the crowd, heaven fiend Ming Wang smiled faintly. This was his witchcraft puppet technique. Everything had already been set up. For example, after the Rain Clan caught the puppet, they would admit everything. Only when they took out the eternal youth technique would they see that it was fake. And by the time they wanted to catch him again, he had already escaped far away. This plan was very thorough, giving him enough time to escape from danger. Unfortunately, he encountered the fiend Lin Ling, causing him to fall short of success. Hand it over. Rain Master Mo Ping waved his hand and a huge suction force gushed out, pulling out a large number of items from the man's body. Then he checked them one by one. Finally, his gaze landed on a black memory stone. Then he looked at Lin Ling as if saying, "What else do you have to say?" "You're asking for humiliation." Mo Zihu also smiled coldly. Even the memory stone had been found. Lin Ling still wanted to bewitch everyone? However, when Rain Master Mo Ping entered the memory stone, his pupils began to violently change. It must be fake. Before he could speak, Lin Ling's light voice drifted over. It's fake. The eyes of the crowd flashed. Lin Ling was so confident. Rain Master Mo Ping didn't even say anything, but it was as if he was the ruler of everything. At this moment, Rain Master Mo Ping's body trembled. He finally raised his head and said with an unsightly expression, "It is indeed fake." "Is it real or fake?" This time, everyone looked at Lin Ling. Their eyes were filled with shock. Lin Ling really knew everything. "Impossible, this is impossible. I found the heaven fiend Ming Wang through other means. How can this eternal youth technique be fake? No, the heaven fiend Ming Wang is real. He must have brought out the real art of everlasting youth." Mo Zihu kept shaking his head as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Previously, he had obtained endless glory, but after Lin Ling's appearance, everything turned to ashes. Moreover, he believed that the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. He mocked those geniuses of the Rain clan who failed, but in reality, he was also a mantis. This was a complete loss of face, bringing endless humiliation to the Rain clan's prides. Even the heavenly fiend Ming Wang is fake. However, after he spoke, Lin Ling spoke again. This time, Rain Master Mo Ping's eyes narrowed. The heaven fiend Ming Wang was also a fake. Why couldn't he see through it? Could it be that this Lin Ling was stronger than him? What proof do you have? Rain Master Mo Ping said with a frown. With Lin Ling saying this, he felt even more humiliated. Because the real apocalyptic deity is with me. However, before I let him out, you have to promise me that you won't attack him. Lin Ling said calmly. Sure. Rain Master Mo Ping said in a dignified manner. He didn't believe that Lin Ling had captured the heaven fiend Ming Wang, and Mo Zihu didn't believe it either. After all, everything was too surreal. Come out. Lin Ling waved his hand gently, and a man in a cloak walked out from the crowd. He slowly came to Lin Ling's side and bowed respectfully to Lin Ling, then said, My apologies, I am the real apocalyptic deity. The cloak was slowly removed, revealing a familiar face. It was exactly the same as the man in the square, causing a commotion in the square. It was another apocalyptic deity. Who was the real one, and who was the fake one? Apocalyptic deity? Rain Master Mo Ping sucked in a breath of cold air. The situation had changed beyond his imagination. It was as if there was a glimmer of light at the end of the tunnel. One by one, the apocalyptic deity appeared, and no one knew which one was real and which one was fake. As for Mo Zihu, his face turned ugly. He stared at the man and suddenly said, How can you be sure that he is the real one? From the looks of it, everyone is more or less the same. Maybe yours is the fake one. With that said, he looked at the apocalyptic deity he had brought back and coldly said, Are you the real apocalyptic deity? Nonsense, if I'm not the apocalyptic deity, who is? Is it him? I never expected that in this world, there are so many people who want to use my name to commit such atrocities. The man laughed arrogantly, making the crowd believe that he was the real one. After all, the man was still so confident at this moment. If he wasn't the real one, then what was he? Instantly, the crowd was at a loss. Who was the real apocalyptic deity who had brought back? Do you see that? Lin Ling, you are the fake one. I don't understand why you are causing trouble in front of so many people. Is it because the Rain clan has mistreated you, so you want to embarrass the patriarch in front of the desolate race? You have such evil intentions. Mo Zihu coldly shouted. He insisted that he was the real one, or he would lose all his face today. I don't think as much as you. At least I have completed my mission, and I won't mock others like a clown. Lin Ling chuckled. At the same time, he pouted at Mo Zifen. This made Mo Zifen's expression turn ugly. Previously, he was the one who provoked Lin Ling, resulting in the current situation. As for the patriarch's embarrassment, that's because he was too arbitrary. As the patriarch of a clan, how can he be so sure of something that has not been verified? Is it because the Rain clan's two prides took action that he is so sure? Lin Ling said again. His voice was calm, but it stirred the hearts of everyone. Lin Ling, are you crazy? How dare you talk about the patriarch like that? The Rain clan people's hearts trembled violently. They looked at Lin Ling again. At this moment, Lin Ling chuckled. Emizu, why are you so nervous? The real one can't be fake, and the fake one can't be real. To be so frivolous, are you really the Rain clan's two prides? Mo Zihu gritted his teeth. Before, he was as calm as a general, but now, he was irritated by Lin Ling. The most hateful thing was that when he saw Lin Ling's carefree aura, he had the urge to beat Lin Ling up. Rain Master Mo Ping's face turned ashen. He coldly stared at Lin Ling and said, Then why are you so sure? You should know that in the Rain clan, slandering is a big crime. I know, but I am confident. Lin Ling chuckled and nodded at heaven fiend Ming Wang. The latter smiled and stretched out his hands, drawing a mysterious pattern. At the same time, the man in the middle of the square trembled violently, as if his soul was taken away. His body kept changing, and the witchcraft aura disappeared. In the end, he spat out a bug and turned into a short and fat man. It's just witchcraft. After finishing, Heaven Fiend Ming Wang smiled faintly. Silence. The crowd fell into a dead silence. What Mo Zihu brought back was indeed a fake. However, everything was so real. Putting aside the appearance and cultivation, the most important thing was the aura. It had the aura of witchcraft and used it to deceive everyone. Even the top experts could not see through it. This witchcraft was so powerful. Chapter 933. One sword to kill 100 flowers. Lin Ling, well done. Amidst the shocked crowd, Yu Yu waved her fist. She already knew that Lin Ling was of the Rain clan's bloodline. Hence, she was the one who suggested coming to the Rain clan. Previously, when she saw the Rain clan bullying Lin Ling, she was infuriated. But thankfully, Lin Ling managed to turn the tide and obtain the ultimate glory. This was the Lin Ling she knew. Be it a young man or a young man, he was always behind the scenes, controlling everything. The witchcraft puppet, he actually deceived me. Rain Master Mo Ping stared blankly at the short and fat man in the square. Previously, he had sensed the aura of witchcraft, so he was certain of everything. However, it was just a smokescreen. He should have thought of it. Witchcraft was mysterious and ever-changing. Unless he could confirm it with his own eyes, anything could happen. He had been too careless. In fact, with his strength, he would have discovered everything if he had paid more attention. Unfortunately, he thought highly of Mo Zihu, believing that Mo Zihu would be the one to complete the mission. And when he saw Mo Zihu suppressing Lin Ling, he silently agreed. This was because although Lin Ling was his grandson, he was too unruly. Hence, he wanted Mo Zihu to suppress his momentum. But in the end, he had embarrassed himself. Sigh. Rain Master Mo Ping sighed. Today, Lin Ling was in control of everything. Heaven Fiend Ming Wang, hand over the eternal youth technique, lest others say that it's fake. At this moment, Lin Ling smiled. He was indeed in control of everything. Everyone thought that Mo Nianshan's son was not important, but today he would once again tell the Rain clan that Mo Nianshan's son would not embarrass his mother. When it came to his mother, he would not tolerate it. Beside him, Heaven Fiend Ming Wang threw a black memory stone at Rain Master Mo Ping. After Rain Master Mo Ping received it, he finally said with a solemn expression, "This mission has been completed by Lin Ling." Lin Ling has completed it. The final confirmation stirred the hearts of the crowd once again. This was the first time the Desolate Race members were carefully looking at Lin Ling. His surname was Lin, not Mo. Clearly, he did not have the pure bloodline of the Rain clan. He had an ordinary bloodline, but he was very powerful. Lin Ling is truly a dragon among men. He rose up in the martial arts hall and now he has come to the 4 Desolate Races. However, the Desolate Race's geniuses are still unable to stop him. It's no wonder I lost to him. The Second Dream's eyes flickered as she watched from the Night Clan. In truth, she knew that Lin Ling would win the moment he stepped out of the arena. Because Lin Ling was the only person in her life that she couldn't see through. Lin Ling, first place in the semifinals? Then, someone came to a realization. Lin Ling's name had shaken the sacred rainforest. Even the Desolate Race had long heard of him. However, they never expected that Lin Ling, who had just entered a stronger world, would rise up again and steal the limelight from the Rain clan's twin prides, Mo Zihu. And at this moment, Mo Zihu was standing in his original spot, trembling. Everyone thought that he would perfectly complete his mission and take first place. However, he had indeed been the center of attention previously. However, at the most dazzling moment, Lin Ling had been smashed down from the highest stage by him. Lin Ling. Mo Zihu looked coldly at Lin Ling. When you were standing high up and criticizing others, you should have realized that you would also be criticized by others. The Rain clan's twin prides do not mean that they will never be defeated. Lin Ling's eyes were also looking at Mo Zihu as his indifferent voice floated out. Mo Zihu was the genius that had defeated Lin Ling for the first time in his life. But now Lin Ling was no longer afraid of him. Knowing shame meant courage. The stronger the opponent, the more Lin Ling wanted to surpass him. You said that I lost, but you don't know who the loser is. Mo Zihu coldly shouted. It was undeniable that Lin Ling had won previously, but that did not mean that he had won everything. In terms of strength, Lin Ling was like an ant, but Lin Ling had actually said that he had lost. He was overestimating himself. Lin Ling, if you are so strong, why did you lose to Brother Zihu last time? Mo Zifen coldly snorted. That's right. I was only proud today, but I forgot about the shameful battle from last time. The other Rain Clan's geniuses also coldly shouted. Today, Lin Ling had not only ridden on their heads, he had also trampled on the Rain Clan's geniuses. They could not swallow this humiliation. Did I lose? Lin Ling looked at Mo Zifen, causing Mo Zifen to be startled and speechless. Although everyone knew that Mo Zihu could suppress Lin Ling, in reality, the result of the last battle between the two had not been determined. Therefore, when Mo Zifen said that Lin Ling had lost, it was a little arbitrary. Mo Zifen, other than climbing up the coattails of others, what else can you do? Loser. Lin Ling disdainfully laughed and said again. This caused Mo Zifen to tremble with anger, but he could not say anything. Although he was proud, he was indeed not Lin Ling's opponent. And you guys, you have the proud bloodline of the Rain Clan, but you lost to me, a half-blooded outsider. I don't know where you guys got the face to talk. Did the Rain Clan not teach you that losers have no right to speak? Lin Ling coldly shouted again, causing those geniuses to grit their teeth. They were so angry that they could not say anything. Losers had no right to speak. Today, Mo Zifen thought that he had completed his mission, so he wanted to suppress Lin Ling and provoke Lin Ling. However, the moment Lin Ling walked out, all the Rain Clan geniuses were bullied to the point of speechlessness. It looks like we underestimated Lin Ling. The other desolate race members gasped. Lin Ling seemed to have defeated all the Rain Clan geniuses not long ago. The speed at which Lin Ling rose was too terrifying. He's still so frivolous. The second dream felt an inexplicable excitement. Maybe, if Lin Ling was too trash, she would feel aggrieved losing to Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling was still dazzling in the desolate race, so losing to Lin Ling made her even more convinced. After all, the man she had lost to was no ordinary person. The Rain Clan has given you powerful bloodlines and endless glory, but it is not for you to flaunt your prowess. If geniuses are not convinced of being geniuses, then use force to resolve it, and not with your mouths. That is a method used by trash. In the entire square, only Lin Ling's voice floated out. Even Rain Master Mo Ping had a rare moment of silence. Maybe he also felt that Lin Ling had the right to speak. Courting death. The Rain Clan's geniuses are not for you to talk about. After being ridiculed in public, all the Rain Clan geniuses could not bear it any longer. Their powerful king physiques were displayed as they surged towards Lin Ling like waves. Lin Ling's attempt to suppress all the heroes had naturally infuriated them. They wanted to see if Lin Ling had the right to be arrogant. All the geniuses have made their moves. Although they do not dare to attack and suppress Lin Ling, they are using their auras to suppress him. Are those the Rain Clan's king physiques? The eyes of the various desolate race members focused. This was a battlefield for the youths. Youths were hot-blooded, so how could they be easily convinced? Rumble. Large amounts of auras exploded. They were all from the Rain Clan's bloodline. They were colorful, with the moon rain body, the 9-colored rain body, and the sky silkworm golden rain body. When they joined forces, the aura was extremely terrifying, like 100 flowers blooming. You are not qualified to suppress all the heroes. Mo Zihu sneered. Lin Ling had angered the elites. No matter how strong and invincible Emperor Spirit Realm expert was, he could not stop the elites. Rumble. Countless auras surged over, causing Lin Ling's body to tremble. He never expected that these fellows would join forces to suppress him, to make him kneel down. However, was it possible with just them? Lin Ling's eyes turned cold as he held the sword behind him. An ancient aura bloomed from his body, and when his sword came out, vitality rippled, like the most beautiful flower blooming. I won't bloom when the flowers bloom, but I'll kill the flowers after they bloom. A terrifying sword attack exploded with Lin Ling at the center. The green beam made the desolate race's ancient expert's pupils constrict. A voice resounded in his heart, profound truths of life. Rumble. Around the square, the Rain Clan geniuses that were blooming seemed to have met the Flower King. Under that powerful sword attack, they all fell to the ground. One sword attack killed 100 flowers. Chapter 934. The Clash of the Desolate Race Geniuses Pudong. All the Rain Clan geniuses were blown by the strong astral wind, as if they were being affected by the profoundness of the sword. They fell to the ground as their eyes stared intently. Lin Ling's sword was terrifying. Bullying me with numbers? At the same time, a cold voice floated out from the square, causing the square to fall into a dead silence. Previously, the Rain Clan geniuses were unhappy with Lin Ling's rise, so they wanted to suppress Lin Ling's momentum. However, they were eventually defeated by Lin Ling's sword. His sword had even caused 100ing to fall to the ground from shock. They had lost all their face. 100 Ying's attack was nothing more than that. When 100 flowers bloom, I do not bloom. After I bloom, 100 flowers die. The pupils of the desolate race experts congealed. It was a very fitting name. Previously, the Rain Clan's top 100 elites had wanted to take back their glory, but when their 100 flowers bloomed, the Flower King also bloomed. With the Flower King appearing, the 100 flowers paled in comparison. When a genius met a monster, how could a genius have the right to speak? Is that the profoundness of life? Rain Master Mo Ping felt a sense of familiarity, but he was not very sure. This was because the profoundness of life in his impression was not something that could be easily comprehended. Loser, don't be too arrogant. Mo Zihu's pupils congealed. Previously, Lin Ling had trampled all the Rain Clan geniuses under his feet. This time, he was even crazier. He had fought 100ing alone. He could not throw his face away. Loser? May I ask how I lost to you? Did I lose to you in 1 move or 3 moves? Lin Ling's eyes swirled as he coldly shouted. Previously, you were not my match, so you were a loser. Don't try to show off. Mo Zihu said in a deep voice. The one trying to show off is you. I admit that you are very strong, but you have never defeated me, so how can you win? Lin Ling took a step forward and said without any weakness. You will know. Mo Zihu's tiger-colored hair fluttered in the wind. He waved his right hand and an azure halberd appeared in his hand. It was true that he didn't defeat Lin Ling last time, but he thought that it was because of the timing. But this time, Lin Ling still dared to be so arrogant. Then he would make Lin Ling lose in front of everyone. Neptune's halberd paired with the emperor body of the ocean rain. Is this Mo Zihu's strength? The crowd's pupils constricted as they looked at the insufferably arrogant Mo Zihu. The 2 prides of the Rain Clan indeed had the qualifications to be arrogant. Great waves washing away the sand. Mo Zihu took a step forward and waved his halberd. Light lingered in the air as if the god of the sea had descended. Brother Zihu, defeat him. The geniuses of the Rain Clan who were sitting on the ground all cheered. Only the 2 prides of the Rain Clan could help them regain their face. With regards to the strength of the Rain Clan's prides, they were incomparably confident. Of course, they were not the only ones. The others were the same as well. Innate emperor physique? So what? Lin Ling's expression was calm. He knew that a battle with Mo Zihu was unavoidable. Moreover, he also wanted to test Mo Zihu's strength. Soon after, his right hand also pulled out the tyrannical song sword. An unending stream of life profound rippled out as the sword swept out. 1 sword to kill 100 flowers. The green sword light was ancient and divine. It formed a huge circular sword slash and rushed towards Mo Zihu's halberd. Rumble. In the air, profound energy erupted. The Neptune's halberd was blasted apart by the impact, causing rain to scatter in all directions. What? Seeing this scene, many people were shocked. One had to know that under the emperor physique, everything was just an ant. Lin Ling's innate talent couldn't compare to Mo Zihu's innate emperor physique. In addition, Mo Zihu had a second-grade innate emperor physique. However, no one had expected that Lin Ling would be able to block Mo Zihu's attack. Looks like this kid has comprehended the profound meaning of life from the eternal youth technique. What a genius! Rain Master Mo Ping's body trembled. This time, he was finally sure that Lin Ling had comprehended the profound meaning of life. However, he was even more shocked. After all, the profound meaning of life of the eternal youth technique was very difficult to comprehend. The profound meaning of life was endless. It was an extremely powerful profound meaning of defense. It wasn't strange that it could block Mo Zihu's innate emperor physique. Moreover, Lin Ling's physical body was strong. This also increased Lin Ling's ability to fight above his level. This Lin Ling's strength had doubled after rising from the late stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm to the peak of the Emperor Spirit Realm. Interesting. You should be proud that you were able to block my attack. Unfortunately, you're still going to lose. Next, I'll use my true strength. In the distance, Mo Zihu's eyes narrowed slightly. The halberd in his hand emitted the sound of crashing waves. The sky also started to rain, making him look even more hazy. Previously, he had wanted to use his innate emperor physique to suppress Lin Ling, but he had failed. However, this time, he wouldn't hold back. The halberd twisted and tore apart the void. The sun and moon lost their light. The profound meaning of sea and rain bloomed. The two prides of the Rain clan will never be something that you can understand. Ocean. He swept out with his halberd. Rumble. Waves surged and countless sea demons appeared, turning the square into a world of the sea. This wasn't an illusion, but a world of profound meaning. This also meant that he controlled this world, like a god of the sea. The entire world disappeared, leaving only the sea. Are you the only one who hasn't used your full strength? Ah. Lin Ling shook his head indifferently. The tyrant's song trembled, and the golden and red flames on the blade intertwined. The entire sword became dazzling, like the sun on the horizon. At the tip of the sword, a sacred lotus with 10 petals appeared. It was as if the tip of the sword had been lit up by his sword as it ruthlessly slashed out. First layer of the profound meaning of fire, world lotus of 10 directions. At present, Lin Ling had awakened 40,000 small worlds in his body. Although his innate king physique was ordinary, his innate physique allowed him to have the power of an innate emperor physique. Coupled with the first layer of the profound meaning of fire, he dared to challenge any genius. Shwa! The dazzling sword light slashed out. The power was vast and the flames were tyrannical. Everyone subconsciously closed their eyes, and some experts' eyes narrowed. Another profound meaning of martial arts. This Lin Ling actually had 2 profound meanings of martial arts. Moreover, the profound meaning of fire was even more tyrannical, capable of destroying everything. Rumble. The ocean and the lotus collided. The void was torn apart, and the frenzied power continued to mix and devour. In the next moment, the raging ocean rushed towards Lin Ling, and the flaming lotus bloomed as if it was made of rotten wood. The profound meaning of fire swept towards Mo Zihu. What? Ah! Mo Zihu's expression changed greatly. He wanted to dodge, but it was already too late. The lotus that seemed capable of burning everything sent him flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood and sat on the ground. Mo Zihu is injured. Bang! The surrounding experts watched the scene in front of them and were all shocked. They looked at Lin Ling again. At this moment, the sea god's halberd surged towards Lin Ling. This collision seemed like it would end in a draw. One sword to kill 100 flowers. However, at this moment, the tyrant song sword turned into a beautiful trajectory and fiercely slashed out again. It was like another flower blooming, firmly blocking the sea god's halberd. The profound meaning of life was full of vitality and had the strongest defense. Rumble. After the power of the sea god's halberd disappeared, Lin Ling's slender figure appeared once again from the emerald green sword light. He stood tall like a mountain. He hadn't lost. The crowd's eyes widened as if they couldn't believe what they were seeing. Chapter 935. Bodhi Flower. No one doubted Mo Zihu's strength. He was a true reclusive genius. Compared to the elites of the 7 major martial halls, he far exceeded them. Only the top elites of the various desolate races had the qualifications to fight him. However, today, one of the Rain clan's 2 prides had been defeated by a youth who was even less famous than him. As for that youth, he did not have a powerful king body, but he had 2 profound meanings. His perception was monstrous. It had to be said that he had exceeded everyone's expectations. Back then, when we exchanged pointers, you didn't defeat me. It was just that you were so arrogant, calling me a loser every time you opened your mouth, looking down on everything. Until this battle, I thought you were amazing, but you're nothing more than this. Ignoring the surprised gazes around him, Lin Ling slowly sheathed his sword and stood up. In the past, he was inferior to Emo Zihu, but today he had surpassed him. There is always someone better. In the world of martial arts, no one has ever dared to call themselves invincible. If you remain stagnant, you will be surpassed by others. At the same time, his voice sounded once again. And far away, Emo Zihu's expression was extremely ugly. He had lost. He had lost in disgrace. He had lost in shame. He had lost in shame. He was one of the Rain clan's 2 prides, so he was confident that Lin Ling was not his match. Hence, he had always treated Lin Ling as a loser. Even if Lin Ling did not lose, he still believed so. However, today, his so-called loser had defeated him and surpassed him. The words defeated opponent had inexplicably become incomparably ironic. Lin Ling's talent is average, but his perception is terrifying. He rose up from an ordinary genius to become one of the Rain clan's 2 prides. The Rain clan sure is lucky. The eyes of the various desolate race members flickered. They were extremely jealous. For such a monstrous Lin Ling to not be a junior of their desolate race, it was too easy for the Rain clan. 2 profound meanings. Rain Master Mo Ping muttered to himself. Not long ago, Lin Ling had swept through the Rain clan's elite geniuses, but was ultimately not Mo Zihu's match. However, in this short period of time, Lin Ling had risen up again, surpassing Mo Zihu, who he thought highly of. It made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Mo Nianxin's son. The Rain clan's elders felt extremely uncomfortable. Their juniors could not compare to Mo Nianxin's son. Today, Mo Nianxin had gained face. Lin Ling, you can enter the Bodhi flower to cultivate. You can cultivate for 1 day. Everyone, disperse. Prepare for the year-end assessment in 3 days. Rain Master Mo Ping stood up and sighed softly. He then shook his head and left. Lin. And. Lin. And. Lin. And. 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 Secondly, Lin Ling was unruly and uncontrollable. Hence, he wanted Lin Ling to suffer. He wanted Lin Ling to know how strong the Rain clan was. He wanted Lin Ling to learn how to be respectful. He wanted Lin Ling to flatter him. However, Lin Ling's arrogance soared to the clouds. He didn't lower his head. Instead, he defeated the geniuses of the Rain clan. Even Rain Master Mo Ping had nothing to say. Thank you, Senior. Lin Ling clasped his hands and bowed. His words caused Rain Master Mo Ping to tremble. He sighed again. This grandson of his still called him Senior. The crowd gradually dispersed. However, everyone stared deeply at Lin Ling. Among the 2 prides of the Rain clan, one of them was not surnamed Mo. His surname was Lin. He was the son of Mo Nianxin. Big brother Lin Ling. From afar, Yu waved at Lin Ling. Lin Ling's eyes brightened. He didn't expect to see her here. I'll look for you in a few days. Yu followed the elders of the Sparrow clan into the depths of the Rain clan. They didn't come here for a day or 2. They also wanted to see the year-end assessment. Okay. Lin Ling nodded heavily. After that, he brought Xianxia and the others with him and left. After passing through several streets, an old man who looked like a butler looked at Lin Ling and said, "Young Master Lin, please follow me." He was here to bring Lin Ling to the Bodhi flower to cultivate. Cultivating in the Bodhi flower depended on timing. Only when the flower bloomed could one enter. The spiritual qi emitted at that time was the essence of the Bodhi ancient tree. It was extremely rare. The geniuses of the Rain clan were also with them. They could only cultivate in a faraway place. They couldn't be compared to Lin Ling. Lin Ling was the only one who could cultivate beside the flower. The geniuses of the Rain clan were looking at Lin Ling with fear and reverence. Lin Ling was an outsider, but now he was above their heads. This made them feel very uncomfortable, especially Mo Zihu. His expression was the most unsightly. He wasn't even sure how he lost. The group of people continued to advance and gradually arrived at the depths of the valley. They were on top of a mountain peak. Purple chi came from the east and radiance leaked out. A majestic spiritual chi assaulted their faces. In the hazy radiance, they could vaguely see a huge flower bud. It was as if it was a living thing that existed since the beginning of the world. What a rich spiritual chi! It's even richer than the Bodhi liquid. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. He felt that the small world in his body had become active. "You all stop here," the old man who led the way said indifferently. He was Rain Master Mo Ping's trusted aide and had followed the Rain clan for many years. His authority wasn't small. The geniuses of the Rain clan helplessly stopped and sat down cross-legged to cultivate. "Young Master Zi, you can come closer." The old man looked at Mo Zihu and said. His attitude wasn't bad, but when he looked at Lin Ling, his expression became cold again. "Follow me." He also saw that this young master Lin Ling even dared to refute the old master. He didn't care about seniority, which made him extremely unhappy with Lin Ling. The three of them continued to advance. When they were closer to the Bodhi flower, Mo Zihu stopped and sat down cross-legged to cultivate. He didn't complete his mission, so he could only cultivate here. Lin Ling continued to advance until he reached the Bodhi flower. Only then did he stop. "Cultivate here for a day. After a day, you can leave. Remember, if you exceed the time limit, you will be breaking the rules of the clan." The old man reminded. The Bodhi flower was extremely important. There was a time limit for cultivating here, and no one could exceed the time limit. "Understood." Lin Ling indifferently replied and sat down cross-legged. At the same time, from the mysterious flower bud, surging life essence swept out, making Lin Ling feel as if he was in an ancient paradise. The life essence was the gas of the Bodhi liquid. It could allow a martial artist to continuously absorb it, opening their spiritual wisdom and transforming their entire body. The effect was 100 times better than the yang spiritual fruit. Lin Ling grasped this opportunity and crazily opened the small worlds within his body. At the same time, his cultivation realm also slowly entered the saint spirit realm. Pa. One small world after another rose up. The innate One Chi body absorbed the spiritual energy of the Bodhi flower at an even faster rate, causing Lin Ling's cells to become incomparably condensed and his foundation to become even more solid. "This kid with a different surname is lucky." The old man indifferently looked at Lin Ling and said with some unwillingness. After all, this kind of treatment should have been young Master Zihu's, but now it had been snatched away by Lin Ling. He slowly walked away. Suddenly, his footsteps came to a stop. He saw a petal emitting a 5-colored light floating down from the huge flower bud. This was a petal leaving the body. Although it was rarely seen, it wasn't impossible. It was said that once all the petals left the body, the flower would disappear. Chapter 936. Strength increased as time passed. The geniuses of the Rain clan who were relatively far away from the Bodhi flower left one after another. Because, once the time passed, the Bodhi flower would begin to bud, and the effects of cultivation wouldn't be that great. Gradually, Mo Zihu also left. He had improved by quite a bit, but he still looked at Lin Ling with unwillingness. Obviously, Lin Ling's benefits were greater than his. With his talent, even if he got lucky, it wouldn't be of much help. If I could cultivate beside the Bodhi flower, I would definitely break through to the early stage of the Holy Spirit realm. Damn that Lin Ling. Mo Zihu clenched his teeth and left. If Lin Ling hadn't completed the mission, he would have been the one who benefited the most today. However, everything had disappeared with the wind. He had lost the best place to cultivate. Moreover, he had lost to Lin Ling. In fact, he didn't even know how he had lost that battle. Lin Ling's talent wasn't as good as his, and his cultivation was weaker than his. However, Lin Ling had suppressed him with just 2 profounds. It made him feel like he was in a dream. He believed that if they fought again he would definitely win against Lin Ling. Everyone had left, and Lin Ling was the only one cultivating in the hazy light. At this moment, the Rain clan was bustling with noise. In a room filled with sandalwood fragrance, Rain Master Mo Ping was sitting indifferently. He stretched out his right hand and filled a teapot with water. Then, a flame spread out and the water gradually heated up. He gently brewed the tea. "Master, this Lin Ling is too much." Beside Rain Master Mo Ping, the old housekeeper said, because today, Lin Ling had actually humiliated the patriarch of the Rain clan. "Don't worry, he's just a child." However, this Lin Ling's talent is ordinary, but his comprehension is not bad. Rain Master Mo Ping said indifferently, "No matter how powerful he is, he doesn't have the bloodline of the Rain clan. He doesn't have the Water Emperor physique. He can't win glory for the Rain clan." The old housekeeper was still unwilling to accept the result. "I know." Rain Master Mo Ping nodded. He also felt unwilling, but what could he do? The geniuses of the Rain clan weren't Lin Ling's opponent. Therefore, they could only blame the geniuses of the Rain clan for being useless. "This little bastard is as stubborn as Xianxia." The old steward sighed again. If Lin Ling had humbly flattered him, then he would have accepted Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling had always been proud and awe-inspiring, which made him very unhappy. That's right. Unfortunately, his wings have already hardened, and it's very difficult to discipline him. In the entire Rain clan, apart from Mo Zilong, I'm afraid there's no one who can suppress him. Alright, let's not talk about Lin Ling anymore. Although Rain Master Mo Ping was dissatisfied with Lin Ling's lack of discipline, he still confirmed the facts. Young Master Zilong has come out of reclusion. Today, the other members of the desolate race are also here. Master, you should grant them their wish. The steward suddenly said with a laugh. Rain Master Mo Ping's eyes flashed as he said with a smile, "This marriage alliance is not bad. It can bring our 2 clans closer. What Xianxia failed to do in the past, let Zilong do it today." That's right. With the marriage alliance between our Rain clan and the Sparrow clan, in time to come, our 2 clans will definitely become the #1 clan. It's said that the heavenly meteor era is about to arrive, but when that happens, our 2 clans will be as one. The steward nodded with a smile and said, "I've seen that lass from the Sparrow clan. Her talent is not bad. She is a match made in heaven with our Rain clan's young Master Zilong. Then let's prepare the dowry today. Take out my 1,000 Emperor Jade as a betrothal gift." 1,000 Emperor Jade? Master is really generous. The 2 of them constantly conversed as they walked towards the hall. Along the way, due to the marriage alliance between the 2 clans, the steward had forgotten to take out the Bodhi flower's petals. And at this moment, the hall was bustling with activity. With the experts of the 4 desolate clans gathered, it was indescribably lively. And along the way, the desolate clan's geniuses also livened up the atmosphere with martial arts, causing the banquet to reach an unprecedented climax. When the banquet ended, everyone left one after another, quietly waiting for the end of the year assessment. And at this moment, Lin Ling seemed to have been forgotten. He was still cultivating in front of the Bodhi flower. Only when the sun's rays shone from the horizon did he open his eyes slightly. 50,000 small worlds, awaken! Lin Ling roared as his slender body exploded with powerful energy. It caused the ground to shake as the wind and clouds churned. It was as if an ancient giant had arrived. A weight of 50 million. With just one punch, Lin Ling was able to shake an ordinary person at the beginning stages of the sacred spirit realm. One had to know that increasing one's physical strength was harder at the later stages. Even a tiny 50 pounds would require endless resources. And Lin Ling was in the right place. With the help of the Bodhi flower's spiritual essence, he had opened the door to 50 million strength. On the surface, Lin Ling's strength did not increase, but in fact, it had increased by 30%. An increase in strength would greatly increase the power of one's profound. Unfortunately, the flower bud has already been retracted, and the life essence's spiritual energy is no longer spreading. If not, I could still increase my strength. Lin Ling stood up and shook his head regretfully. Be content. A day of cultivating in the Bodhi flower is equivalent to using an endless amount of Bodhi liquid to nourish your body. In my Rain clan, other than those who have made great contributions, there are only 2 people in the younger generation who have such opportunities. One is you, and the other is me. At this moment, a faint voice rang out from not too far away from Lin Ling. A young man in a blue robe stood there quietly. His arms were crossed over his chest, and there was an indescribable expression on his face. Although he was standing not too far behind Lin Ling, it was as if he had vanished from the world. If he didn't speak, Lin Ling wouldn't have been able to detect him. Most importantly, that blue robe was exactly the same as what Lin Ling was wearing. Lin Ling turned around and was secretly surprised. This person's strength was very strong. He had reached the middle stage of the Holy Spirit realm. Moreover, he gave Lin Ling a feeling as if the water of the world could contain hundreds of rivers. If I'm not wrong, you should be one of the 2 prides of the Rain clan, Mo Zilong. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. It was not difficult to guess the other party's identity. In the entire rainforest Holy Land, other than me, which genius has my strength? The youth shrugged his shoulders. His words were filled with pride. However, he had the qualifications to be proud because he was already standing at the peak of the true geniuses. However, your strength is also not bad. After being proud, the youth said another sentence, acknowledging Lin Ling's strength. It's a pity that your surname is not Mo. However, the youth shook his head. Is there a difference? Lin Ling faintly smiled. Of course, the Rain clan is an ancestral royal family. They value face the most. Everything is for the benefit of the Rain clan. If an outsider rises, the Rain clan will not nurture you. The youth shrugged his shoulders again. I don't need them to nurture me. I can rely on myself. Lin Ling also shrugged his shoulders, causing the youth to be startled. Soon after, the youth laughed. Your comprehension is very monstrous, but your talent is very ordinary. If you rely on yourself to grow, it will be very, very difficult. Time will prove everything. Lin Ling's eyes emitted a confident radiance. Did he need to rely on the Rain clan to grow? No, he did not. He was already a Saint Prince and could rely on the Bodhi Saint Palace to grow. At that time, he would show the Rain clan that he, Lin Ling, could also shake the Rainforest Holy Land without the Rain clan's help. Chapter 937. Embezzlement, such confidence. The young man's pupils constricted as he carefully looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling was younger than him by 1 or 2 years, but he had the sharpness and arrogance of a martial artist. Moreover, he was also wearing a blue and white robe, but for some reason he felt as if he had met a confidant. This Lin Ling was not bad. He was much better than the other geniuses of the Rain clan. All right, thank you for your reminder. I'm leaving. Looking at the sky, Lin Ling somewhat missed his mother, so he waved his hand and turned to leave. Wait, my father is also your uncle. You can be considered as my younger cousin. Shouldn't you call me older cousin when you see me? The young man was somewhat surprised by Lin Ling's carefree attitude, then he laughed. Then did you call me younger cousin? Lin Ling looked back and blinked. Hi, your strength is tough, but your mouth is also tough. However, I like it very much. The young man was startled for a moment, then he laughed loudly, causing Lin Ling to also laugh. He had a good impression of the legendary Rain clan's twin prides, Mo Zilong. This person was also open and above board, a magnanimous person. Finished cultivating? At this moment, a large number of people slowly walked over from afar. The person in the lead was Rain Master Mo Ping. After these people arrived, Mo Zilong curled his lips and whispered, "The old antiques are here. Sigh, I hate their arrogant faces the most." I feel the same. Lin Ling also smiled as he watched Rain Master Mo Ping and the others arrive. Mo Zilong was chatting happily with Lin Ling a moment ago, but in the next moment, he regained his serious appearance and respectfully bowed to Rain Master Mo Ping. However, Lin Ling only nodded indifferently. That indifferent appearance made Mo Zilong secretly envious. This younger cousin of his was so arrogant and unruly. In the entire Rain clan, only Lin Ling dared to treat the old man like this. Rain Master Mo Ping was obviously familiar with Lin Ling's temperament, so he also nodded indifferently. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Lin Ling didn't say anything else. He waved his hand and left. He didn't owe the Rain clan anything, so there was no need for him to pretend. As for being able to cultivate in the Bodhi flower, that was because he had found the eternal youth technique, so he didn't owe them anything. Stinking brat, how rude of you! The Rain clan's elders all had ugly expressions. Lin Ling was too arrogant. Wait. Suddenly, someone shouted anxiously, and then he pointed at the Bodhi flower and said, "Grandfather, if I'm not wrong, the Bodhi flower has a total of 36 petals. However, it seems like there are only 35 petals left now. Moreover, there are obvious signs that one of the petals has just been plucked off. This means that one of the petals is missing." The Bodhi flower was priceless. It was even more precious than the Bodhi liquid. A praying mat made from the petals of the Bodhi flower would allow a martial artist to cultivate with twice the results with half the effort. Even those with ordinary talent could enter the saint spirit realm. How could the Rain clan not value such a precious treasure? Clan leader, it's true. One of the petals is missing. The others also looked at the Bodhi flower. Although many of them didn't have the qualifications to cultivate under the Bodhi flower, they were still very familiar with it. "There's nothing on the ground," another person exclaimed. Then, many people subconsciously looked at Lin Ling. Among them, Mo Zhu coldly shouted, "Lin Ling, stop." At this moment, Lin Ling was still walking forward. However, under Mo Zihu's angry shout, he stopped and frowned. "What's the matter?" "The Bodhi flower is missing a petal. Do you think it's fine?" Mo Zihu took a step forward and said indifferently. Lin Ling's gaze swept across the crowd, and he realized that everyone was looking at him with suspicion. Therefore, he guessed something. "The petal is missing. Do you all suspect that I took it?" "We came here to cultivate. Other than you, none of us have the qualifications to cultivate under the Bodhi flower. Therefore, I'm afraid that the petal is related to you." Mo Zihu said word by word. "Do you have proof?" Lin Ling's brows furrowed tightly. What he hated the most was being wrongly accused. He had never touched those petals, but Mo Zihu insisted that it had something to do with him. This was too much. "During this cultivation, you were the closest to me. Other than you, who else could it be? This is the proof. Moreover, for so many years, although very few people in our Rain clan have the qualifications to cultivate under the Bodhi flower, it doesn't mean that no one has. It's just that every time we cultivate, the petals are always in perfect condition. However, every time you came here to cultivate, a petal was missing. Therefore, it must be you who took it." A senior of the Rain clan angrily shouted at Lin Ling. It was Lin Ling's uncle. "Father, Lin Ling is an outsider. Moreover, he came from a rural area. He has never seen a treasure before. It's rare for him to see a treasure, so naturally, his heart would be moved. This kind of person is simply throwing away the face of our Rain clan. A person with a different surname must have a different heart." The others also shouted angrily. Their Rain clan was proud. How could they do something like embezzlement? Lin Ling was an outsider. They didn't know Lin Ling's temperament, so they all thought that it was Lin Ling who stole the petals. Most importantly, the petals had disappeared, but Lin Ling was the only one who cultivated under the Bodhi flower. Therefore, Lin Ling's suspicions were the greatest. "You all suspect me?" Lin Ling's expression became even colder. "It's not suspicion, it's certainty," Mo Zihu said sinisterly. He was very certain. "If it wasn't me who took it." "Then, are you going to slap yourself 3 times? Are all of you going to slap yourselves 10 times? Lin Ling's breathing became heavy. Being wrongly accused by others was nothing, but being wrongly accused by one's own family was not a good feeling. Following that, he looked at Rain Master Mo Ping. He wanted to see if this so-called grandfather of his would believe him. "Lin Ling, you come from the 100 domains, so you do not know much. This is your first time in the Rain clan, so you will definitely be tempted by treasures. However, you are after all my grandson, so if you take out the petals, we will let bygones be bygones." Rain Master Mo Ping said lightly. Everything was on the surface. Lin Ling had indeed taken the precious petals. You don't believe me either? Lin Ling took a step back as his voice turned colder. His impression of Rain Master Mo Ping plummeted. Because his background was inferior to theirs, and because his surname wasn't Mo, he coveted the petals. Therefore, these people were certain that he had stolen the Bodhi flower's petals. This was too chilling. The facts have already explained everything. Everyone looked at Lin Ling. They felt that Lin Ling had disgraced the Rain clan. Even the matter here had attracted the attention of the other desolate race. They were watching from afar, causing the situation to turn into a stalemate. It's not him. Brother Lin Ling is not such a person. Only Mo Xiaoyan spoke. She believed that Lin Ling was not such a person. There must be some misunderstanding. It's not fair to Lin Ling to make a decision too early. Mo Zilong also spoke out. He had seen Lin Ling finish his cultivation, but he did not see Lin Ling steal the petals. Xiaoyan, shut up. The palm is curved inwards, not outwards. How can you help an outsider? Mo Xiaoyan's parents reprimanded her. Chapter 938. Unyielding character, shut up. The other elders glared at him. Someone said to Mo Zilong, Zilong, this is your first time meeting Lin Ling. You're not familiar with him. You don't know that this little guy is very wild. He doesn't listen to anyone and doesn't care about his elders. Obviously, after Lin Ling had returned to the Rain clan, everything had caused them to be humiliated. This made them very dissatisfied with Lin Ling. Hee, you all are too self-righteous. Just like what Lin Ling said to me before, I didn't even call him cousin, so why would he call me cousin? You all have never treated him as your family, so why would he treat you all as his family? Mo Zilong laughed in a carefree manner. Many people narrowed their eyes. Mo Zilong was actually helping Lin Ling? Zilong, thank you, but there's no need to say more. There are some things that can't be changed no matter how much you say. In the Rain clan, Mo Nianchen is my mother, and the others are just passers-by. Of course, you and Xiao Yan are my cousins. Lin Ling madly laughed. Within his laughter, there was a sense of break and disappointment. That sudden laughter made all the Rain clan's people feel complicated. Especially Rain Master Mo Ping, his brows furrowed. This is my green ring. You all can check it. Looking at everyone's expressions, Lin Ling waved his right hand and the green ring landed in Mo Zilong's hand. Mo Zilong nodded. He believed in Lin Ling, so he helped Lin Ling check the green ring to see if there were any petals of the Bodhi flower in it. Yang spirit fruit and Yang spirit 100 flower pellet. Although these pellets can't be compared to the Bodhi liquid, they are still priceless. Mo Zihu exclaimed. The other Rain clansmen narrowed their eyes. They also saw that Lin Ling's green ring contained a lot of treasures. There were so many heavenly treasures and pellets that even they were moved. If that was the case, they would think that Lin Ling came from the countryside and was moved by wealth. This was simply nonsense. Lin Ling was richer than many of their Rain clan's geniuses. What a shame. You're talking about other people's low status, but you don't know that other people are richer than you. Mo Zilong mocked as he took out the treasures in the green ring. Brother Zilong, who knows where he got it? Maybe he stole it. Mo Zihu said unwillingly. Lin Ling was an outsider, but he was richer than him. Mo Zihu, you said that I stole the petals of the Bodhi flower, but if I didn't, you'd better slap yourself 3 times. Lin Ling glared at Mo Zihu coldly. The more he looked at the latter, the more annoyed he was. Mo Zihu's face turned ashen. Lin Ling was at death's door and still dared to be arrogant. Sorry, I don't see any petals of the Bodhi flower. However, at that moment, Mo Zilong raised his head and looked at the crowd, confirming everything. Everyone frowned. Lin Ling's azure ring didn't have any petals? That's impossible. For a moment, everyone was speechless. Master, I forgot to tell you yesterday. One of the petals of the Bodhi flower fell off yesterday, and I collected it. I originally wanted to give it to you, but the feast had already begun, so I forgot about it. At that moment, a figure walked over quickly from afar, then apologized to Rain Master Mo Ping. This person was the housekeeper of the Rain clan. Yesterday, he brought Lin Ling here to cultivate and collected the petals of the Bodhi flower, But he forgot to remind Rain Master Mo Ping. Well, everyone's pupils constricted, and they looked at Lin Ling at the same time. Their expressions became complicated. They seemed to have wrongly accused Lin Ling. The crowd became silent. Because you all were prejudiced against him, you all felt that he was in the wrong no matter what he did. Ha, and now you've embarrassed yourselves. Mo Zilong's gentle voice rang out, causing everyone's expression to become even more unsightly. Some people even lowered their heads, embarrassed to look at Lin Ling. They were indeed prejudiced against Lin Ling, so they hurriedly came to decide on Lin Ling's crime. But in the end, they realized that they had wronged this person with a different surname. Lin Ling smiled lightly and didn't say anything. He slowly walked towards Mo Zilong, took back his azure ring, and left step by step. The whole process was casual, and he didn't fly into a rage from being wrongly accused. But because of this, everyone felt that they didn't have the face to face him. Slap yourself 3 times. Mo Zilong spoke for Lin Ling. These people were too excessive, and they were asking for their own humiliation. Of course, this included the Rain clan's self-righteous patriarch. Lin Ling, we missed you before. As an apology, next month at this time, you can come cultivate in front of the Bodhi flower again. Rain Master Mo Ping was stunned for a long time, and his heart became complicated. In fact, he was also sure of Lin Ling's crime, and even thought about how Lin Ling would beg his grandfather for forgiveness. However, Lin Ling didn't, and even smiled. That smile made him feel complicated. And now Lin Ling left without saying a word, making him feel as if he had lost something. No need. I, Lin Ling, relied on myself to reach where I am today. I've never begged for charity. Also, don't think that the Rain clan is so arrogant. In the future, I will surpass the Rain clan. In the distance, Lin Ling's firm voice floated out like the wind. He was still so proud and stubborn. His blue and white robe was like the clouds in the sky, pure and clean. He didn't need these people's pity, he would rely on himself for everything. He also didn't need these people's apology, because he already didn't treat them as his family. He, Lin Ling, came to the Rain clan to find his mother, not to rely on the Rain clan. In the future, he would let the Rain clan know who was relying on whom. Rain Master Mo Ping said heavily. At this moment, the thin and weak figure in the distance seemed even more lonely, but his spine was firm, as if he could reach the heavens and step on the earth. That proud figure didn't bend from the moment he arrived at the Rain clan. That was his grandson, Lin Ling. And in the future, would this little grandson of his that he had never paid attention to surpass the Rain clan? His heart was shaken. Everyone from the Rain clan was shaken. Today they had wrongly accused and looked down on Lin Ling, but in the future, Lin Ling would prove everything. I believe in you. Looking at the figure that gradually disappeared into the distance, Mo Zilong muttered to himself. That was the only bloodline in the Rain clan that defied the Rain clan's rules. He believed that the latter would do it. Big brother Lin Ling. In the distance, Yu looked at that slender figure and clenched her fist tightly. She already knew that Lin Ling was treated unfairly in the Rain clan. The Rain clan was too arrogant and didn't even recognize Lin Ling as a bloodline. Lin Ling's journey back to the Rain clan was much more difficult than her, Yu. However, she believed that if her brother could rise up in the Heaven Mystic's kingdom, he would definitely rise up in the Rain clan too. There will be a day where I will make mother proud of me. While walking slowly, Lin Ling looked up at the sky and clenched his fists so tightly that his fingernails pierced into his palms. He didn't feel it, but his heart to become stronger was even more determined. Chapter 939. Yuyu's arrival. The 9 prefectures are filled with wind and thunder. 10,000 horses are silent. How sad. I advise the heavens to be full of vigor and not stick to one pattern. Among the various desolate race members in the distance, an elder looked at the proud youth and said lightly, the assault of the wind and frost will make him even stronger. Rain Master Mo Ping has been proud all his life, but he has missed this grandson of his. The others were also moved. Lin Ling had given up the next opportunity to cultivate the Bodhi flower. It was all for the sake of his pride, for the sake of his hot-bloodedness. It gave them a feeling that they wanted to see how terrifying this genius who had been looked down upon would be after he rose up. Previously, all of you wronged him and boasted. Now, you should slap yourselves 3 times. In the silent crowd, Mo Zilong's voice floated out, causing the Rain Clan's people to be extremely embarrassed. Some of them laughed and said, "It was just a joke. How can you take it seriously? How can the Rain Clan joke? When you wronged him, why wasn't it a joke?" Mo Zilong took a step forward and looked at the elder indifferently. He was not afraid at all, causing the elder's eyes to narrow. However, he knew that he was in the wrong, so he could not say anything. Those who spoke before, slap yourselves 3 times. Rain Master Mo Ping's expression turned serious. After leaving behind a sentence, he turned and left. As for those who had wronged Lin Ling, their expressions turned ugly, especially Mo Zihu. He felt as if he had swallowed a fly. Previously, he had wanted to win a round against Lin Ling, but in the end, he had brought shame upon himself. "Serves you right." Mo Zilong sneered at Mo Zihu. He was even more disdainful towards this cousin of his. How could such a person be qualified to be called one of the 2 prides of the Rain Clan with him? At this moment, Lin Ling had already returned to the Ice Gorge. Mo Nianchen was looking at him worriedly. Previously, she had already found out through her slave uncle that Lin Ling had completed his mission. At that time, she had been happy for him and proud of him. Later on, she had learned about what had happened to Lin Ling in the Rain Clan. She felt that it was unfair for Lin Ling. Her father did not value Lin Ling and did not treat Lin Ling as his own grandson. Of course, no one knows a father better than a daughter. She also knew that her father's temperament was serious, old-fashioned, and could be said to be stubborn. Towards this, she was helpless. However, her heart was pained. One had to know that her son had lived a difficult life since he was young. After returning to the enormous Rain Clan, he didn't receive any love or care. How could she not feel heartache? Mo Nianchen walked over and called out softly. His eyes were already wet. "Young Masterling." Slave Uncle's heart ached as well. However, in the eyes of the 2, Lin Ling was incomparably calm. He smiled faintly and said, "Mother, it's fine. I'm already used to it." His casual words caused Mo Nianchen and Slave Uncle's hearts to tremble once more. Lin Ling was already used to it. What had Lin Ling experienced in the past that allowed him to remain so calm in the face of such injustice? They discovered that they had underestimated Lin Ling. "Mother, I'm hungry." After Lin Ling smiled, he returned to his usual self. He held his mother's hand and led her into the depths of the Ice Gorge. He didn't speak too much about what had happened earlier. Mo Nianchen and Slave Uncle exchanged a glance. They didn't speak too much about that topic. However, they could sense that Lin Ling's eyes were shining with a strong fighting spirit. Lin Ling didn't admit defeat. The Ice Gorge seemed cold, but the 3 of them were laughing indescribably. In the evening, a beautiful figure appeared in the Ice Gorge. Mo Nianchen's eyes narrowed. "What a beautiful girl!" The girl was wearing a purple dress. She was like an orchid in an empty valley. Her temperament was otherworldly. She stood quietly on the ice and snow. Her eyes were as clear as autumn water. Her long eyelashes fluttered, making her look lively and innocent. Her body was like a jade willow, light and tender. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that she was perfect. When the girl saw Mo Nianchen, her delicate little face blushed inexplicably. She was a little shy. "Auntie, I'm here to see Lin Ling." "Lin Ling?" "Yes." Mo Nianchen trembled. Such a beautiful and perfect girl was here to see Lin Ling. Her son was really lucky. She hurriedly said, "Come in. Come in." "But..." "Yes." The girl nodded obediently. The more Mo Nianchen looked at her, the more she liked her. At this time, Lin Ling also saw the girl. He couldn't help but be delighted. You're finally here." "Yes." He wasn't surprised because Yu had said that she would come to see him. "Big brother Lin Ling." "Yes." Yu's voice was as clear as a bell. She stepped on the ground and shot towards Lin Ling, rushing into Lin Ling's embrace. This made Lin Ling chuckle. He hadn't seen this girl for a long time. He missed her. "This kid?" "Yes." Yenshin, on the other hand, was overjoyed. The relationship between the two of them was not simple. Her son had actually found her such a perfect wife. It made her feel as sweet as honey. Nushu, add an extra pair of chopsticks tonight. Yenshin said to her Nushu, who was also smiling. The smile on her face was much gentler, with a kind of gratification. No matter how famous Lin Ling was outside, in her heart, Lin Ling was still her child. Seeing her child find a partner made her happier than anything else. Big brother Chen, Ling, has grown up. Yenshin was happily cooking with her Nushu. Yenshin murmured to herself, causing the eyes of the old housekeeper to moisten. This meal was incomparably warm and filled with laughter. The more Yenshin looked at Yu, the more she liked her. She also knew about Yu's identity. She was actually the little princess of the Sparrow tribe. However, Yu didn't have the willfulness of a princess. Instead, she was extremely obedient and her voice was sweet. Yenshin even treated Yu as her daughter-in-law. Auntie Yenshin, I'll help you with the food. Although Yu was the little princess of the Sparrow tribe, she didn't like the Sparrow tribe. Instead, she liked to spend those peaceful days with Lin Ling. Good. Yenshin was grinning from ear to ear. She believed that if Lin Chen was still alive, he would definitely like such an obedient daughter-in-law. Ling, look at Yu. She's so beautiful, her butt is round and big. She's so obedient. When are you going to marry her? Yenshin smiled and looked at Lin Ling seriously. Lin Ling spat out the soup that he was drinking. What kind of eyesight did his mother have? How could she see that Yu's butt was round and big? Moreover, she had only seen Yu once and she was already talking about marriage. Say something. Let me tell you, I'll only recognize Yu in this life. Yenshin's expression became even more serious. Lin Ling raised his hands in surrender. Alright, I'll marry her soon. But she has to agree first. That's true. Yu is so beautiful and obedient. She's also a little princess. It'll be difficult for you to marry her. Yenshin rubbed her chin and said, Are you really my mother? How can you talk to your son like that? Lin Ling rolled his eyes helplessly. Although he said that, he knew that his mother was joking. Moreover, he liked this kind of harmonious atmosphere. Yu could naturally hear Yenshin's words from afar. When she heard that Yenshin liked her, her heart was filled with sweetness. When she heard that Lin Ling wanted to marry her, her heart was in a mess. In her heart, she had already decided that she was Lin Ling's woman. She had been waiting for Lin Ling to say the word. Chapter 940. My only wish is to have a person of my heart. Alright Ling, there's no need for you to help. You can take a walk with Yu. After the meal, Yenshin winked at Lin Ling when he saw that Lin Ling was about to help clear the table. What do you mean? Lin Ling was also blinking. His mother was so strange today. Idiot, she came so far to see you. Of course you have to accompany her. You're just like your father. Yenshin immediately reprimanded. Lin Ling opened his mouth and looked at Yu, whose eyes were already red. He smiled and held Yu's hand as they walked into the depths of the ice valley. The ice valley looked cold, but it was also quiet and elegant, as if it was the quietest place in the world. Lin Ling led Yu forward. Under the night sky, the ice dragons quietly flew out, but they did not dare to approach Lin Ling and Yu. Instead, they flew in the distance, shining like fireflies, adding to the beauty of the ice valley. It's so beautiful! Yu stretched out her hand and looked at the beautiful scene. Her delicate face revealed a smile. She suddenly wanted to walk with Lin Ling like this until the end of time. It's very beautiful. Lin Ling nodded gently. His right hand suddenly hugged Yu's slim waist. With a step, he floated into the sky like the wind and finally landed on a mountain peak. Looking into the distance, the place was covered in silver and white snow, and the fireflies were shining like stars. It was even more beautiful. It's even more beautiful here. Yu's Hongyan mouth revealed a surprised smile. At this moment, she was even sweeter. Lin Ling's eyes were fixed on the beautiful face, which made his heart beat violently. Yu was so beautiful, as if she was the purest girl in the world. However, Those clear eyes of hers were filled with innocence, especially those red lips. Lin Ling's breathing became heavier as he quietly approached her face. "Brother Ling." Yu Yu's heart was also beating violently. Her hand that was holding Lin Ling's hand tightened. In her mind, everything that had happened in the Gu Yen sect was like a fleeting cloud. At that time, she was an ugly duckling. It was Lin Ling who held her hand and walked under the sun, protecting her until the end of time. At this moment, the two of them seemed to have gotten a little closer. After their lips touched, an indescribable electric shock flowed through their bodies. It was as if the two of them had blended together and would never be separated. The two of them quietly looked at each other. However, they slowly closed their eyes and allowed time to pass in the sky. "Yu Yu." Lin Ling's hands embraced that perfect body, and his heart beat even more violently. He also felt that Yu Yu's breathing had also become heavy. However, Yu did not stop him. A long, long time ago, she had already decided that this man would be her for the rest of her life. This was because she loved this man. She loved this brother who had always protected her. As for Lin Ling, when he had transformed into a celestial vortex and shared weal and woe with Yu Yu, he had already decided that this girl was his. In fact, there was only a thin barrier between them. A bell-like moan quietly rang out. Yu Yu, who was hugging Lin Ling, exerted even more strength. It was as if she wanted to melt into Lin Ling's body. In the distance, the silvery sky was wrapped in snow. Fireflies were like stars. Everything was so peaceful. Let time pass through the long river. Even if the seas dried up and the rocks crumbled, it would not change until death. "Brother Ling, Yu Yu believes in you." After a long time, Yu Yu finally raised her shy little face. Her eyes were clear and resolute as she looked at Lin Ling. She was talking about what she had seen today. "Thank you." Lin Ling nodded gently. The smile on his lips was still as confident as ever. Today, the Rain clan had wronged him and looked down on him. However, in time to come, he would definitely make the Rain clan regret it. He would definitely not embarrass his mother. "Why don't you come to the Sparrow clan?" Yu Yu was still worried about Lin Ling. After all, she was part of the 4 desolate races, so she naturally knew how powerful the desolate race was. Without the nurturing of the Rain clan, it would be very difficult for Lin Ling to grow. Furthermore, she did not want to see Lin Ling receive unequal treatment in the Rain clan. "There's no need. Don't you believe in Brother Ling? Then continue believing. Besides, Brother Ling is not as simple as you think. In this rainforest sacred land, the 4 desolate races are not the only ones at the top." Lin Ling said with a faint smile as he scratched Yu Yu's little nose. Yu Yu's eyes lit up. She somewhat understood what Lin Ling meant. Could it be that place? However, that place rarely nurtured geniuses. Even if it did, it would only be for a short period of time. However, she sensed that Lin Ling did not want to talk about it. Hence, she guessed that it was a secret. Perhaps that place was already nurturing geniuses, but for some reason, that place did not allow those geniuses to speak of it. "I believe that Brother Lin Ling will definitely rise," Yu Yu said as she waved her little fist. This made Lin Ling give a confident smile. Suddenly, his eyes turned strange. Lin Ling's breathing became heavy, and he even had an impulse. As for Yu Yu, her bright eyes also became dazed. Her beautiful face was flushed red, and her breath was like orchids. Her body felt sore and weak. The two of them were in love with each other. At this moment, there was no barrier between them. It was as if there was no distinction between you and me. They were both enjoying the most wonderful feeling in the world, and they were even immersed in it. This was because they loved each other. "Brother Ling," Yu Yu shouted softly. The feeling of being with the person she loved made her lose some of her rationality. "Yes." Lin Ling looked at his woman gently. This girl, who was his childhood sweetheart, finally belonged to him today. After that, he waved his hand, and a flame spread out, enveloping the two of them. It blocked out the merciless frost of the world, and made the two of them, who were wrapped in the flame, feel incomparably warm. At this moment, they were in a state of deep love. In addition, they were in love with each other. Hence, it was as if success was achieved when the conditions were right. Brother Ling. Yu Yu's painful but satisfied voice came from within the ball of flame. It made Yu Yu's eyes burn with passion and madness. Gradually, she forgot everything. She only wanted to be with the man she loved the most until the end of time. Outside the ball of flame, the snow was still falling, and the fireflies were still flying. It was as if they were proving the most perfect union between a man and a woman in this world, proving their love. Chapter 941. Entering the Holy Spirit realm, the morning sun shone down as the wind blew. The valley was still peaceful, and a touch of warmth and love drifted out from the mountain peak. The girl lay quietly in the young man's arms, allowing her hair to cascade down like a waterfall. Her face was filled with happiness. Yesterday's entanglement brought with it a bit of piercing pain, but it also made her integrate into the young man's heart. At that moment, in addition to the heart-wrenching pain, there was also an indescribable masculine qi that rushed into her body and mixed with the spiritual qi in her body, forming a pleasant and exciting feeling. With the help of the pure yang qi, she unknowingly reached the middle stage of the Holy Spirit realm. The combination of yin and yang was the wonder of heaven and earth. When the two of them both had the most outstanding spiritual energy in heaven and earth, they could promote each other and bring their strength to another level. At this moment, the girl looked at the young man who was sitting cross-legged on the ground. She looked at his handsome face, and the corners of her mouth curled up into a smile. She lightly kissed the young man's cheek, and then quietly lay down beside the young man again. She knew that her lover had also obtained great benefits, and was currently making a breakthrough in his cultivation. Holy Spirit realm. With the help of the terrifying innate power in her body, he had broken through to the Emperor Spirit realm and officially entered the ranks of the top experts in the rainforest's holy land. Being able to help the person she loved the most, the girl was incomparably happy and satisfied. At this moment, earth-shaking changes were happening in Lin Ling's body. The Tao platform had collapsed, the Saint platform had condensed, and it had connected to the other side. He had comprehended the mysteries of heaven and earth. As if the universe was collapsing, countless spiritual energy rippled in all directions. However, a black hole appeared and crazily sucked in the scattered spiritual energy, quietly forming a planet-like object. This object, the Saint platform, was the source of all Holy Spirit realm experts' power. The most frightening thing about it was that it could connect to heaven and earth and control the power of heaven and earth. It was as if it wasn't born from a human body, but a gift from the heavens to every Holy Spirit realm expert. Because the Saint platform could connect to heaven and earth, it could control the power of heaven and earth and form its own profound. It could be said that every Saint Spirit realm expert had their own martial profundity as long as the conditions were right for them to break through to the next realm. The profound world was the pinnacle of martial arts. Even a simple punch contained the rules of heaven and earth. It could crush any martial arts because it was a heaven-level martial arts. The Saint arena slowly condensed, and a wisp of flame floated around the arena as Huang Xiaolong sat down cross-legged. This was the profundity of fire. Moreover, fire seemed to be the foundation of the Saint arena, and it was also the beginning of the Saint arena. Therefore, the fire grew bigger and bigger, as if it was the fire that was born at the beginning of heaven and earth. It allowed the fire element to grow bigger and bigger, growing bigger and bigger. The Fire Upanishad had another transformation, gradually entering the second level of the Fire Upanishad. It was even more ferocious and scorching, as if it could destroy everything. This kind of fire was not some strange fire. It was the purest fire in the world, the most original fire. If this kind of fire was combined with the strange fire in the world, the fire would be even more terrifying. The first flame at the beginning of the world was like this. It seemed ordinary, but in fact, it was the source of all flames. Unfortunately, Lin Ling's current king body talent was still ordinary. Because of this, after the fire element reached the second level of the Fire Upanishad, it didn't transform again. Then a green light slowly rose up, as if a sapling was growing. Billowing vitality rippled outwards. It was gentle, but it also had a sharp edge to it. It was like a sword that could draw out any life force. However, this green light was obviously not the foundation of the Saint arena, thus it didn't increase as the saint arena formed. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The inner world emitted a thunderous roar as it gradually took shape. An ancient power quietly bloomed, becoming even more massive. Finally, at a certain moment, Lin Ling opened his eyes, a confident smile on his face. Saint Spirit Realm. In the rainforest Holy Land, Saint Spirit Realm powerhouses were top existences. For instance, the 7 profound martial houses Apprentice Elder Xian, or the 5 great ancient countries Lord Long and Duan Xuanwang. But now, Lin Ling was almost 20 years old, and he had already stepped into the circle of top powerhouses. At this moment, he was like a dragon that had risen from the abyss, possessing the power to summon hundreds to his call. Moreover, he had become the second genius of the Rain clan to step into the Saint Spirit Realm. He had the qualifications to laugh at everything. Saint Spirit Realm. Lin Ling said again, his heart incomparably excited. According to his estimate, if he wanted to reach the Saint Spirit Realm, he would need at least half a year. But now, after being in perfect harmony with Yu Yu, he had smoothly broken through. All of this was because of Yu Yu's help. And now, if he fought Mo Zihu again, he could easily crush him. After all, although Mo Zihu had the talent of a king body, the latter didn't have as many profound meanings as him, nor was he as strong. Lin Ling's Fire Upanishad had already reached the 2nd level. This kind of fire was like the fire of the beginning of the world. It was even hotter than before. Even a light punch had the power to destroy the heavens and earth, to incinerate the heavens. Yu Yu, thank you. Lin Ling gently smiled as he looked at the young girl in his arms. Hee, this is the result of Big Brother Lin Ling's bitter cultivation. Yu Yu gently smiled. Her beautiful little face was still blushing, but more of her feminine charm was revealed. This made Lin Ling's heart tremble. He inexplicably thought of yesterday's beautiful scene. He thought of those perky peaks and the leisurely forbidden area. Let's do it again, okay? Lin Ling faintly smiled. There was a touch of evil charm in his smile. No, it's not good in broad daylight. Yu Yu's body suddenly softened. Yesterday, Lin Ling had fought more than 30 times, but this guy still wanted more. Hee, that's true. Then let's do it tonight. Lin Ling shrugged, causing Yu Yu's delicate cheeks to turn even redder. The two looked at each other, but they didn't immediately leave. Instead, they embraced each other and continued to enjoy this rare moment. This was because they both knew that in the following days, they would be moving towards becoming stronger and would have less time to interact with each other. After a long time, Lin Ling held Yu Yu's hand and jumped down from the mountain peak. They walked towards the ice gorge. At this moment, in the ice gorge, Mo Nianchen and slave uncle were talking. Young Master Ling is fierce. When he was cultivating in the ancient face sect, he was the weakest existence. Later, he rose step by step and became the #1 genius of the ancient face sect. He was found by 14th uncle of the Fire Ancient clan and brought back to be trained. Young Master Ling lived up to expectations and surpassed all the other geniuses in the Fire Ancient clan. When the throne of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom changed, he protected the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Slave Uncle excitedly said. Today, he had gone to the 7 profound martial house and learned everything from Ancestor Extreme Flame. Ling, has done even better than his father. Mo Nianchen was also incomparably excited at this moment. Hearing his son's proud achievements was more exciting than hearing any other news. Later, young Master Ling assisted His Majesty the Second Prince in the turmoil of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. He turned the Second Prince from a nameless competitor to the most powerful existence. Finally, young Master Ling decided the future of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Chapter 942. Marriage Alliance. After entering the 7 profound martial house, young Master Ling is no longer a soft persimmon that anyone can bully. He once again rose up step by step, becoming first place in the semifinals. Now that he has come to our Rain clan, everyone thinks that young Master Ling is a country bumpkin and doesn't place him in their eyes. But the result is that all of the Rain clan's geniuses have lost to young Master Ling. Young Master Ling is one of the 2 prides of the Rain clan. Miss, your son has really won glory for you. Slave Uncle's face flushed red with excitement. Even he was exceptionally proud of his son. Mo Nianchen also trembled, the smile on her face becoming even wider. Her son had walked further than her lover. This made her incomparably proud. She also believed that Lin Chen was also incomparably proud. This was the fruit of their love, their son Lin Ling. Unfortunately, father is too stubborn. He always thinks that only the Rain Clan's bloodline can fight for endless glory for the Rain Clan. He simply doesn't believe in Ling. After smiling, Mo Nianchen said with some disappointment. The Rain Clan was an ancient and great clan. They naturally believed in their bloodline. Even though Lin Ling had created countless miracles, in the end, his surname was not Mo. Subconsciously, they didn't regard Lin Ling as a direct relative, but rather as a collateral relative. Collateral relatives had a great status in the Rainforest Holy Land, but their status in the Rain Clan was ordinary. In the end, the Rain Clan was proud. Don't worry, Mississippi. I believe that young Master Ling will change the Patriarch's opinion. He absolutely won't lose face for you. And when young Master Ling rises, you will definitely be able to leave Ice Gorge. At that time, no one in the Rain Clan will look down on Miss and think that Miss has let down the Rain Clan. Slave Uncle affirmed. He had complete confidence in Lin Ling. Mo Nianchen faintly smiled. I don't care what I look like. I just don't want Ling to suffer too much. She simply didn't care about her own situation. She was only worried about her son. That's true, but if Miss can leave Ice Gorge, that will also help young Master Ling. He knew very well how frightening his master's strength was after he regained his strength. His words made Mo Nianchen's eyes light up. She did not care about her own situation, but she cared about her son's situation. As far as she knew, Lin Ling had many enemies in the sacred rainforest. She would not allow those people to bully her son. However, the Rain Clan's rules were very strict. If she wanted to leave Ice Valley, she needed the Patriarch's approval. Therefore, she still wanted to see Lin Ling's rise and have the Patriarch agree to let her leave Ice Valley. Mother. Auntie Mo. Mo Nianchen looked over and saw a couple walking over. The man was handsome, and the woman was devastatingly beautiful. Everything was so perfect. Even she was a little taken aback by the sight of them. Although Lin Ling was her son, she couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Her son was really very good-looking, and her daughter-in-law was the most beautiful girl in the world. Miss, looking at their relationship, it seems like it has taken a step closer. Slave Uncle was indeed experienced. He immediately smiled and was happy for Lin Ling. That's right. They have long been in love. They just lacked the opportunity to break through that barrier. Now they have finally confirmed their relationship. Mo Nianchen was also extremely happy. Following that, their eyes narrowed. This was because they sensed that Lin Ling and Yuyu's strength had broken through. Yuyu was originally the #1 genius of the Sparrow Clan. She had received the attention of the Sparrow Clan's elders and had been nurtured with endless resources. She had long reached the sacred spirit realm. She was also the #1 genius of the Desolate race along with the Rain Clan's Mo Zilong. And now, she had reached the mid-stages of the sacred spirit realm. As for Lin Ling, he was not as lucky. He had relied on himself. Therefore, his cultivation level was lower than Yuyu's. However, he had also stepped into the sacred spirit realm. As such, Lin Ling had become the 3rd genius of the Rain Clan to reach the sacred spirit realm. Mo Nianchen and Slave Uncle looked at each other and became even more excited. Mother, I have broken through. Lin Ling held Yuyu's hand as they walked over from afar. He knew that his mother had sensed his cultivation level. Good, good, good. Mo Nianchen was so excited that she did not know what to say. All she could do was say good. This was because she knew what it meant to enter the sacred spirit realm. It meant that he had stepped into the circle of the top experts in the rainforest sacred land. Congratulations, Lin Ling. At this moment, a surprised voice came from afar. A young man walked over and appeared in front of them. He was Mo Zilong. He had come to see Lin Ling. However, when he saw Lin Ling and Yuyu holding hands and looking at each other sweetly, he was stunned. Anyone who wasn't a fool would understand the relationship between Yuyu and Lin Ling. You two seem to be lovers. Mo Zilong frowned and said, Everyone was a little surprised by his appearance. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. She and I are childhood friends. We've actually been lovers for a long time. He had a good impression of Mo Zilong. This is a little troublesome. Mo Zilong was stunned again. Then he shrugged helplessly. Yesterday, the Rain clan and the Sparrow clan had a marriage alliance. It was a marriage alliance between the number 1 genius of the Rain clan and the number 1 genius of the Sparrow clan. In other words, it was me and the little princess of the Sparrow clan. However, I never expected that you already knew her. What? Everyone's eyes narrowed. Mo Nianchen immediately stood up. Father, you are going overboard. Back then, the marriage alliance between me and the Desolate clan was for the sake of the Desolate clan. Today, you want my daughter-in-law to marry someone else. Father, you are too selfish. A powerful aura quietly emerged from her body. It was so cold that it was like the wrath of the heavens. She could tolerate any hardship, but she could not tolerate this matter. Therefore, she looked at Mo Zilong coldly. Mo Zilong's body trembled. It was rumored that among the children of his grandfather, Aunt Nianchen's strength was ranked in the top 3. Now that he saw it, it was indeed so. Aunt Mo, that was grandfather's intention. It has nothing to do with me. Then, Mo Zilong smiled bitterly and said, furthermore, that is an engagement. It has not been confirmed yet. He could sense that Lin Ling's gaze was cold. However, he was helpless. After all, the marriage was arranged by the Rain clan. He had no choice. Furthermore, he did not know that Lin Ling knew the little princess of Yuyu. I will tell the Sparrow clan that I, Yuyu, will not marry anyone other than Lin Ling. If they force me, I will just die. Yuyu's firm voice sounded. She looked like a weak girl, but at this moment, she was extremely strong. Her voice made Mo Nianchen's heart tremble. He liked this girl even more. Don't look at me with hatred. I have already said that this has nothing to do with me. Grandfather wants the Rain clan to become stronger, so he arranged the marriage. Mo Zilong said bitterly. He knew that it was not a man's doing to snatch someone's love. However, he was really innocent. Rain Master Mo Ping did everything for the benefit of the Rain clan. He did not do anything wrong. His mistake was to treat everyone as a chess piece. Cousin Zilong, this has nothing to do with you. Chapter 943. That was what he said. However, Yuyu is my woman. Not to mention Rain Master Mo Ping, even the heavens can't take her away from me. If a god tries to take her away, I'll kill the god. Lin Ling said word by word. His voice was resolute, causing Yuyu's heart to tremble. Her lips curled into a smile. Lin Ling was very domineering now, but it made her feel even sweeter because her man was telling everyone that she was Lin Ling's woman. It's only an engagement now. There are still 3 months left. Lin Ling, you still have time to prepare. Mo Zilong's heart trembled. He knew that Lin Ling was determined. Okay. Lin Ling nodded. He didn't have much time left, but there was still hope. Let's go and see Rain Master Mo Ping. Lin Ling looked into the distance and said coldly. It's not good to see Senior Rain Master now. Yuyu was a little worried. She was afraid that Lin Ling's relationship with his grandfather would worsen because of her. Silly girl, you're my woman. How can I not announce it to the world? So what if you're Senior Rain Master? If you provoke me, I'll exterminate the Rain clan in the future. Lin Ling's eyes were even colder. He rarely got angry, but this time, he was furious. Today, he wasn't as strong as the Rain clan, so he was bullied by them. However, if the Rain clan went too far, so what if he exterminated them in the future? His family didn't treat him as family, so why should he give them face? Moreover, he had already given them a lot of face. Then, Lin Ling left the ice valley with Yuyu. Mo Zilong opened his mouth but couldn't say anything in the end. He was shocked. This Lin Ling was really a sentimental person. He dared to go against the world for his lover. Luckily, he had a good relationship with Lin Ling. If they were enemies, he would feel that it would be a nightmare. Moreover, he didn't know why, but he was somewhat supportive of Lin Ling's previous words. Perhaps he was also very unhappy with this big family that had so many rules, because all the rules didn't pay attention to human relations. At this moment, in the Rain Clan's Grand Hall, people from the various desolate races were gathered there. It made the Grand Hall extremely lively. They were obviously discussing the marriage between the two races. And in the Grand Hall, other than the desolate races experts, the Rain Clan's respected seniors and top geniuses were also present. Young Master Ling, you're not invited to this banquet. You're not allowed to enter. However, at this moment, outside the hall, Lin Ling arrived while holding Yu Yu's hand. However, they were stopped by 2 guards from the branch family. Moreover, their words were extremely dignified. Scram! Lin Ling coldly looked at the 2 of them, causing their pupils to dilate. Lin Ling wanted them to scram? Although they were from the branch family, their surname was Mo. As for Lin Ling, his surname was Lin, so he had the right to tell them to scram. And in terms of seniority, they were Lin Ling's elders. The 2 of you make way. Lin Ling's mother is from the direct bloodline, and the elders in your family are from the branch family. By blocking Lin Ling's path, you are offending your superiors. Yu Yu was relatively calm as she coldly looked at the 2 of them. This made them frown. What Yu Yu said was the truth. However, Lin Ling was not invited to the banquet, and if they made way for Lin Ling, they would be mocked by others. Hence, they were momentarily hesitant. Although that is the case, if you want to enter, we can help you pass the message. One of them said with a frown. You, why are you wasting your breath on them? However, Lin Ling did not plan to waste his breath on them. He was angry today, so he did not plan to use his status to pressure them. He dared to come here, so he dared to attack anyone who blocked his path. What do you mean? The 2 of them narrowed their eyes. This is what I mean. Lin Ling stretched out his right hand, and a wisp of fire rippled out. There was the 9 nether heavenly flame and the vermilion bird flame, as if it was the fire of 10,000 flames. Then he waved his hand, and without any complicated martial arts, the profound of fire bloomed. Boom! The flames bloomed, as if the first fire of heaven and earth had erupted. The door was instantly shattered, and the 2 of them spat out blood. Their bodies were wrapped in flames, and they were sent flying backwards. Moreover, the power was mighty, and they flew over the garden in front of the main hall and crashed into the main hall. What did he mean? Attacking meant, "Go in." Lin Ling said coldly, and led Yu Yu through the door, passing through the garden and appearing proudly in the main hall. At this moment, the hall was completely silent. Previously, everyone was laughing and talking about the marriage. However, in the next moment, 2 figures smashed into the hall, causing everyone to have no idea what was going on. And now, Lin Ling had appeared in the main hall while holding Yu Yu's hand. It was domineering and magnificent, but it explained everything. Everyone's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling was so arrogant. Today, all the ancient figures of the desolate race were present, and yet Lin Ling had barged in. At the same time, Mo Zilong had rushed over from outside the main hall. When he saw the scene in front of him, his pupils immediately constricted. Indeed, there was nothing the angry Lin Ling did not dare to do. This was equivalent to slapping the old master in the face. Lin Ling, are you mad? There are guests here. Who allowed you to be so rude? Quickly kneel down and apologize. In the silence, Mo Zihu took a step forward and pointed at Lin Ling, shouting angrily. As for Rain Master Mo Ping and company, their faces were livid. They still did not understand what had happened. Loser, scram. Countless gazes were on Lin Ling as the corners of his mouth moved slightly. A cold voice came out of his mouth as he looked at Mo Zihu condescendingly from above. Don't be too arrogant. In the past, I lost to you because of my carelessness. Today, if you do not give me an explanation, don't even think of leaving here. Mo Zihu gritted his teeth. He was one of the Rain Clan's 2 prides, but ever since Lin Ling appeared, he had been humiliated to the point of losing all his dignity. Explanation? The corners of Lin Ling's mouth curled up. The primordial fire in his hand bloomed once again, transforming into a lotus flower with 10 petals. However, it was even hotter and more sacred. The flames were 5-colored. It was the combination of all Lin Ling's flames in the past. This is an explanation. The flames were gently waved by Lin Ling. Although it looked slow, it froze space. destruction, dominance. Boom. With one move, Mo Zihu spurted out blood and was similarly blown away. In the past, he was not Lin Ling's opponent. Now that Lin Ling had reached the Holy Spirit realm, he could defeat him like a defeated dog. So powerful. The crowd's pupils trembled. Mo Zihu was defeated in one move. One must know that in the previous battle between Lin Ling and Mo Zihu, the result was only decided after they were almost evenly matched. Holy Spirit Realm. Soon after, some experts looked at Lin Ling's cultivation and their hearts finally trembled. Lin Ling had broken through again. Silence. The entire hall was silent. Everyone looked at that frivolous figure and were so shocked that they were speechless. Is this your pride, the Rain Clan's two prides? Only Lin Ling's tyrannical voice drifted out. However, it was directed at Rain Master Mo Ping and contained a thick sense of sarcasm. Rain Clan's two prides? Trash that couldn't even block a single move. What do you want to do?